G'day and welcome everybody to day number 2 of the Winter Spectacular here at the beautiful Adelaide Speedboat Club. Quite a chilly day, a little bit of drizzle coming through, but what an action-packed day it was yesterday. I really hope you enjoyed the live stream. Thanks for all the great comments that came through. We really enjoyed bringing it to you. The boys did a great job. What a fantastic race the Marj Watson was, and a big shout out Tate Ramsey, absolutely killing it out there. Fantastic drive from him. Today, we've got the Brett Howard Memorial. That is going to be a fantastic race. That pits inboards and outboards against each other, 6 litres, blows, and of course the Formula 1 tunnels. That's going to be a spectacular race. That's going to be early up in the day, and then later on, obviously, the big one, the Darwin Cup. That is going to be absolutely spectacular. Can't wait to see who qualifies, and the final, if it's anything like the Marj Watson yesterday, it is going to be sensational. Glad you enjoyed the racing yesterday. We've got plenty more of it coming your way today.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Adelaide Speedboat Club for the Winter Spectacular here on a little bit of a drizzly Sunday morning. But joining me in commentary, my name's Dave Bishop, of course, and it is Michael Ages. Good morning, Michael, and welcome.
Absolutely good morning, Davo. Good morning, folks, and good morning, everyone live streaming here this morning. What a day we had out here yesterday, Davo, and we can reflect back on that a little bit later on this morning, but good to see another great day's racing today. Of course, the Darwin Gold Cup coming up our way.
Yeah, Darwin Gold Cup, so excited about this, mate, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic race. Of course, pitting inboard boats against outboard boats,
yes,
tunnels against displacements, even hydros if we actually had any, but, you know, it's going to be absolutely sensational because what happens here is, mate, different power delivery, different power sources, and different hull designs, which means different lines through corners, different acceleration capabilities, and you know the tunnel boats come in red hot into the corners, the blown boats have to get off it, but the blown boats are so fast out of the corners, mate. It just all goes on in this Darwin Cup. So exciting to watch, and we're really up and about this morning about it.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Absolutely, the Darwin Gold Cup. Yes, they obviously the Marj Watson Cup was run and won big time. Today we ran out a bit of time yesterday afternoon, and today we're going to put in the Brett Howard OAM Memorial along with the Trojan Trophy here this weekend. And of course there'll be a full support program as per yesterday, and some brilliant racing coming up, but I can't wait for this afternoon for the heats of the Darwin. Big stuff, big racing, excellent stuff. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Mate, we could not. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a big program. We've got all our support categories as well here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course the Brett Howard OAM Memorial, mate, which is going to be very, very exciting. I had a chat this morning with Chad, and he's selected the 6 boats that are going to be running in that. And same deal as the Darwin. We're going to see outboards, 6-litre boats and blown boats out on the course together. It's going to be so exciting. We've also got juniors heading out onto the water, mate, for our first race, which is J2s. And 2 boats that we're looking for. We saw these guys have some great races yesterday.
Absolutely.
Young Maxie Cameron and Caden Thomas. I interviewed both the kids this morning.
Brilliant kids. They're brilliant guys, aren't they? Hey?
Fantastic. I'll
Yeah.
tell you what, mate, it's hard work not to get those one-word answers out of those kids, though.
They'll learn as time evolves, you know, but yeah, you've got to make them stretch it out a little bit, but it's all good. Good to see the youngsters coming up.
Yeah, no, they're great kids, and young Maxie, he is really up and about this morning, and Caden, he's a deep thinker about his racing. He's come up through the J1 category and now into the J2s in the Reckless boat. Of course, the Ramsey's backs the Ramsey's old boat, so we can see the 2 boats down there now just pointing outwards. So it's young Max in the yellow tunnel boat, which is a little Desperado, and of course Caden in the Reckless J2, which is the little blue boat. In fact, Caden getting up and onto the plane now.
Yep, absolutely. And I love the names that these youngsters come up with for their boats. Brilliant. You can see the thought in their minds of the next generation of the races coming out, which is great to see them. And it is the first boats out here this morning, folks, going out onto the water. What a beautiful morning once again. Hopefully the skies will clear as the day unfolds, but we're in for some good action.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a funny morning, hasn't it, weather-wise, Michael? So it's, you know, we've had rain come through, we've had sun come through. It was a bit similar yesterday as well, and then the sun came out yesterday. We were absolutely blessed.
It did, and it really stayed with us for the rest of the afternoon. A few clouds here and there, but it was comfortable. A fair bit of a shimmer through the later afternoon that we were fighting with, but no great dramas. And what about the winner yesterday, of course, of the Marj Watson Cup? What do you reckon? What a race that was with Reckless. Unbelievable.
Incredible, mate. I got a chance to head down and interview Tate this morning.
Yes.
he was pretty excited. I'm pretty emotional about it, to be honest. And
going down in history, he would be emotional, definitely.
Absolutely, and he was. And I haven't had a chance to go. I did go over to try and interview Brett Shepherd as well, because obviously Brett was the man that came second and pushed so hard to try and get there, but he just had a few problems on his way. There was a little incident where a turn boy was knocked, and there was a little bit of push and shove, which is what we love about blown boat racing. And there was actually a bit of conjecture about that, but that has all been sorted out, and Tate, the official winner of the Marj Watson for 2023, which is absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely spot on there once again, Bisho. And the racing was fabulous yesterday. Great crowd supporting out here yesterday. I believe, and I hope again today, another good crowd coming out. But yesterday was one of those good days where you could just enjoy so much speedboat racing here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Absolutely, mate. And you were just mentioning a few things as we were running through what's going on today, and there's plenty going on today. I mean,
plenty.
Half the stuff you've told me I've forgotten already, mate. We'll just have to go through it as we go through.
No, absolutely.
The Hall of Fame, the Legends Walk.
Yeah, the Legends Walk. Folks, if you haven't been past, on the ladies and women's, or the ladies and men's toilets on the wall, you'll see 5 big placards have been put up there, and they're called the Legends Walk. Go have a look and have a read. Inspirational, beautiful, shows the history of the club and who's won what here. And I've seen so many spectators stop, take photos of it, and obviously take it home and look at that, and they'll learn something from that. In fact, even we learned something from it.
Yeah.
Beautiful, the Legends Walk. It was put up this morning around about 8 a.m. and so many people have already looked at it, but the ones that haven't, go over and check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw I had a quick, because my co-commentator summons me to the tower, I was running, mate. And if you've seen me run, it's not pretty. But I zoomed through, but I did see right on the end was Frank Lindsay, and I saw Beetle Bailey in there as well. And I didn't even get a chance to look at the others, but I'm going to go down and I'm going to do the same as what you just said, mate. Grab a photo of it, so I've got that forever.
Absolutely. At the moment, Little Desperado and Reckless are out there on the course at the same time, Bisho, and we'll check these youngsters out.
And I reckon
they do the short cast, the short course out here this morning.
It is, mate, and we've got Max out in front, but I reckon Caden just had a little bit of a hook down in turn number 1 there. Nothing too serious. He's got around the boys. He didn't bump into any of them, but he might have just had a little bit of a hook there, trying a little bit hard as we watch Max just come up through the top turn here now, doing a beautiful job. Maxie Cameron, his father, Troy Cameron, I think I mentioned to you yesterday,
yes.
had a huge crash at Yarrawonga only about 3 weeks ago.
Whoa.
In his 85 mile an hour boat, the Hot Nuts boat.
The Hot Nuts. I love that name, Hot Nuts boat. Well done. Like I said, very, very colourful names of these pieces of machinery out here on the water. But good to see the J2s out there at the moment. And keeping an eye on those guys too.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So kids are having a nice little race. It's a little bit processional at the moment. Max has managed to hold off Caden quite nicely as he comes down the back straight. Still waiting for the tide to come in a little bit, mate. We've got a bit of beach here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just going to mention that. You took the words right out of my mouth, so to speak. But yesterday, it was an exceptional high tide. We were having a talk in the office this morning, and the tide was right up the shoreline here. And we expect another one today by the river charts or the water charts. So big tide coming in, and we need every bit of water we can get, mate, because these BADs are blowing alcohol displacement, let alone everything else. Just about part the water in the river when they're on a mission with their race.
They do, mate, they do, absolutely. Yellow flag comes out. So Maxie Cameron sets off on his final lap. And Caden Thomas in second place at the moment. And Caden's going to have to do something special here if he's going to try and get over the top of Max in this final lap. Or Max is probably going to have to make a mistake, and we certainly hope he doesn't. He's been doing a great job in that boat. I asked him what it was like to drive. He said it corners really good.
Well, just to talk about corners, I was watching him watch the last corner as he comes around to the yellow buoy from the Bridgeland end. Watch and look at now how smooth that boat really is in the water. Set up really well. You see the blue boat, the nose is up in the air a bit higher, but the little yellow machine, watch the turn. I'm sure you're going to have a look at this.
Yeah, 2 totally different styles of hull design as well, mate. You've got the tunnel out in front, so 2 sponsons, and then you've got air entrapment down the centre there, and then, of course, a monohull. So, not sure where Max reckons he's going. I think he might be getting a bit lost, and I might have put the commentator's curse on him when I said he needs to not muck up. Oh, Max has headed off to the bridge. He's realised what he's done. Oh, my God. No. That leaves the door open there for young Caden Thomas.
Well, what a way to do that.
Caden takes the win, Michael.
Yeah, you have a big smile on his face, say, wow. Well, the other was concentrating so hard going down the back main straight. hang on a minute, I forgot the turn.
Do you reckon Max has learned something here this morning?
Oh, he'll always remember this. He'll always remember that in his older years. Although when I was a youngster, I forgot the turn. I lost the race because of it. He'll never forget it.
What a shame for Maxie, but you know, you've got to be there at the end, and you've got to. I always say it's powerboat racing. It's a simple game. Go fast, and when you see an orange buoy, turn left.
Turn left, exactly right. Good
Simple
words.
game.
That's a nice rhyme. I like that. Excellent. I love the sound of the engines in the background warming up at the same time down here, Bisho. Hair starting to stand up already for day number 3 for the weekend. So looking good and sounding real good out there in the pit area.
Yeah, plenty of boats getting warmed up, getting some oil temperature into those big blown engines as well. So, you know, this is like the little precursor, isn't it, for all the action that's about to happen here today.
Absolutely. And just a reminder, folks, of course, John Thomas is the officer of the day for the weekend. He's in charge of what happens out on the water. And along with that, Jared Smith is the club commodore. They're the two guys involved, obviously, really, that look after the show. Just to let the folks know who's what and does what.
Mate, Johnny Thomas did a stirring rendition of Bye Bye Miss American Pie in karaoke last night. And it has been filmed, and it will be on the Victorian Speedboat Club Facebook page.
Oh, excellent, mate. That'll get him going.
Yes,
a
I
good
tell
night.
you what, mate, as a singer, he makes a very good officer of the day.
Very, very nice to hear. I tell you what, these guys here, they've got a beautiful club room.
Yeah.
Have you seen how it's been set up yesterday and today? All the tabling, everything for the VIPs, so neat, so precise. Well done to them. The whole club, you've got to really hand it to them. They've done such an exceptional job of getting everything right here this weekend.
It really is, mate. It's a great club. As you know, so many of the clubs around Australia do such wonderful jobs, so many passionate people. And let's face it, mate, you know, these clubs, they're not making money. You know, they're just trying to survive and trying to promote their sport. Let's have a look at the boats that are heading out on the course, mate. That's Andy Cameron there in a Little Nuts.
Absolutely. Event number 2, folks, for the J3s. From 1 will be Out of Control. From 2 will be Static. From 3 will be B&R Engines Junior. From 4 will be Little Nuts. I love that name. And from 5, Intruder. So there's the 5 starters. Event number 2 for the J3s going out onto the water.
So just watching Ellen Nidri, her boat, I asked her this morning, we did a little interview with her as well, mate, about her boat not starting yesterday. Of course, her father, Brett Nidri, probably the greatest engine builder in Australia at the moment.
One of them, yeah.
Her little Mercury wouldn't start, so I said to her, do you need a new mechanic?
What was the answer? I'd love to hear that.
She smiled and said, I don't think so.
No, she has got a fine father when it comes to turning spanners and mechanical knowledge. But good to see him getting out here bright and early for event number 2 this morning.
Yeah, so we send them up the back straight away. We've got Intruder out there. The Out of Control is the all orange boat. That's the 2 Phelp kids there, Deegan and Darcy. And then Simon Bagley in the Ecstatic, Ellen Idri, that we just spoke about. And a Little Nuts with Andy Cameron, which we spoke about earlier on as well. So, of course, Andy Cameron is Max's brother, and Troy, who crashed the Hot Nuts boat, son.
Okay, very, very good. Good homework there, Bish. Well done. Good to know who's who around here, man.
Brain has been working that well this morning, mate.
That's right. You've done plenty yesterday and the day before, so it's understandable, mate. It's all good. All good.
I've been a bit like, you know, one of those, you know, you see something shiny, you just, it's like a seagull.
Yeah, no, all good. As they're coming back from the Bridgeland end, and they're pretty well neck and neck in a nice even line at the moment out here, Bish.
Self-starting these ones, mate. So it's a great effort by the kids to actually line up and nobody to actually try and jump the starter as we see a white flag.
Yeah.
Flag drops. So you know what stops, Michael?
That's
We're racing.
Yeah, when the flag drops, so-and-so stops and they're into it. All these youngsters, that's what I love about it. It's still very, very competitive in the blood.
Yeah, very, very good start there by the Intruder. In fact, Deegan Phelp on pole and getting a really good start on the outside of him's the Ecstatic. Then it's the Out of Control. Nidri on the outside and young Andy Cameron there. I still think that boat needs a bit of trim in it, mate.
Yeah, there it is. And you're very good call with that. And you notice it very well. And I understand this. And it's good to let all the folks know exactly how these boats are set up out here in the water, because every bit of that counts into the performance, how well they do for the race.
Yeah, 100%, and you can see the Andy Cameron boat, although it does look like it's running into the headwind there. It's popped its nose up a little bit and looks a little bit of a sharper show, but still just lacking a bit of pace. But we've got top corner and, it's tight. They're really hooking in there. So Intruder back to Ecstatic and then Out of Control. Then it's back to BNR and then the Little Nuts. So that's the order at the moment, and the battle's starting to spread out a little bit now, Michael.
Absolutely, they're spreading out quite evenly, in fact, and looking quite good. Young Ella, have a look at her. She's got her head down and she said, I'm on a mission. I've got to try and catch this one that's in front of me. And I love that from the girls. They're just as competitive as the youngsters out here. No different. They want to be winners.
Oh, absolutely. Ella doesn't want to get beaten by any of these boys out here.
Oh, no.
And she's a hard little charger. Actually, when she started, she's very, very timid, mate. But I tell you what, that's worn off very quickly.
Yeah, no, very, very quickly. Yesterday we spoke about the drag race. We have junior drags in the drag racing, similar to this. And when the junior drivers are all talking their own little group. Yeah,
sorry, mate, just
go. Yeah, absolutely. She's turned quite well. Yep.
Having a real go out there, but sorry, continue, mate.
No, not a problem. As I was saying with the juniors in the drag racing side, when they get together in their own little huddle, you want to hear how serious they are against each other. They're only from ages from 8 to 15 years of age, and you stand back and you listen, and I actually smile, and I think these are going to be tough competitors in the future. Exactly, no different than out here on the water with the J3s that we're looking at right now.
No, we love it, mate. And these kids, they're all competitors on the water, but they're like a little posse getting around boat racing.
Yeah.
All around Australia. They all hang out together. They all have a battle and they love racing their boats. So they're making lifelong friendships and learning skills out there.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Spot on. Love hearing that.
Checkered flag out, mate.
Yep. Well done.
Back to Ecstatic. Out of Control will be into third. Ellen Idri in the BNR into fourth.
Yes.
And down the back straight away, we've got the A Little Nuts with Andy Cameron. We're going to have to give him some nitrous, I think. He's just a little off the pace at the minute.
Oh, good. The J3's been run and done, and we're about to move on now, coming up shortly. This has been quite an important one coming up. We'll have a look at that, but at the same time, what about your nostrils? My nostrils are flaring. I can smell those beautiful egg and bacon rolls and sandwiches, whatever's been cooked up in the canteen down here. I'm opening the window. Bisho, I can see your nostrils are flaring now. It smells good.
Mate, I've already done the egg and bacon. Absolutely magnificent.
Aren't they? They're really nice. Good stuff coming out here from this fabulous club here with their club room and the canteen. Supported out here, folks. And good morning to the guys and girls coming in early to the grounds. Love having your company out here once again. And not coming, not too far away. We've got a pretty important race coming up this time around, Bish.
Yes, mate, the Brett Howard coming your way. It is going to be the first race for the big boats this morning, obviously after our juniors, and we'll be seeing these boats coming out. And we do actually have the list here, Michael, so let's run through them now.
Certainly, from one, it's going to be tough enough with Mark. Mark Ebenrauder wouldn't be in that one there. That's incorrect.
James Clark.
That'd be James Clark, correct. And for mainline dynos from 2 for Simon Troy. From 3, Image with Craig Lewis. From 4, TRG Transport, the man Craig Bailey. From 5, Reckless, the winner yesterday of the Marj Watson Gold Cup, is Tate Ramsey. And from 5, Unleashed, Brett Shepherd. That's not a bad bunch of races right there.
Well, I did speak to Chad Howard this morning, a.k.a. Cliff Lipton.
Yeah.
And he gets to choose.
He does, yeah. I saw Chad out here this morning, and Chad, obviously, folks, is Brett Howard's son. And he was been walking around and enjoying himself, having a great chat this morning, as you were saying.
Yes, I had a little interview with him, mate, and he's very excited about the race, and he actually let me know that who was in it. So basically, the rules are that there's 2 outboards, 2 6 litres, and 2 blown boats in this particular race, and they try and create that because it's an invitational race. They can actually create that inboard-outboard rivalry. And that's what it's all about. Plus the 6 litre boys that love being the blown boys. You've got something for us, Marj?
Yeah, I just been informed from Race Control. We've got another race of juniors before we're going to have the Brett Howard. Just been slipped in under us, so not a great drama. It's all good.
Yeah, no, I figured they probably would put the juniors out for another one just while we're getting these boats organised.
All good. Not a problem at all. Another round of the juniors racing.
Great to see Mr. American Pie just coming into the tower at the moment. Now what we got here, and Johnny Thomas, bye Miss America Pie, Johnny, doing a little karaoke last night. He's still got a voice too, which is very impressive.
I heard he done a very, very good job.
These two kids are racing each other, and have a look at this, mate, because we've got young Caden Thomas is actually waiting for Max. Max's boat wouldn't start, and Caden waited for him because he wants to have a good race. Put your hands together for young Caden in the reckless, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. You're not wrong about that. You see him wave to his competitor, and then he pulled the helmet visor down. I'm out of here. Have a look at the little yellow one shooting straight out.
Well, let's hope Maxie can find the turn, boys, this time around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can see how competitive they are, though. They're on a mission out there, especially the yellow driver, mate, right into it, as you were saying.
Yeah, young Max, Caden's left the door open for him, and Max has gone, thank you very much, walked right through and shut the door in his face.
Exactly what happened. And no, they're out there again at the moment. Oh, I love that rumping sound in the background, folks. You mightn't hear it on live streaming. We can hear it in our commentary tower. These supercharged engines warming up. Makes your hair stand up on end. It's good stuff.
It is fantastic stuff, mate. So we got Max now just coming down. Have a look at Cade. He's got the bit between the teeth now as he pushes very, very hard down the front straight at the moment. And look at him. He's jumping in and out of the wash there of Max. He's looking for every opportunity to try and get around young Max.
Yep.
He probably hasn't quite got the boat speed to get this done here, but what he's going to have to hope for is for Max to make a mistake, which is what happened last time.
Exactly, and that's all it takes, and doesn't take too much. But I think this time, young Max is going to rectify that and make sure that it all happens and stays ahead. But good acceleration down the back main straight from the yellow machine. But the blue one has got some good top end speed too. Not bad.
It has, mate. This little tunnelboat cracks along really well. It's the little Desperado, of course. The Hollands family, big shout out to the HBR, the Hollands boys. We love them back in Victoria. They're stalwarts of the Victorian Speedboat Club. Of course, Greg, the father, and then Brad and Liam, the two Holly boys. Of course, Griffith Cup winners last year in their Desperado boat.
Okay.
This is the little Desperado.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think it's an APBA boat in actual fact, but obviously they ran it last year as a little Desperado. It's great to see it all painted up in the livery because it is a boat that's owned by the Australian Powerboat Association. And what I mean by that, folks, is if your kids want to get into racing and you're watching this and you're thinking this looks really cool,
yes,
you can contact the APBA and there is boats that your kids can use to get them into powerboat racing. And that little yellow boat out in front is one of the APBA boats.
Wow, what a smart thing to do. That's brilliant to get in the youngsters into the sport, and a good way to invite them. Surely they haven't got a boat ready to go, but hey, come in, you can hire this, get in and see what you think, and hey, you must be hooked 3 or 4 of them out of 5.
Yeah,
you know, so it's good.
Absolutely, and it saves mum and dad the expense of laying.
If they don't like it, well, that was a waste.
Right,
yeah,
$4,000 or $5,000 to build a little junior.
Oh, for sure.
Time to do it. If you don't have to outlay that, and the kid, if you do outlay it, the kid does one race and hates it.
Well, yeah, you'd be grinding your teeth off.
Sad,
yeah, you think, man, that was a wastage. But anyway, here we go. The checkered flag going, and a win. A win goes to Maxie.
Maxie takes the win. He's pumping, he's fist pumping.
Oh, I love it. Well done, Maxie. Well done. Max Cameron out there, little Desperado, and he was desperate to win that race at the same time. Previously, he kept going towards the bridge thinking, hang on, where am I? But nah, all good. All good.
Oh, that's it. See, there you go, mate. He's gone from misery to hero.
Yeah, exactly.
One short race, so,
good work.
Great stuff. And Caden Thomas, what a competitor. What a really
great effort. Great effort.
He probably left the door a little bit too open for his old mate. He
yep.
do that again.
Yeah, he'll think twice. I said, next time I won't let him do that. I'll make sure I'm right there with it. But no, well done to the youngsters out there in the J2s this morning.
Fantastic, mate. Always wonderful sponsors coming on board on these race meetings. Simmons Clark Logistics, absolutely beautiful sponsor here. Not just a sponsor, I would say an integral part of the Adelaide.
Yeah, absolutely. The platinum sponsors for the club here this morning or this weekend, as you were saying, and Simmons Clark Logistics with Dave Clarkey is an icon of this club here for many, many years, along with TKD, I should say, Toolkit Depot. They are the 2 major sponsors behind this event for the entire weekend. There's a host of other sponsors available, which we'll chat about a bit later on, but they are the 2 backbones of what's happening here this weekend.
Yeah, mate, I had a great chat with Clarkey this morning. It was really good. We just got up, just him and I were in the clubhouse, and I was looking at all the memorabilia in the clubhouse.
Beautiful clubhouse. Got some great stuff in there.
Folks, if you get the opportunity to roll into the clubhouse and just have a look at some of the fantastic photos on the wall, some of the memorabilia.
Yep.
Johnny Cross's helmet, things
yeah.
like that. The side of side of loose cannons up there in the wall. They're just
Peter Magor, Peter, I don't know if you know Peter, remember Peter Magor, beautiful photo of Peter up there also.
Yeah.
Just quickly, the club room's always available for hire.
There you go.
All right, weddings, divorces, birthdays, whatever you got going, get in contact with them and you can hire the place. And it's a beautiful, you've got your bar, you've got everything there. Divorces are the most popular ones I've ever had in there, but it's all good.
I'll remember that when Louise gets rid of me.
No, it's all good. Beautiful.
So next junior race heading out, mate, it's Andy Cameron heading out. Then we've got Damon Bagley going out there in the Ecstatic. Then it's the Out of Control with Darcy Felt. Then we've got the Intruder with Deegan Felt and Ellen Idri, that young lady in the BNR. So they'll head down into the bridge end.
Yes.
We'll see these guys have their second race for the morning.
Brilliant. Now, good to get the juniors out there and have their shot. As we said earlier on, the tide is still miles away, but it's still raceable, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be out there on the water. But looking super sharp and a great day of coming up. A little bit later today, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a fine display of Frank Lindsay's Cleveland Freight Lines race boat here, and been purchased by Dave Clark. And Clarky has done the whole boat up, reconditioned it, so to speak. And of course, we're going to salute Frank this weekend. And of course, I was saying, Dave, we'll bring the boat out around about 1 p.m. We're looking at for a schedule. We'll come out out onto the water. We'll have a minute's silence in memory, of course, for Frank, who we lost earlier this year.
Yep.
His lovely wife, Marj, will be here. And the boat hasn't been on the water for 27 years.
Wow.
All right, 27 years. Clarky said, I'm going to do something about that. So we'll keep an eye on that. A 1 minute silence. Clarky will give the boat 2 or 3 laps around our course. And if we get the opportunity, we'll get hold of him and have a chat about the days gone by with the legend, Mr. Frank Lindsay.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mac Munchers, the Cleveland Freight Lines.
All in there when you drive in, all lined up perfectly in memory of Frank with Cleveland Freight Lines. There it is.
Sounds amazing, mate. Cannot wait for that one. Lost a few great men this year, and we'll run through a couple of others that
Yes.
I know of in a moment. But we've got a race on our hands at the minute, mate.
Yeah.
There's a white flag drops, and again, the white stops. It
Yep.
looks like Bagley is on pole this time with the Intruder outside of him with Deegan. And then it's outside that is Out of Control with Darcy. Far outside is Ellen Idri, and out the back door there, Andy Cameron in a little nuts.
Love that young Andy at the rear of Phil, but no great dramas there. Still into the race, and at the first turn on the inland end for the J3s. Not a bad amount of speed down the back main straight out of here, Bisho.
Yeah,
looking good.
Yeah, Damon's boat is very, very quick, this Ecstatic boat, and being that he's on pole, all he really needs to do here is keep it tidy, and he'll probably be able to hold Deegan out. But Deegan's a pretty hard charger, and he won't want to make a mistake. In fact, she's have a look at his first. Oh, have a look at the Out of Control.
I saw that. That looked good, didn't it? Nice and tough, and going over the wave at the same time. But very competitive. Here we go. In fact, that third and fourth at the moment are fighting it out right in front of us as they go by.
Yeah, that's Darcy on the inside. His elbows were up, and then Ellen Idri just holding him really, really tight.
Yeah.
As they come up, we'll keep an eye on him up into the top corner here. This is second and third place battle going. Oh, he's gone around.
Spun out.
Oh, he's had too much of a crack there, and Ellen Idri says, thank you very much, I'll have that.
Yeah, she'll be smiling and say, got him, I've got him. Now she's in third spot, doing really, really well. He'd be peaking, though, to himself, wouldn't he?
Oh, he'll be kicking himself because these boats haven't got enough power to just make up the ground in a straight.
And get going again, yeah.
You've got to make up the ground in the corners, and he's trying hard. That's all you can do. But what a shame. But that's racing, isn't it? And,
Ella going really wide. Did you see that? She went right out there down there, but no great dramas.
Yeah,
wow.
Maybe trying to, and again, mate, so with these boats, they don't have a gearbox as such.
Right.
They can't select gears. They've got one gear, and they've got one propeller ratio.
That's it.
Once you're out there, that's it. So the wider you take the corner, the higher you take the boat.
Okay.
Unlike in a car, where you might
makes big sense, and that'd be a pretty important thing in this style of race from the juniors. Here we go. Check flag coming out, Bisho. Who's going to take it out?
It's Damon Bagley as he gets the job done very, very nicely in the Ecstatic. Then it's Deegan Felt in the Intruder into second place. Well done. Good race between those. And Dimitri gets onto the podium in the third Ella.
Absolutely, Ella. Good stuff.
Darcy comes through into fourth place.
done, mate. And as the rear is still, but still going to collect the checkered flag. There it is. All done. Run and one. And not a bad little race coming out from the J3s. Absolutely.
Well, I'm down here with Maxie Cameron now. Max, you had a big day yesterday, your first day out. How was it, please?
Good.
Damn it, I knew you'd just give me a one-word answer, and it's my fault. Tell us about the boat and tell us about what the racing was like yesterday.
I didn't start very well, and my first race I stalled it, so that was annoying.
Now, you went out for a practice yesterday morning. Did you get a good idea of where the track was?
Yes.
Yep, and what's this boat like to drive? How does it feel?
Good. It's just, it turns really well.
Tunnel boats tend to turn really well. Does it go over the bumps well too?
Yeah.
Now, who's your hero in boat racing, please?
Dad.
Who's your dad?
Troy Cameron.
And what does he do?
He makes flyovers.
I kind of meant in boat racing. What boat does he drive and what happened to him a little while ago?
He crashed his boat and he used to drive hot nuts and now he's crewing for me.
It's good to have Dad crewing for you.
Yeah.
All right, mate, you're getting ready to go, so you can put your helmet back on now, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, going back out of the water one more time out here, Bish, and we're going to go back to a few more junior laps coming up. I think we might have a bit of a warm-up. The general lead start boat has gone out. Wild Child is also out in the water at the moment. Most probably just having a quick run-up. We'll check out with that one also. But, good to see it all happening. And the weather also starting to improve as this lovely morning unfolds one more time.
Mate, that sun coming in through the window of the commentary box. I'm enjoying that, Michael.
Absolutely.
I can absolutely assure you of that. Just on juniors too, mate, we've just had the heads up too. We spoke about it yesterday, but the Australian Junior Titles are going to be held up there at Sansui at the St George Motorboat Club.
Yes.
And that's Saturday and Sunday, the 15th and 16th of July. So if any of you competitors out there in the crowd or watching at home on the live streaming, You need to be part of the Australian title. So why would you want to race and not be the Australian title?
Exactly. Spot on, and also the other. Let's have a look. That one there is 15th and 16th of July, and we've got another on the 24th and 25th of June for the Australian Formula Future titles.
Sorry, mate, I got my dates the wrong way around, didn't I?
That's
Thank
all right.
you for
No
that.
great drama.
Thanks for being kind and making it look like it wasn't my fault. It's Formula Future, Saturday the 24th and Saturday, Sunday, 24th, 25th of June.
Yep.
The meeting that I was mentioning was actually the St George Powerboat Spectacular,
Yes.
which is in July, 15th and 16th of July. So a couple of big meetings coming up there in Sydney, mate.
Yeah, no, spot on, absolutely, and that's what's happening over in Sydney, so if you can support it, folks, as Bisho said, yeah, get right behind it. All right, at the moment, there's a bit of noise out in the water, and Adelaide is coming our way. How long
That boat, gee, it looked good in the Marj yesterday. He probably, the hairs are standing up at Morris Arms. You'd love it, don't you, mate?
Well, when you hear an open engine of a supercharger, the boat's rocking and rolling out there. What about the setup? Talk to me about it right now, Bisho. What's going on out there?
Yeah, mate. Very settled coming down here. We've got a little bit of rain coming through now, so we should have mentioned the same, should we? It's made the rain come out. But Darren Robertson performed on the Marj yesterday, I thought. You know, he was midfield. The boat was spectacular. In fact, it was a drag race for third place.
Yeah, absolutely.
In some really messy water, you know. Once you're not front at the lead of those races, you're really up against it. But I thought, you know, maybe if you had been on pole or pole 2 or something like that, you might have even skagged in for a first or a second there. But, you know, just being out the back door a little bit, he had that tough water. But I tell you what, he drove spectacularly well yesterday in the Marj.
Absolutely.
Crappy water.
You're not wrong. He was great, and like you said, he would have opportunity if he was from pole 1 or 2. Would have been a much better chance for him. But is this shuttered down now? We've got a real slight bit of rain coming down, but I'm pretty confident he would have been happy with what he did out there and everything was working well, and bring it back toward the pit area.
Yeah, boat always looks good, to be honest. Like,
yeah, no,
that
definitely.
Wild Child boat, it's a fast boat, and as we said yesterday, you mentioned to me, he's won pretty much everything there is to win in Australia except the Marj watching.
Exactly, as we spoke about yesterday.
Can't retire yet, can he?
That's right, you've got to keep at it. Don't stop, Wild Child. Make sure next year another opportunity for the Marj Watson. But what a race that was again yesterday too. Everything was just went so well.
Yeah, spectacular, and just so good to see. And I noticed a lot of the comments, and thanks to the people that send comments on Facebook. I actually don't get to see them as the day unfolds because we've got a bit much going on here and I'm not that bright. So what I do is I go back to them at night and try and read them all. I read all the comments and, a lot of comments about how good was it to see a full, no disrespect to the 6-litre guys, but a full field of blown alcohol boats, which is what that race is all about.
Basically, exactly.
Sure, the 6-litre guys like to come and rain on the
yeah, love it.
But, to have a full field of blown displacements was something we haven't seen for quite some time.
There it is, exactly right, and brilliant that race had unfolded, and the results obviously were also excellent, and it was just one of those days when everything fell in lovely. Good stuff.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely beautiful, mate. Really good, and really looking forward to the Darwin today. And actually really excited about this Brett Howard as well. It's basically a mini Darwin. In fact, it's sort of, because it's an invitational,
yes,
there's a little bit of cheekiness in the selections, I'd have to say.
Well, we can talk about Chad, but that Chad Howard, yes.
Well, the Chad has put, Reckless and Unleashed next to each other.
Exactly, yeah. When we read it out, we looked at each other like, wow, okay. So Reckless, Unleashed, yeah.
That's what we want to see. That's what the crowd wants.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What Chad wants to see, and I'm sure it'll be what Brett would have wanted to see.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Brett Howard, absolutely. And that's going to be a good thing. But at the same time, as we look out the window, lovely spectators are getting a free shower this morning. They never had one at home. They're getting one right now. But no great dramas, and hopefully this will blow over again. Thanks again, folks, to the guys and girls out there on the green and coming out and supporting out here. But at the moment, sure, there's a little bit of precipitation coming down. But hopefully that'll blow over. I can see blue sky over the far side. And from there, we'll just continue on.
Yeah, mate, I think this is just going to be a passing one, and I think hopefully by this afternoon we'll see some nice sunshine and we'll have a nice day. So just got to take a little bit of this pain just for a little bit, but we'll be okay. Go and find yourself some shelter, folks. A lot of people have come prepared, mate. A lot of umbrellas.
Oh, yeah, they know that they're the backbone of this club, all these spectators. They know to bring all their wet weather gear. Let's have a quick look at other paperwork. We'll go off air for a short period of time. and sort out this what we've got here, and we'll come back right at you, all right?
Righto, we'll be back real soon with some spectacular powerboat racing, folks. Stick by.
Well, red hot Jared Smith, mate. That boat's going very quickly at the moment.
Yeah, no, we've had a pretty good season this year. We've run the same motor now for 14 months. I changed the plugs yesterday for the first time in that time, yeah, we're not quite as good as these other methanol guys, but we're consistent, and I think that's where we're certainly starting to get some results. And it's taken me a while to learn how to drive the boat, and having a consistent motor and going to a lot of different race meetings. We've got a lot of different courses to learn how this boat corners and goes down the straight. So yeah, we're really happy with how it's going this weekend.
And do you say that about going to a lot of different courses? In terms of data, do you keep a lot of data on the boat and different tracks?
Yeah, I certainly do. So I've got the Ames MX Dash at the moment, and the computer is set up in the trailer. So every time we come in, download that data, lay the maps over other courses, see what our lap times are, acceleration times, all of that. It's a big difference when you go to Melton, then you go to Perth, and you come to Adelaide. You leave the same tune up in it. Your top end's different. Your cornering speeds are different. Everything changes. So it is very interesting, especially when you go to different courses, what tunes you'll put in, and then obviously after a couple of years you've got all that data. When you go back to that course, you know exactly what tune to jump straight into.
Yeah, it's amazing, mate. Obviously propellers, I talk to car people and I explain to them that the propeller is the diff, it's the gearbox, and it's also your tyres, so it's critical. How many props do you run, or how many props do you have?
I've got about half a dozen props, and yeah, certainly depending on the length of the track will change what propeller you put on. I have my favourite, as everyone does, so I know my Adelaide favourite. I'll put my Adelaide favourite on, and I try not to touch it, because once you change the propeller, your tune's going to change, and then you've got a whole bunch of different things. So when you do your first race is going to be your heat, you just put what you know on, and you hope like hell it's going to go.
Good racing yesterday, mate, out there. A lot of tunnel boats. It was really good to see.
To the inside of Max's wash, but then he chooses to go back outside. I probably would have tried to just sneak up the inside there and just gone with it, but he's ducked to the outside, mate, and these two kids are having a ball, aren't they?
Oh, you're not wrong about that, absolutely, and it's good to see it out there. The competition, it's in the blood. It'll be in the blood for the rest of their time too, but keeping an eye on them at the same time. Not a bad turn coming up. I love the yellow boat of that turn, and the little blue machine doing a little bit wide, but still good.
Tell you what, both of them very aggressive in the corners.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Imagine what they're going to be like when they're in their 20s.
Oh, well, exactly. This is training them up to be the best racers when they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
You and I will be old, and they'll be haggardy and looking like, do you remember these youngsters, Andy? Look at them now, Oh, well, we've had a good life. We can't complain. Yeah, you're not wrong about word. Exactly. That was the word. But, that blue boat, once again, is bogging down. As you said, no gears, no nothing. You've got to keep them going. You've taught me something there straight away with that. And with doing that, lost a bit more pace once again.
Yeah, that's right. With boats, mate, if you want top-end speed, if you want ultimate top-end speed, you have to pay for it at the other end.
Yes.
Because you don't have a gear set to accelerate and have top-end speed.
It's either one or the other.
Yeah, and you've got to get that happy medium between acceleration. We see it with the blown boats, mate, all the time. Blown boats, if they don't get out of the corner well, they've got enough power to accelerate, no drama, right? But
yes.
If they throw the boat up on its side, like Shepherd did yesterday, with
yes.
a little bit heads up,
yes.
and he was stabbing at the throttle, and the boat was throwing itself on the air, he just went backwards and backwards and backwards.
Correct.
Same as these things, and the outboard boats, if you're not getting a good exit speed, it doesn't matter if you do it 160 mile an hour by the time you get to the next turn, boy. Because by the time you've slowed down, gone around, you're slow to get going again, you may as well forget about it. So you can't just look at top end, and it's the biggest mistake that powerboat guys, and especially ski racing people, make.
Yes.
Is looking at that one number, trying to get that maximum speed out of their boats. That's not what it's about. You've got to do fast lap times, and you don't do fast lap times by coming into corners too hot and not being able to accelerate out of them.
Well, there it is. What a great explanation coming out. Thanks, Bisho, as usual, and folks always listening up and making it very interesting and enjoyable to be out here at the boat racing. Well done, mate. Good work.
Thank you, mate. Checkered flag comes out. Maxie Cameron gets the job done. That's a second win for him. And fist pumps the air again.
Yeah, excellent. Again, look, the handwork. That was a double. Off. That was a double, mate. Both hands up in the air and shaking them hard like, wow.
He's like a frog in a sock.
Excellent. Well, definitely a future.
Winning.
Definitely a future there, mate. No different than that junior dragster drivers. He's a really, really competitive guy in the blood. Yeah. Well done to him. Nice to see that from the junior. Well done.
Fantastic. So, Maxie, he'll be drinking red cordials all night, mate.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Good morning, Chad. Yeah, he can't hear us. He's busy talking down there, Chad Howard, and Yeah, maybe you heard something just then. Good morning, man. How are you? All right, cool. We'll talk later. Enjoy. Yeah, he's got the wrist elbow going already.
Chad's,
you know,
be super excited today. Super emotional day for him. And
for sure.
Also, a great credit to the club for actually, doing this Brett Howard Memorial Race and, supporting their legends as they're doing with Frank Lindsay as well. And I'm sure there's plenty of other legends around the club too that, memorial trophies and whatnot going on. That's the good thing about boat racing. It's generational.
Absolutely. Now, we were talking about clubs, obviously here this weekend at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Fill me in, the Victorian Speedboat Club. Of course, the other side of the border. You've been a Mexican. What's the club like? How many members? Good place?
Well, first of all, us Mexicans have been discussing how you South Australians reckon we're Mexicans. We can understand New South Wales thinking we're Mexicans.
Here we go.
We're south of them, but we're not south of you.
Yeah, okay, all right, not a problem.
I would have thought the Tasmanians would be Mexicans for you.
No, in my day, the Victorians, we classed them from the drag racing point of view. Mexicans with the Pueblo hats, they used to come to the racetracks, and it was a sea of them, and we knew who they were. Yeah. And I can tell you now, the cans and things were flying in the early days at Adelaide International Raceway. There was some, comradeship and other things happening there at the same time, Bisho. Unbelievable. But the Victorians Speedboat Club, a brilliant club.
Yeah, a massive club, a very historic club. John Thomas, our officer of the day here this weekend, is a member of the Victorian Speedboat, in fact, Commodore of the Victorian Speedboat Club, I should say.
Right.
And has held many offices over the years. But, yeah, Vic Speedboat Club, they had Albert Park Lake originally.
I remember that now, yes.
In the 1940s.
Early times.
Can't race there anymore, but they built the site at Lake Epilock in the 60s.
Right.
They've got a beautiful clubhouse, very similar to here. Got great grounds, great boat ramps, race tower, all the gear that you need to go powerboat racing, and such a good, strong history over at that club.
Beautiful.
Particularly with hydroplane racing.
Okay.
The Solos, the Miss Buds, the Aussie Endeavours, the Aussie Buds, the Aussie Connections.
Rightio.
The GP ones, although those guys are melting, but, raced a lot with the Vic Speedboat Club. Very historic club. And
very historic and very strong. A very strong club.
Strong club, yeah.
Beautiful,
absolutely.
great to hear.
Yep.
Yeah,
and same as the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Yeah.
And the good thing about this powerboat racing business is that, we all hang it on each other and we all have a laugh, but at the end of the day, we all love what we do and we're all friends.
Exactly, and I can tell you now some stories have been told in that club room at a night time after an event like this, and so enjoyable and so much fun. So many smiles on their dials out there chatting about what they've done on the weekend and previous years. You can't beat it from a club level. Good stuff.
I don't know how people sit at home on the couch, Michael. Really
no, mate. Get in there, enjoy your life, get things happening. Hey, each to their own. Let's go to a start of a race coming our way, though, Bisho.
Absolutely. So another junior race here coming. So we've got Out of Control, Ecstatic, B&R Engines, A Little Nuts, and Intruder. And we'll just pick them up as they come past the commentary point here. Just trying to, such Ecstatic getting the best of the starts there with Damon Bagley. He was a winner of the previous race, but Intruder gets a cracking start as well. Ellen Idri on the outside, and then splitting the wedge there is Darcy Phelp in the Out of Control, and out the back door there is Andy Cameron in A Little Nuts. First corner, Michael.
There it is, the first corner, and Little Nuts giving it everything that they've got out there, and nice to see that happening. Let's have a look when they start to spread out, or maybe not. But out in the far field, on their far side, on the back straight at the moment, now they're starting to show the difference between the boats themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Spread out reasonably even already.
Yeah, unfortunately, Out of Control there. Darcy Phelp hooked in really hard on turn number 1 and lost a lot of momentum.
Yes.
We spoke about momentum before, and it actually had to get the boat back up onto the plane. So that's pumped him back into 4th spot at the moment. But he's having a bit of a cheeky look up the inside of Ellen Nitry at the moment as he runs in the wash of the Intruder. But it is all Simon. I've got a mate whose name's Simon, Bagley, so I've got his name is Simon. For whatever reason,
we know why. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But it's Darcy, of course.
Yeah, we do call a lot of names and races, and of course through the day. That's not a problem. But keeping an eye on them all at the same time. 1 and 2 have got their own spread. 3 and 4 are very similar behind. So looking good there. And number 5 at the rear of field, just going now on the turn of the pin on the inland end.
So up into turn number 2 for the second last time. Yellow flag comes out. And it is Bagley as he comes through and leads this one quite comfortably at the moment. Intruder's still there, though. Deegan I tell you what, Bagley would not want to make a mistake here, so Damon needs to keep a real eye on the boat to his outside, to his starboard side, and then it's the out of control back to the BNR, and then the Little Nuts.
Absolutely. Just watching Bagley in lead at the moment, and a great turn at the pin on the inland end at the moment. Well done, and good work from these guys, the youngsters once again. That nose up in the air quite well. The boat is gliding very, very nice.
Yeah, it's a quick little boat, this ecstatic boat, and Damon driving it absolutely beautifully. So he'll tip into the port turn. He's got to be careful if he hooks the boat up or spins it. Look at the boat speed that the Intruder carries in, and actually makes up a lot of ground, but I think it's going to be too little too late. It is, as Damon Bagley, ladies and gentlemen, comes through and takes the win in the ecstatic. And then it is the Intruder, Deegan Phelp, on the outside of him. Into third place. Going to be a little drag race to the line here between the out of control with Darcy Phelp and a hard charging Ella Nidri, who comes through for fourth place.
Well done, Ella. Still did a great job out there against the guys. One of the youngsters, a lady, one of the girls. And beautiful Sarah out there, and coming up rear of field at the moment out here once again, Bish.
Andy Cameron there in the Little Nuts machine. He's done a good job there. He's just lacking a little bit of pace. I'll tell you what, Bagley won't want to do another lap at race speed, mate, because I think that means a DQ. But no, he's slowed down now. He's right. He's all over it. So always concerns me when I see them charging hard at the back straight after the last race is finished, because if they do an extra lap at race speed, Gonski.
Brilliant. That was brilliant to bring that up, and that obviously the guys listening, of course, on our live streaming, and also our folks here, always learning something new in the depth of the actual rules of what goes on out there. Well done to you, Bishay. Good work.
Thank you, Michael. And Johnny Thomas, what have you got for us? So we're just waiting on the tide a little bit, mate. Yep. So Johnny might just jump on, maybe give us a stirring rendition of, I don't know, American Pie, maybe.
John, he's putting you in the deep end, mate, but I'll control him. Don't worry, mate. You had a good night last night. Just say that. That's all good. Not a problem.
Oh, I'll be like a dog with a bone. Don't worry about that.
Okay, John, he's the officer of the day, folks, and we're talking about John Thomas, which you've mentioned about, and a stellar guy, knows what he's doing big time.
The Victorian Speedboat Club.
Absolutely. They're concerned about the depth of the water with the tide not coming in quite as yet, so we're going to run another round of the juniors. Obviously, that's a safety issue with the bigger boats out there.
Yeah.
So we'll do the right thing by it, and the kids can get their opportunity now to get out there and, hey, have all their competition.
Let's get them all done, get them plenty of races, get plenty of races in for them, keep them happy, and it's great because, Mother Nature, that's one thing that we can't control. We have to, obviously, at this venue, you've got to work around the tide, and we're just waiting for it to come in, so... it'll be good. It'll be good by late this afternoon. We'll be absolutely full as a goog, I reckon, Mike.
Yep, spot on with that there, folks. While we've got the opportunity, there's no boats out in the water. If you're only just coming to the grounds, if you go over right beside Mississippi Hot Coffee and Donuts van, the ladies and men's toilets, there's a Legends Walk being put up on the toilet walls. 5 placards. Go have a look at them and take your phone with you and take some photos. They are brilliant, and all the information that's on them about the past up to the present of all the results of all the different types of racing and the legends of the sport are all up there on display here this weekend. Put up this morning around about 8:30 a.m. and it's something I've noticed so many people pull up and go, wow. And that's what it's there for. So I'm just telling these guys now, go have a look while you got the chance.
Now, whilst you're up there, Michael, that's the perfect opportunity because right next to the Legends Walk, if you just walk straight out the gate from there, there is Savage Force, the merchandise. Louise McNaughton, she's over there working very, very hard. So are the other girls. And they've got all the fantastic gear, the beautiful hats. I see Johnny Thomas is in one of the beautiful Darwin hats.
Absolutely.
Marj Watson, stubby holders, shirts, all the gear. You can't leave this meeting without getting your... what have you got on here, mate? Oh, there we go. Adelaide Speedboat Club. Have a look.
You like that? Mate. You like that for a T-shirt? Let me go to the window. I'm showing me body. Have a look up in the crow's nest, folks. These are the sort of T-shirts that you can buy out here at the moment and support the club. This is just one of them. You can't see much of it because I've got it under my other top, but beautiful T-shirts. Support the club and the merchandising. They're available all out there. They're not very expensive, and you can take them home. There's one from yesterday for the Marj Watson, one today for the Darwin Gold Cup, plus heaps of other merchandising from all of the other competitors that are here.
Yes.
And, you know, you're supporting the guys that come to the sport to get things happening out here at the racetrack.
Absolutely, mate. So Savage Force, get on board, get your merchandise. Particularly while we're waiting for the tide to come in, it's the perfect time to do it. You can check out the Legends Walk.
Yep.
You can grab your stubby holder, grab yourself something to eat, grab yourself a coffee. You can have a beer if you want.
If you want it, and hey, the coffee's good, the donuts are sweet. All the gear coming out of Mississippi, the two girls in there, they're supplying some great stuff. Never forget, of course, our fabulous canteen. Can't get over the steak sandwiches and, of course, the egg and bacon rolls, the lovely chips. Everything's available, all cooked up fresh. And, man, did we get looked after yesterday, hey? What do you reckon?
Oh, mate, I've never been looked after like that in all my life. Big thank you to the Adelaide Speedboat Club. You guys
Absolutely.
rock.
Nah, beautiful. All right, we got some juniors coming back for another show out here once again. As we said just earlier on, Tide been out a little bit. We're going to run all the juniors now and get all their competition done.
Yeah, Caden Thomas is out in front in this one. And I'll tell you what, he'll be happy to be out in front in this one. He's had to follow Max around a little bit in the previous races. So Caden's got a good break on Max here. So Max must have been a little bit slow to get out of the start. And Caden needs to now make hay while the sun shines.
Absolutely. In fact, almost maybe just under half a lap difference between this time around. And the results this time around are the opposite.
Yeah, exactly right. So, yeah, let's see if Caden needs to be able to hang on, because I think the little Desperado boat's probably got a couple of miles an hour over the top of the Reckless boat. So the gap hopefully is enough for him to try and hold off young Max.
Absolutely, and you're spot on with that. I tell you what, mate, you're stripping off, you're putting jackets back on, you're stripping off again.
Oh, mate. I feel like I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah, I can see that, mate. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. You poor guys over there, the amount of cover you have there, cloud cover. Every time I go to Melbourne, love going to Melbourne. I love the place. So Victoria's a good joint, don't get me wrong. But the cloud cover, nearly every day I look up, it's always grey and doomy. Why? But you've got some good stuff over there. Don't get me wrong. I love it. All my rallies are over there too. It's brilliant. But love it, mate. Love you guys at the same time.
Well, mate, I'm not Melbourne anymore. I used to be. But,
where are you now?
I'm a Bendigo boy now.
Oh, you're a Bendigo boy?
Bendigonian, yep.
Okay, so, not far away from Heathcote drag strip.
I was actually out at Heathcote for the Top Fuel back in summer.
Yeah, that was a while ago now.
It was maybe November, something like that.
Yeah, 15,000 spectators in the place. Burnout's going at the same time off memory.
Yeah, couldn't quite understand that, but
yeah.
Love the Top Fuel.
Exactly right what you said there, and we wouldn't do that here in Adelaide. That will never happen at the Bend like that. All right, but yeah, Top Fuel, you can't go past those guys. Let's go back to what we're doing out here.
Yellow flag, mate, so 1 lap to go now for the little Reckless J2, which is Caden Thomas. And then we've got the little Desperado out there running in second place with Maxie Cameron. And this is the checkered flag lap, mate. And looks like young Caden's going to get his win here. Hopefully he does, because he deserves a win in this, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And that'll be a nice, well-deserved win. Gary down there on the shoreline with the checkered flag. Thanks, Gary, for all your great work again this weekend. To all of our guys, the main flagman up in the control tower. But here we go now. Checkered flag's been taken by the nice blue machine.
Yes, the little Reckless J2, Caden Thomas, takes the win, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for him.
Let's keep an eye on the youngster out here in Little Desperado with Maxie. I want to see if there's any fist pumping still after just having a race anyway.
Yeah, well, this will be interesting to see, mate. Maybe I wonder if he takes it as emotionally coming second as he does coming first. Yeah, and no, just grabs the visor, goes, no, that's not the result I wanted.
Exactly.
He's a racer.
Exactly, spot on. He's got it right. When he's a winner, mate, the blood is pumping, you know, and the heart rate would be right up there. Juniors are not the same as the adults. When you're going, mate, heart rate goes from 60 to around 130, 140, 150. Things change.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Absolutely right. So, juniors, that is, we probably see another junior race now with our J3s.
Yeah, I believe there might be one more lot again as we're going to run waiting for the tide. You filled me in yesterday, Bisho, about your own personal days and so forth. You broke so many bones. You've been involved in a lot of ski racing and boat racing and so forth. Just run it past me again, a few of the things you've done over your time, mate.
Oh, mate, my background probably originally comes from car racing. My father raced cars, but Dad always had boats.
Yeah.
And
you fell in love with the boats?
Yeah, I did, yeah. It was an interesting one, that one. And at the Victorian Speedboat Club, my first powerboat race was out at Epilogue. I watched boats like Miss Bud, Solo, the big Rolls-Royce Merlins of V12, 27 metres. And
were they good in their time? Were they good in their time?
Oh, phenomenal, yeah.
And the sound of those ends, what would the sound like?
Just the ground shakes, mate, incredible.
Oh, man, I wish I could have seen that.
Well, there's still one running at the moment, Aussie Connection, so
okay.
I need to drag you along to a race meeting that the Connection's at. It couldn't run here. The track here would be too small for that. It needs a big hydroplane track.
Wow.
You maybe need to come to the Griffith Cup at Yarrawonga and watch the big old girl run
Don't tempt me, mate. Don't tempt me. Something like that will work, I can tell you now.
We might flick you an invite, mate.
Yeah,
go over there,
absolutely.
Just to show you something
just
new,
to say that engine you're talking about has got me going already. But no, that's good.
Out of a Spitfire aeroplane, so
yeah,
absolutely awesome. But that was my. And then I went to a skier. A friend of mine water ski raced, and he took me to a ski race, and I watched that, and I just thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Boat, all the things that I loved: water skiing, boats, skiing,
all in one. It's all there.
Everything all rolled in together, and big fields.
Yeah. Excellent. You went into that
instantly hooked. So 28 years later, I was racing at the World Championships in my last race, over in France. We shipped a boat over there for that.
What a way to do it, mate.
Yeah, well, crashed it, broke my leg, but...
That's all right. That's why I'm commentating with an ex-world champion in my books, mate. Well done. Well done.
I got a silver medal, mate, so it was still good. Fortunately, I only crashed at the last race, and you can drop your worst round, so we dropped the crash round, and the rest of them counted, so we ended up second there. But, yeah, mate, that's my background. And then in amongst all that water ski racing, I dabbled in a little bit of circuit boat racing as well. I've circuit raced bullets and some different things, and a little Dancraft that we own. A couple of mates and I own together, but that's where I've come from.
Great to hear. And talking about ski racing, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the SA State Titles ski racing. Whereabouts? Up at Murray Bridge. What date? The 10th and 11th of June weekend. SA State Titles ski racing up at Murray Bridge, the 10th and 11th of June. A brilliant event. You'd know all about that style of racing. I've been up there. It's a great spot, and the competition is excellent.
Yeah, and nice and close and personal.
Yep.
So, you can sit on the bank there at Murray Bridge, and it's very similar to here. The boats are really close to you. You feel
right, you can feel it. Yeah, you can feel them going by.
Yeah, it's one of the, there's probably two venues in Australia for water ski racing that I love, and one of them is Wagga, which happened last weekend.
Right.
And the other one is South Australia, Murray Bridge.
Yeah, it's a good course, beautiful course, great. And the island on the infield, the big island, I love it the way it operates out there. It's good.
It's just great. It's great for spectators, mate.
Yeah.
It's really good for the competitors. Everyone talks Southern 80 bridge to bridge, and they're great, the river races, but as spectator races, the boats go past, the boat's gone past,
Yeah.
These places like Murray Bridge, if you really want to see what ski racing's all about, get to Murray Bridge and have a look.
That's the place to be. Okay, let's go back to what we're doing here out on the water right now, and we're moving on here with another junior once again coming our way. 5 starters, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they're coming our way now, Bish, and the white flag is still up. Gary's got it up right beside the riverside now. And they're almost lined up identical, doing a great job. Flag has been dropped, the race is on. And when the green flag drops, the so-and-so stops.
It does. Intruder out of pole 1, Ecstatic out of 2. Then it's the out of control. On the outside is BNR, and a little nuts rounding out the field as they head up into the top turn for the first time. Who can get the job done here and come out in P1? Intruder, very, very nice first corner. Uses pole to his advantage, and that pumps him into the lead. Back to Ecstatic. BNR doing a good job. Ellen Idri on the outside, and then the out of control with Darcy Felt running into 4th place, and in 5th place, Andy Cameron.
No worries, great call there, Bisho, and good to watch these youngsters once again. Let's look at the pin turn on the Bridgeland end. And that's tight. That was tight. Pulled the boat right down, as you said earlier on, wide coming out with Ella.
How did David Bagnally not spin that boat out?
Yeah, it was close.
It's like it's got an anchor out the back of it, that thing.
Wow.
It should have gone round. That's incredible. Great drive.
Yeah,
I don't know whether it's good luck or good management, but either way, it was really cool.
No, that's good stuff, and we go again.
Oh, now he goes around. Oh,
yeah, nearly spun it again.
He's just pushing that ragged edge, that limit,
right
isn't
to
he?
the edge. Trying his damn hardest. That just goes to show you how hard these youngsters are trying out. The competition, the competitive in their blood is flat out. They're into it. It's good.
This is as tight as the Marj Watson yesterday, I can tell you. And,
in the juniors,
and David Bagley just as desperate as Brett Shepherd was yesterday as he throws the boat in nice and hard. But out in front, mate, it's the Intruder and it's Deegan Phelps, and he's just keeping it very tidy and doing a great job.
Yeah, spot on, and keeping an eye on him once again, as you're just mentioning there. And they're spread out reasonably well. 3rd and 4th is always a bit of a competition. And young Ella, she's just keeping ahead and holding third spot at the moment.
Yeah, doing a good job, just staying in front of Darcy Felt there, and Ella's got the inside. Oh, and he's gone around, just top corner there. So ecstatic, goes around that time. He's found the limit.
Yeah, definitely. The one previous was almost on the edge, and this time just went over the edge. No great drama though. It's all part of our competition. If you don't try hard enough, you never get that far. So
that's right, mate. He's absolutely pushing the envelope, and he's maintained second position. So
yeah, well done.
Done a good job.
He saved it reasonably well.
He did, yeah, and he didn't hit the buoy either. So, oh, gee, he really is throwing the nose of that boat in. It obviously turns well. Race winner is the intruder, mate. Comes through, gets the job done. Deegan Felt.
Well done, Deegan. Good
David
work.
Bagley in second place, and Ella Nidri puts herself on the podium.
Third time again. Well done. She's living proof that she can compete with the boys. Not a problem.
They're going to fill that B&R trailer up with trophies when they come home.
Yeah.
From Australia. No
well done.
There.
There'll be a lot of chat on the way home in the cab, like we had a good weekend. Brilliant. Of course, the spirits will be nice, high spirits all the way home, nice and happy.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Darcy Felt comes through into fourth place in the Out of Control. And rounding out the field is our man, Andy Cameron, out of Bendigo, Victoria, my hometown, mate.
Well, there it is. Yeah, Bendigo, nice place too. Haven't been there for a while and haven't been over the Heathcote. Got to head over that way again also. But good to have the juniors out there. Thank you so much.
Always a bed and a beer at my joint for you, mate.
Beautiful, mate. I'm in the area. I'll be calling you up. In fact, I'll get that on you a bit later on, and I'll give you mine so you know what's going on. But it's all good.
Be an absolute pleasure, mate. So
absolutely,
that's the juniors done and dusted.
Yep. Hopefully that's unless the officer of the day decides to do more, which we won't know about yet. Water is still obviously a fair way out, but that's their call. Bisho, we'll wait to get the instructions from them, whatever comes our way. We take a look at the moment. It looks like there's no boats getting unloaded out onto the water. Maybe we'll just move a few of our sheets around a bit more, and we'll come back with these folks shortly. What do you reckon?
Absolutely, mate. We might, for those of you watching at home on the GP Live streaming, Scotty might load up a couple of interviews that we did. So if you're on the GP Hydro live stream, you can jump on board if you're here on site as well. Get it on your phone, GP Hydro or Bisho Media. You can see we've got some good videos. We've got some great interviews as well.
Good work.
Going, and you can watch those whilst the day rolls through. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back real soon.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, Chad Howard, mate, pretty emotional day, pretty special race for you today. Tell us about that, please.
Yeah, so the club's been fantastic in basically honouring Dad. He spent a lot of years down here, life member, heavily involved with the APBA over a lot of years, and Adelaide Speedboat Club gave him the honour of having the Brett Howard Memorial. So we've run that a couple of years in a row now. We've had Craig Bailey on it and Jet Palmer. So we've had two good winners, and hopefully we get another good one today.
Well, mate, it's a really interesting concept. I actually love it, how we go about it. Just explain to the people how it happens and how the field gets picked.
So it's an invitational. The way we sort of wanted to do it was similar to how Darwin Gold Cup. You get a mix of boats in there. So we wanted a couple of blown boats, a couple of 6 litres and a couple of tunnels. So that's how we set it up, just as a pure invitational. So we got 2 of the fastest of each and put them together and see what happens.
And you get to make the decision, I believe.
Sadly, yeah, bit of a tough one. So we do what we can.
Oh, mate, it's fantastic. It's great to have your dad on it in that way. It just shows, obviously, the respect that the club has for the man.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Really, they've gone above and beyond. There's a lot of his memorabilia in the bar, and probably where I spend more of my time than he did, but he was more of the tower man, so they've named the tower after him as well. And, really good. He's down here for 52 years. When he first came down, I think they were lining the clubhouse here, so he was involved in that and heavily involved in the safety of boat racing, developed the rescue boat down here, the Don P. Farrell, and heavily involved with the APBA side to improve racing safety. He always said, if I can give you a part that'll give you 5 horsepower, I could make 20 grand off it, but something will save your life, it's a hard sell. But finally things are starting to come around and people are doing, getting a bit smarter about things, and the sport's a lot better for it.
It absolutely is, mate, and not through any work from your father as well. So great effort, mate. Thanks. I hope you enjoy the race today, and tough gig choosing the boats, I suppose.
It is indeed, but thankfully we've got a smorgasbord of boats here to choose from, and some real rippers. So it should be a cracking race.
Good on you, Chad. Thanks for having a chat, mate. Good luck.
See you, mate.
Well, Andy Donoghue, been a big weekend for you so far. Saturday, you had a couple of good runs. You've been making some changes to the boat as well. What's that all about, please?
We're just trying to work on a bit of speed for next year, maybe, to give the Harrisons a bit of a run for their money. A bit of fun.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned that. I mean, obviously you run in the 1.6 series. This weekend there's no 1.6s. You're having to go at the 85. Tough call.
Just got to get out there, Dave, when the safety boys are out there. So, you know, we don't do any homework at home. So we're on the water, the safety's there, wrapped up in the catch-all. If something happens, we're well covered.
This is only a new deal for you, mate. You've been running it pretty much for a season now. I noticed making a few shaft angle changes yesterday. What's that about?
We're just trying to get the nose up a little bit, maybe being a bit bigger in the front. Trying to get it up a bit, trying to make it turn as well, so keep the speed bit turn. And we're just changing things to see if it works, but we're not doing too much because the boat was fast when we bought it. So trial and error. We just go back to where we start each time, and if it works, we leave it there. If it doesn't, we go back to start.
What about yesterday? Obviously running out there with predominantly tunnel boats and displacement boats. Very different lines that you're all taking.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like we've got the inboards out there leaving big holes, so we're sort of trying to stay in their line a little bit, but we're crossing their wash coming out of the corners and had a bit of a moment yesterday and done a full circle, so that was interesting.
First time you've been around in one of these?
No, I had another one at Nelson, so second time out. And yeah, it's interesting when you go around, but it's okay. It's all good.
Good luck today, mate. You got a few races on, I assume?
Well, hopefully 3 today. We depends on how the big boys go. If they all get out there and do their thing, and yeah, we'll get 3 runs in. So just out there, have a bit of fun.
Nice,
dry.
Nice to see you out there, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, Davey. Good on you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Now I'm down here with Caden, the driver of Reckless. Mate, this is your first weekend in the boat.
Yeah.
And tell me a little bit about your family and where the boat racing comes from in your family.
So we were just driving around, me and my grandpa were driving around by Berry, saw a couple boats racing, and then we were like, we want to get one, so we got one.
Really? And so you bought this particular boat?
No, I started off in a J1, junior one, and then moved up to this boat here.
Fantastic. Now tell us about this boat. It's a really nice boat. It was a Ramsey's old boat. Looks beautiful. How does it handle?
The handle's quite good. The steering's good. The accelerator, the boat goes a bit slow. I reckon 4 kilometres needs to be added on somehow. But yeah, otherwise it's good.
Perfect. So where do we find that 4 kilometres, do you think?
Probably maybe adjusting the accelerator or trim and that, yeah.
Some different propellers. Get Dad to buy you some new propellers?
Nah, it's very expensive. $1,200 or something around there.
All right, mate. Hey, I hope we saw you did a great job yesterday, and we hope you have a great run today. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks, mate. Well, red hot Jared Smith, mate. That boat's going very quickly at the moment.
Yeah, no, we've had a pretty good season this year. We've run the same motor now for 14 months. I changed the plugs yesterday for the first time in that time, yeah, we're not quite as good as these other methanol guys, but we're consistent, and I think that's where we're certainly starting to get some results. And it's taken me a while to learn how to drive the boat, and having a consistent motor and going to a lot of different race meetings. We've got a lot of different courses to learn how this boat corners and goes down the straight. So yeah, we're really happy with how it's going this weekend.
And do you say that about going to a lot of different courses? In terms of data, do you keep a lot of data on the boat and different tracks?
Yeah, I certainly do. So I've got the Ames MX stash at the moment, and the computer is set up in the trailer. So every time we come in, download that data, lay the maps over other courses, see what our lap times are, acceleration times, all of that. It's a big difference when you go to Melton and you go to Perth and you come to Adelaide. You leave the same tune up in it. Your top end's different. Your cornering speeds are different. Everything changes. So it is very interesting, especially when you go to different courses, what tunes you'll put in, and then obviously after a couple of years you've got all that data. When you go back to that course, you know exactly what tune to jump straight into.
Yeah, it's amazing, mate. Obviously propellers, I talk to car people and I explain to them that the propeller is the diff, it's the gearbox, and it's also your tyres, so it's critical. How many props do you run, or how many props do you have?
I've got about half a dozen props, and yeah, certainly depending on the length of the track will change what propeller you put on. I have my favourite, as everyone does, so I know my Adelaide favourite. I'll put my Adelaide favourite on, and I try not to touch it, because once you change propeller, your tune's going to change, and then you've got a whole bunch of different things. So when you do, your first race is going to be your heat. You just put what you know on, and you hope like hell it's going to go.
Good racing yesterday, mate, out there. A lot of tunnel boats. It was really good to see.
Yeah, we had a field of 7. I know a few of the crowd said they haven't seen that many tunnel boats in one field in a while. We did a staggered start, which worked really well. And it's everyone's having a ball, and it's great to see even the guys in the 105 tunnel boats stepping up to unlimited, because that just means more racing for them, and it's better for the crowd. It's better for everyone. The more racing we can put on is the better. And we've got the cream of the crop here with Simon and Bales, and I think it's really great that we can all run together.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Darwin Cup, what do we do there, please?
Darwin Gold Cup, well, we're fortunate enough to be in a heat with 2 other tunnel boats. So the Darwin's going to go on lap times, and so the cleaner water you have, the better. So I'm actually real happy that we've drawn our pole in pole 2. So we'll just aim to have 3 consistent fast laps, and all going well, we'll be in the final later today.
Well, mate, you're one of the stalwarts of the club here, obviously. You work really hard on the committee. Must be pretty pleasing to see everybody here, and this being such a good meeting.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, a lot of effort the last 6 months has gone into this meeting. With having 7 mate coming on board as well like that. I can say we had well over 1,000 people through the gate yesterday, which has got to be a record for us as well. Even the show of boats, we had 15 entered on Friday, blowing boats. We've gone down a bit since then, but yeah, just the crowd, I haven't seen this big in a while. The canteen's already sold out of food. We had to do another alcohol run this morning, so that's all good signs of a good meeting.
Fantastic, mate. My first time here. Thanks so much for inviting me over, because I'll be back for sure.
Absolutely, no worries. Very much pleasure having you.
Good on you, mate.
Okay, well, folks, the time has come for one of our more prestigious races here this morning. I'm talking about the Brett Howard OAM coming up our way, and I can see also Chad Howard down there right beside the riverside right now. You can't miss Chad, the good rock and roller with the hairdo and the beard and the lovely cool sunglasses. He can't hear me at the moment because his engine's running and so forth, but the race coming up shortly out here, Bisho, is going to be a good one, a barnstormer, so to speak, for the Brett Howard OAM Memorial here this morning.
Brought to you by Club APF, Michael. So thank you to Club APF there for their wonderful support of this particular race. This is going to be a barn burner, mate, because we've got 2 outboards, 2 6 litres and 2 blind displacements going at it hammer and tong, and they all hate each other the minute the flag drops.
That's going to be a great race, and you've explained that 100% well. And they're getting out into the water now, in fact, and lovely colour out there, and also lovely colour in our spectator area at the same time. Very, very vivid here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, and looking super sharp at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So I'm looking here now. I'm looking across and I'm seeing Immortal in the water, which is not what my list is saying we should be seeing. So I might try and get that confirmed, whether Immortal's actually potentially replaced Unleashed.
You might want to head inside now quickly and see Joe and take that with you.
I'll just go a little bit of reconnaissance.
Please,
you just talk amongst yourselves.
I will, certainly will do that. If you can do that just to make sure we're on the right track here with our paperwork. I appreciate that, Fabisho. Thank you so much, mate. But folks, the engines in fact are starting to fire up to get out onto the race course here this morning. And to the ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who have just come into the grounds out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club, of course, the Winter Spectacular. Thank you for coming out and supporting. A great day yesterday, another great day coming out today, and great to have your company out here enjoying some brilliant boat racing here in Adelaide. Rightio, and I can see Bisho working feverishly at the moment with the paper and pen, and let's have a look and see what we've got coming up. And he's pretty quick with this out here. In fact, yes, something has been changed on the entries, no great dramas. In fact, we'll call them out right now. From 1 will be Tough Enough James, and that is James Clark. From 2, we're going to have Mainline Dinos with Simon Troy. From 3, Image with Craig Lewis. From 4, for TRG Transport, Craig Bailey. From 5, Reckless, Tate Ramsey, there's a good one. And from 6, here it is, the name, Immortal, Mark Gauchi. They are the starters coming up this weekend for the running of the Brett Howard OAM Memorial. This is going to be a great race.
This will be a cracker, mate. So you can see there that Unleashed was originally in. Now, I was talking to Brett and the boys in the pits this morning. They did have an issue with the prop shaft and the collar and a log gland seal. They were trying to repair that.
Okay.
I thought they might have got there, but maybe they haven't. But they've elected to drop out of this one, which brings in another hardcore blown boat driver, Mark Gauchi, in the Immortal. So good to see. We just replaced an Unleashed with an Immortal. That's not a bad substitution.
You're not wrong. The Maltese cross with Gauchi. He's a Malteser, so good to hear that with Mark in Immortal out there. Of course, our starter for the weekend, the General Lee, ladies and gentlemen, is our starter boat for the weekend. And they're over on the inland end, just quietly parked to the side of the river. But at the moment, all the starters will be getting out into the water and getting warmed up to get everything lubricated on board these wild machines about to hit our way.
Absolutely, mate. I lubricated last night, and it was a ripping night here in old Adelaide town.
Absolutely, mate. You've come across to the good land, mate, here in Adelaide. Not a problem, all right?
So look out.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. Watch out, Adelaideans. Bisho's in town, mate. You're going to know about it. There goes Craig Bailey, and man, world champion, guy in an F1 boat, and we spoke to him yesterday, or you spoke to him yesterday. What a guy, and the guy has done so much for his racing career.
Yeah, mate, it's an absolute enigma in the sport, Craig Bailey. He is probably the most professional guy I've ever come across. There's certainly other guys like the Ramsey boys that are, up there with him as well. But, in terms of the things that he works on, how meticulous his preparation is, not only on the boat, not only in the team and his crew, but also his personal fitness. This guy does Ironmans, he does triathlons, so he's getting a little bit on in age now. He's in his late 50s, but he is still fitter than most young blokes going around. And
what you're saying,
superstar.
He's a machine, mate. He's a machine in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Also out in the water is the winner from yesterday's Marj Watson. Of course, our Reckless out there at the moment. And man, what a drive he had out there yesterday also.
Yeah, well, Tate Ramsey, now current Marj Watson title holder, so pretty exciting to see him get out there and run again in this one. I think for him now, the pressure's off. He'll just really concentrate on enjoying his racing here today, and he'll be very keen to win this one. He'll also be very keen to get into the Darwin as well.
Well, there it is. Great information, Bisco, and folks, listen up carefully. That way you can enjoy what's going on out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club this weekend for the Winter Speedboat Spectacular. Excellent time for 2023 as the sun starts to shine over the premises at the same time. And I can see Chad down here, young Chad Howard, clapping to all the drivers as they go by. Of course, this is in memory and in honour of his dad, Brett Howard here, OAM. And nice to see the sun enjoying so much the sun from up there and the sun down there beside the river line.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And, you know, and Chad's lubricating as well, so good on him. He's enjoying his day. And,
no, absolutely.
This race is all about his dad, mate, which is, you know, we've all got dads and we all look up to him, you know. So
absolutely. And I saw the interview earlier on inside the clubhouse that you'd done earlier this morning. Great work, mate, and a great guy to interview. Had some really good words, and it was a nice interview. Well done.
Oh, thank you, mate.
Absolutely.
See, that one was on the clubhouse, was it?
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, I saw it there, and I thought, wow, what a good job.
Didn't realise that camera was turned on.
Ah, look out, mate. Things are happening. I can tell you now, and yeah, no, it's all good. But let's get back to this race. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes on the inland end of this fabulous racetrack we have here at Adelaide, and we're about to start off with our first race, coming in with a starter boat, the General Lee here this morning. And in fact, we'll keep an eye on things as I speak. In fact, this afternoon, I should say, 12:30 p.m. is on the time slip. Rightio, at the moment out here, Bisho, they're milling and getting themselves organised. The General Lee with a starter boat driven this weekend by Mr. Darryl Eads and his son Todd actually dropping the flag. They're the guys that are mastering the starter boat out there. They'll be bringing them in to get this race underway shortly.
Where do old ski race boats go, mate? They become start boats for circuit racing. That's what happens to them. So looking forward to this one. This is a race that was actually really technically supposed to run last night, but of course with the obviously running late, the Marj, and we've run out of time, we've run out of light. So
yeah,
much better doing it now because
absolutely.
The sun's come out. I reckon Brett might be looking
Thanks,
up
Brett.
above.
Thanks, Brett. You're putting a tear in my eye just thinking about it, my good friend.
Absolutely.
Rightio. And yeah, you drink up down there, Chad. Absolutely. Both hands are filled, and he'll be enjoying himself in honour of his father. Rightio. I'll get this race coming our way, and as soon as this green flag drops in there, in fact, the white flag, of course, Bishop will take over and roar into action out here, ladies and gentlemen. Rightio, as I said, cast your eyes on the inland end. You can see the General Lee starter boat, the bright orange machine. It will turn shortly in the dog leg here and bring the boat in parallel to the shoreline of the Port River. Have a look at Reckless, the blue boat is lining him up. He's about to drop the white flag. Ladies and gentlemen, they're on their way, Bishop.
Go, Nicole. We are racing. Have a look at Ramsey. It's an absolute fun. But they all go with him. And this is where it's going to get really interesting. Turn number one, Michael. Have a look at this.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on these guys. Oh, they come out 4 wide in the first turn. That looks fabulous.
Simon Troy. What a turn from him as they push the blow both ways. Dave Bailey trying to go with him at the moment. And Simon Troy looks very, very speedy indeed. As we go up into turn number 2 for the first time, Simon Troy opens up the gap.
Absolutely, those F1 boats are so quick around the corners. The blow-on boats are quick in a straight line, but they've got nothing on them around the turns.
Bailey struggling here. Simon Troy so fast. Have a look at him. Even Bailey can't go with him at the moment. Oh, look at the big hose off there for Ramsey now as he comes into turn number 1 for the second time.
Absolutely, but I tell you what, these guys in the F1 boats, they are going mainline in lead. PRG in the second with Bailey, and here comes Reckless and Immortal.
He stopped Simon Troy.
He has too, oh no!
No, Craig Bailey assumes the lead, inherits the lead, but have a look at Ramsey up the inside.
Yeah, he's going on full power, and he's right in the racing line where he's pulled up at the same time. Man, this is all happening right now in the Brett Howard Memorial, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this. Reckless is right at it. Immortal's giving it everything at the same time. Then we've got the flag out here also here.
Craig Bailey moves into the lead, but he's got a hard start to Tate Ramsey. He's like a drop in the boat at the moment. He's up in the inside, like a red up the train line. They come up through turn number 2 for the final time. This is going to be a drag race.
He's got the fit-stopping speed. He drives around Craig Bailey. What a way to do it. But look at the corner coming up.
Tate Ramsey, you superstar.
Absolutely.
Oh, Bailey, who's going to get the power now? It's the train race to the line.
Oh, look at it. Oh, Craig Bailey. What a race. Wow. That's what you call a race, ladies and gentlemen.
With Craig Lewis rounding out the field. Mark Kelsey in the Immortal. Oh my God, Michael, I need a lie down. I need a hug from me mum.
Absolutely, mate. Well done. Have a look at Chad Howard down there. Chad, what a race on behalf of your father, my good friend. Yeah, you got tears in the eyes, mate. Unbelievable. What a race coming out. And what a drag race on the end of that to the finish line once again.
Two of the best powerboat drivers on the planet going at it.
Yep.
Different styles of boats. You won't see better powerboat racing than that, ladies and gentlemen. Fair dinkum, if the hair isn't standing up on the back of your neck,
you must be dead.
To the doctor,
yeah.
I think you might actually be dead on the inside.
Exactly. Well, Adelaide, what do you reckon for the first race in the afternoon with the powerboats? Any good? Yeah. Come on, make a bit of noise. Yes. Wake up in the afternoon. Beautiful. Good to have your company. Good racing coming your way. Put the smile on your dial out there and enjoy.
Good Bailey. I'll tell you what, did he have a nitrous button in that thing? Because
he had something. Man, that was going really good.
How many blokes in blown alcohol boats have you seen stuffing up the inside of Craig Bailey?
That's a rare opportunity, mate. I'll tell you what, he was going hard, mate. He was giving it everything. If the course was a little bit longer, he would have got him.
Give it up, Beetle Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, winner of the Brett Howard Memorial.
There he goes. It's coming on past right on the shoreline. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, as he spins the boat and does a bit of a donut for us right in front of the VIPs. What a way to do it. Craig Bailey, world champion, and today the winner of the Brett Howard OAM Memorial. What a way to do it, Bishop.
He just keeps doing it, mate. He's an absolute icon of the sport and absolutely sensational driver.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong about that. Wow.
Bailey. It's, but, I mean, you know, Tate Ramsey, what a drive.
You're not wrong, Tate. Well done, man. Unbelievable.
We shouldn't forget Simon Troy, mate. He had that in the bag, and it was only a mechanical failure that got him. Real big shame for those boys. They had the cylinder heads off that engine this morning, checking everything, making sure it was right, and it just goes to show, no matter how meticulous your preparation, sometimes the gods just aren't on your side.
Exactly right. Good words there, Bisho. Exactly what was happening out there, but what a fabulous race for the Brett Howard for 2023 this weekend, and great to see that and be part of it once again. And to all the guys and girls this weekend, of course, out here enjoying themselves. Don't forget, of course, the GP Hydro live streaming. Excellent work to the guys and girls at home listening, wherever you might be, whether you're in Adelaide, in the state or overseas. Enjoy what we have to offer here at Torrens Island in Adelaide, South Australia.
Oh, mate, I'm in the fetal position up here, just rocking backwards and forwards in the corner. Fair dinkum, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
What a start to the day.
What a beautiful start to the day.
Give it up for Craig Bailey, ladies and gentlemen. Checker flag, you absolute superstar.
Get your hands in the air. Absolutely. Well done, Craig. And Craig is synonymous with that checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen, as he puts that number one finger saluting in the air. Well deserved here once again, Craig Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, and that number one says in his finger, again, I've got another good win.
Number one, mate, and he's been there so often, but I tell you what, that is just spectacular. What a great race, and being an outboard guy, I don't need to say too much.
Lovely, well done, and it's been run for 2023. We'll just mark that one off. Good work. So the Brett Howard's been done, as you said, it would have been later than yesterday, but we ran out of time. And we've ran it right now, which really was the best time of the day for these guys. So good work. Well done.
Club APF, the sponsor of that particular race. Massive thank you to Club APF for the Brett Howard Memorial. Beetle Bailey, there he is, folks. Please show him your appreciation. Wave your hats, wave your programs, get your hands up in the air and show him. He can't hear you, but he can definitely see you at the moment in the cockpit of that boat.
Yeah, definitely. The appreciation is well spent here at Adelaide this afternoon. Good work and a great race.
All right, we may take a short break because I need to go and have a little lie down. And
no, absolutely. We'll be back, though, not too far away, coming up with a 105 mile per hour effort, event number 4 on our major calendar here, and the starters, in fact, are in the water at the moment. We'll have a quick look at those, and we've got a sponsorship deal name with these guys coming up here, Davo.
We do, mate. CMV Kenworth.
Oh, yeah, the truck people, CMV. All right, not a problem. Folks, event number 4 on the calendar here this afternoon for the 105s. From 1 will be Hombre with Mick McArdle. From 2 for AMR Racing with Austin McDonald. From 3, Tough Enough F2 with Cooper Bronstein. And from 4, Impulsive with Adam Smith. And that's what's coming up next out there on the start line. Won't be too far away at all there, Bisho.
We'll be back soon, folks. Simon Troy, big day yesterday for you, mate. Obviously, had a look this morning. You had the cylinder heads off the engine, just going through all the checks.
Yeah, mate, just normal checks. Good day yesterday. We snuck up on the tune, did a couple of races, get a feel for the boat in race water, and by the afternoon we weren't too far off the money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, I guess you gauge your performance as to where Bailey is as well.
Yeah, well, we're sort of. He's always at the front when it comes to this sort of stuff, so that's the stick that you measure off, and. In the morning we were probably quick enough to run with him, just start on the outside, and it took me a bit to get used to it, and then in the afternoon I was on my own and sort of showed the speed we got.
Yeah, it showed a lot of speed, mate. What sort of numbers were you seeing out there?
Sort of mid 130s, mile an hour, but heaps of acceleration, and the lap times look good, so we're should be in the hunt for today.
Yeah, Darwin Cup today, obviously, mate, it's a challenge because you're up against blown displacement boats or displacement boats, lots of different lines out there. How do you approach that?
Pole draw is a big thing. We drew outside. There's a couple of outboards on the inside, then Dave Clark and then me. So there's going to be a bit hit and miss, and you just got to get through that first turn as best you can, draw a line in the sand and go for it after that.
You have a crew chief on your radio too during the race?
Yeah, I got my uncle's on the radios. He's just sort of let me know what's around me and what's not. Leaves the driving up to me, but just lets me know the surroundings and make sure we're not doing anything too wrong.
Yeah, it'd be very different to racing in the Formula 1 series, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it is quite a bit. You haven't got the time to, plan a move or make something happen. You just got to do it straight off the cuff and be on it. And we're going a lot quicker, so that makes a massive difference. The speed and the way things process in your brain when that's happening, it's quite a bit different.
Yes, I imagine it's very much a make it up as you go along in these ones.
Yeah, it is. You just got to trust your instinct and have a go. That's all you can do.
Well, both looked great yesterday, mate. You've had a big weekend so far. It's looking good now. Good luck.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, we'll see how we go. Thank you.
Okay, folks, boats are out on the water coming up for event number 4 out here, Bish, and the 105 bracket coming up out here. And as we said previously, coming up from 1 will be Hombre with Mick McArdle behind the wheel. From 2 for AMR Racing, I'll get that one out, Austin McDonald, and from 3, Tough Enough F2 with Cooper Bronstein, and also from 4, Impulsive with Adam Smith. They are the starters coming up in this 105 bracket.
Big Chief Hire, the sponsor here this weekend of this particular category.
Great people on the northern side of Adelaide out at Waterloo Corner Road, and good to see Big Chief Hire here this weekend supporting another boat bracket. Excellent stuff on their behalf. Absolutely, you know about the big chiefs on the heads. Well done, mate.
I'm an
well done.
outboard guy, but I know stuff.
Good boy, good boy. You better come to an outlaw speech up with me during the week and start selling some of these big chief heads.
Wouldn't mind, mate. In fact, I've got a little race car. I might be ringing you
Well,
during the week.
you ring me, you need something, man. Not a problem. Hollywood will fix you, I can promise.
That's good.
All right.
Sharpens his pencil, I'll be happy.
It'll be sharp, mate. It'll be sharp as, all right? All good. All good.
This is going to be good. 105 mile an hour category. Now, mate, you just said to me, surely these boats are capable of more than 105. Well, you're right. They probably are. But we've got an open deck boat out there, and open deck boats are limited to 105 miles an hour.
So that'll signal it has to be a 105 race.
That's right. That means that those boats that are capable of more than 105 can't go over 105.
And secondly, then, how do they govern the speed on the 105? How do they watch them?
So they have GPSs in the boat.
Okay.
Each boat has a club GPS in it. It's sealed. It's in a box. Goes in the boat, gets taped in or zip tied in or whatever.
Right.
As soon as the race is finished, it gets taken out, goes straight to the officials. They look at the recall on it.
Yep.
If you're over 105, mate, you're out.
So if you race and you went over 105, disqualified, you're out. You don't win nothing.
No discussion will be entered into.
At all. No correspondence entered into. Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's a pretty important factor. So that GPS is playing a pretty important game on board this race coming up.
Well, what we do, mate, is we call the races and we don't worry about that because we don't know. So
Well,
you need
yeah.
to actually, and when we call the races, don't take it as a given that who Webb said's won has won. You need to go back to the results, the official results when they're posted, because we only call what we see. So
Exactly.
a lot of people messaging me going, oh, but that guy won. You said he did. Well, I'm just a commentator. You've got to go to the official results because lots of other stuff happens in between times.
Spot on, and thank you for describing that to our folks and also all the guys out there in live streaming of what goes on. Okay, we go back to the inland end of this beautiful waterway we have here in Adelaide. And the starter boat is out there, the General Lee, once again. Great name too, next ski boat, as you informed me yesterday out here, Bish.
Yeah, ex-ski race boat. It was built by a guy in Melbourne and then it moved up, I think, to New South Wales. And unfortunately, the owner up in New South Wales who intended to ski race, it got flooded out and he needed the money to fix his house, unfortunately. So
they had to lose the boat.
He sold the boat and it's now here in South Australia as by the boys here. So they've been enjoying it, using it out at Goolwa and doing a few bits and pieces, and it's great to have it here as a start boat.
Nah, lovely to have it out here, and we're very proud to have the boat out here, not a problem. It runs an LS3 late generation Chevy engine, 600 plus horsepower, so it's no slouch. It can get the speed up that we require to start some of these faster boats here this afternoon. Rightio, let's go back towards the start line, ladies and gentlemen, on the inland end, as we're talking about the General Lee start boat bringing in the 105 bracket here this afternoon. And they're spread out reasonably even out here, Bisho, as they come towards the start. White flag is risen on the start boat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep an eye on them as they head our way. The starter has he's just dropped the flag. They're on the race. Here we go.
Goes the call. It's a bit of a weird one, this one, Michael, because we've got a displacement up against 3 tables, and it looks like they're having a really nice run down into turn number 1, and Compsix is going to help him here. Keep an eye on this.
Absolutely. Mick McArdle, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the plane boat going out on the outside. A lot of speed, and Hombre is going to have to find something to keep up with this guy around the racetrack.
Then it's back to AMR, and on the outside is the toughen up, I should say, with Cooper Bronstein rounding out the field. Down the back chute, it's Adam Smith all the way.
Absolutely, Adam Smith is leading the way, as you said. But keeping an eye on these guys once again, just having a look at them. Rightio, and they're spreading out pretty even at the same time. And Hombre throwing everything at it. Take it away, Bish.
Yeah, Adam Smith doing a beautiful job out in front at the moment. Mick McArdle doing a good job on the Hombre. It's very, very tough for these displacement boats to try and get around these tunnel boats in the corners. He's actually holding out two quality tunnel boats at the moment. On the outside, Cooper Bronstein and Austin McDonald on the inside as they tip into the top end turn here. And a good little battle going on between Cooper and Austin here at the moment.
Yeah, no, spot on, absolutely, and good to see them. But I'll tell you what, you took the words out of my mouth with Hombre in an open boat. He's doing really well out there at the moment with Mick McArdle.
Yeah, Well, mate, you know, I mean, you see him, he's struggling to cover off Adam Smith, but he's covering off two quality tunnel boats. He's well and truly in front of those guys.
No, well deserved to him. And one more lap coming up as the yellow flag denotes one more lap. And Hombre here, Mick McArdle takes that. Here comes third and fourth at the moment down there once again, Bisho.
Having a good chat with Austin McDonald this morning, mate. He's come out of sprint cars and into the tunnel boats. This is his first season, so he's really enjoying the boat and he's doing a great job out there. New boat to him. It's a beautiful bit of kit. It's a Baba, I believe, and doing a very nice job out there at the moment.
Well, that's great to hear something like that. Also, someone coming out of Speedway for sprint cars into the boat racing. What a variation and what a great life to have to be able to do something like that. Let's go back to these guys right now. Adam Smith takes the second flag. Well done, you Smithy. And we go in the second spot with Hombre, Mick McArdle in the open 105 era. Third and fourth coming our way.
Great effort. So Austin McDonald, he comes through and puts it on the podium. Third place for him. And Cooper Bronstein into fourth place. A good job from him as well. That was a nice, fun 105 race, mate.
Yeah, no, absolutely well done to those guys, and good to see that all happening out there. Good race going from there. We're about to move on, though, I believe, for the first race 5 with the Trojan coming our way shortly, and another great one on our calendar. Of course, we've run the Marj Watson, we've done the Brett Howard. We're about to do a Trojan Trophy round now for race 5, and later this afternoon, the Darwin Gold Cup. We'll be bringing on Laurie shortly onto air with you, Bisho, of course, with the Trojan era coming our way. But what a great race that was.
Yeah, Adam Smith takes a win in the 105-mile-an-hour category. Give him a round of applause. He comes back into the bank. He's done a great job in that boat. Former good mate of mine who rang me this morning, Donnie McClyman. I couldn't answer the phone, Donnie, because I was commentating. I'll get back to you, mate.
Well, there it is. That's nice of you, man, and well done. Good work, Bish. Rightio, let's get off the air for a tick, and we'll organise a few things up here in the commentary box. And be coming right back at you.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay. All right, we're back now. Trojan. Larry, we've got you into the commentary box, mate, for the Trojan. It is absolutely coming down to the wire here yesterday. The turn it up boys, I think they might have thought they had it in the bag, but what are the points telling us, mate?
Well, they're still in front at the moment, but unfortunately they're out for the weekend. On the positive side for them, the other two boys that are in the hunt, which is Michael Newton in Workhorse and Craig Lewis in Image, they both have to finish both races to overtake young Connor. So they're not out of it, but we need a lot of luck to go their way.
Righto, effectively see both of them need to finish this race, that's a given.
Yes.
And whoever probably finishes in front in the last race is probably going to be the winner.
It's going to be that close.
Yeah, wowee, mate. You must be pretty excited to come down to this. It's great. I mean, always hard to organise a series. And, you want them to be tight, you want them to be close. It's exactly what you've got.
Oh, most definitely, Bisho. Probably the hardest thing to win is the series because you've got to go to every event, you've got to finish every race, you've got to accumulate points. As you can tell with Connor, unfortunately a bit of a mishap yesterday, out for the day, gone from way out in front to, they're going to go from probably first to third, unfortunately.
It's unreal, isn't it? And I love a series. All the racing that I've done has always been series type stuff. Because of exactly what you just said. You win it and lose it, not only on the racetrack, you've got luck to go your way, but you also have to prepare in the workshop. And if you don't do that, you don't win your series.
Oh, most definitely, The other big thing about it, this is 19th year for this series. We have one past three-time winner in Chris Warden with a boat called Extreme Sacrifice. We have Craig Lewis, which was our inaugural winner, but he's also won it twice. And Michael Newton has won it twice. So whoever wins out of them two this weekend will be three-time winners as well.
Repeat. Wow, mate, this is just really exciting. We're going to get you up here for the last race as well. I think you need to come up because it's going to come down to the last race, I reckon. Unless both those blokes blow their boats up here this afternoon. Who knows? You just don't know, do you? The racing's hard as fuck. Mate, thanks so much for coming up. We're going to get into commentating some of this racing now, unless you want to commentate with me.
No, I'll leave that to you guys.
Thanks, mate. That's fantastic. A little bit of insight into the Trojan there. And Laurie doing a great job. So thanks heaps for coming up, brother. And we will see you at the final race because we need to talk about that once this one's over. Keep your eye. The real boats to keep your eye on here are Craig Lewis in Image and Nudo in the Workhorse because they're the guys that are actually in the hunt for the championship here. So, welcome back now onto the microphone, Michael Aegis. And,
thank you, Bishop. Great words coming out of Laurie and yourself out there once again, mate. Good to hear what's happening out there with the Trojan. And well done once again.
It's a fantastic series, mate. And the guys are so passionate about it. Laurie's super passionate. He's always, always following around, always promoting it, push. The trophy, have you seen it?
Yeah, what a trophy, mate. And Laurie, what a supporter, mate. Every year he's here ready to rock and roll and let us know exactly what's going on. And we need that support to actually help us. And talking about that and talking about the race coming up, rightio, the Trojan, folks, heat number 5 is about to come our way.
Red flag, mate. It was a red flag.
Red flag. Okay, obviously that will be telling us something on the course is happening. And I'm going to go to race control now and find out.
I think I've just found out, mate. So,
yeah.
And the boys just, red flags are out. So this is an interesting one. I don't know why the start boat does actually have a red flag. But,
I can tell you why, I'm pretty sure. He wouldn't have been able to hear the radio, the noise of the boats beside him.
Probably now, red flag as they come down the first chute. I hope no incidents happen here because we need to shut this down. As the boys come on the front straight, it's red flag now, red flag now. James Clark, Chris Hendry, Craig Lewis, and I think if they go past the next one, mate, they're all going to have a very uncomfortable conversation. Great vision there by Newton, I would say. Newton's pulled out. We've actually had a spin up the top corner. Everyone coming off it now. So, look, to be fair to the drivers in that one, start of a race, red flag immediately out. Bit of a tricky one. Great job there by Michael Newton. Great
Absolutely.
vision.
As we were saying here, just quickly over there, the starter boat, they've got a radio on board with a red flag, but with the amount of noise right beside him when they're opening up the throttles, he mightn't have heard the message coming over and obviously couldn't get up that red flag, but hey, they've all pulled up. Not a problem now. They did the right thing.
They have, mate. Thomas Shuttler there just having a spin and then getting going again and then seeing the red flag. So
exactly.
He's had to shut that down. So that race, he'll be happy with the red flag, I think. So, mate, I think we might have some wildlife on the course. Mate, did you know that since 1935, the Adelaide Speedboat Club's been 100% committed to establishing a safe and sustainable environment for the marine wildlife that share the river port here. So that's why we've shut this one down. We may have had a dolphin sighting on the course, and so we obviously need to just make sure the dolphins are right. He's just come to watch the boat racing. He's probably enjoying it, little fella.
He would be. He's most probably fishing at the same time and having a bit of a feed, you know.
He might be having a feed as well.
Yeah, so not a great drama there, but it's their sanctuary, and we oblige and work with that. So no great dramas. All good.
They let us race on their home, mate. So,
exactly.
We got to look after them, make sure none of them get injured by a boat or anything like that. Not that I've ever seen a dolphin.
We never have here, mate, with our club. Never have, and we endeavour to never do it either. So it's all good.
They're the dogs of the sea, I reckon.
Absolutely, and they're beautiful dogs, mate. A bit like one I got at home, my little buddy. That's his name too at the same time. All right, folks. Obviously, what we're going to do right now is hold the racing until the course is clear. But Bisho, as you were chatting earlier on with Laurie, I was looking out here, and the Legends Walk. Did you know how many people were lined up here looking at it and taking photos?
Yeah, I went down there just to go to the loo before, and I just stopped and had a look, and I forgot my phone, so I'm going to take photos of each of those boards, mate. This is really cool. Now's the time to go and grab your merchandise. If you haven't grabbed your merchandise already, Savage Force are here. They're set up just down past the Legends Walk, just by the entrance.
Got some great merchandise on board too. As I walked past here, I smiled. I thought, man, what a good setup these guys and girls have got here, and we need that. Of course, the club has got some brilliant T-shirts. I'm wearing one underneath this jumper I've got on at the moment, but they're all available here, folks. If you came into the grounds not too long ago, you can quickly go to the men's and ladies' toilets. There's another big group of people pulling up, having a look at the Legends Walk. Go check it out. Take your phone with you and take some photos of them, because there's some great information on there from the previous winners of all the big events we have here over a big number of years. And it's great just to be able to see that and say, wow, didn't know any of this, and it's all up there for you guys and girls to consume and enjoy at the same time.
Really fantastic. Thanks, Michael. We might take a short break. I think on GP Hydro live streaming we will go to a couple of interviews that we recorded a little bit earlier on in the weekend. We'll take a short break just while we get some dolphins shooed away, and we'll be back with some more racing real soon. Well, Sean, you've been around a lot of racing and a lot of boats and car stuff as well. Where does this race fit in for you?
Oh, it's exciting. Anytime you can get a big crowd in on the action and the passion of all the competitors and all that sort of stuff's bloody brilliant. Would have been nice if the degrees were up a little bit higher and they turned the heater on, but outside of that, unbelievable to see this stuff. And you'd said it to me before, get these blown displacement boats side by side, 6 wide, starting one of these races up close to the bank and up close to the crowd. Amazing, incredible. I was overjoyed to be here yesterday. Ripper.
It is fantastic. I mean, have you had a look at a bit of the equipment in the pits? Obviously, the equipment in there. How does it rate, compared to some of the car stuff that you do and the jet sprint boat stuff?
Well, it's like any of these things. You've been around it for a long time, so you've been involved. You've seen the people, you've seen the teams, you've seen the boats evolve, so you're aware of it. A lot of people out there in the bigger, wider motorsport world wouldn't really be that much aware of it. It's all this clicky stuff that we're trying to improve that by bringing the television, but to see the passion of the competitors and the effort and the money and the work that goes into what's going to drive these boats. The engines are incredible. A lot of them are bespoke, of course. Something goes wrong and, of course, you sit out for a year because you can't get a couple of pistons from the States and all that sort of thing. The bloke who won the Marj Watson last year, Chris Palmer, sitting by the side of the bank after, a couple hundred metres of sticking his boot into it at 8,000 RPM. That's passion from the competitors, but the effort and the technical side of it, there's a whole story here. It's unbelievable.
What about this venue itself, the Adelaide Speedboat Club?
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, you see all these things, and of course you've been to a lot of the ski racing stuff, I've been a lot to the jet boat stuff, and the facility grows over time, but the effort that Dave Clark and the team have put into here is just incredible. And we were talking about it this morning. It's a multi-use facility that can be used for rowing and all sorts of other things. It is used for rowing and all that sort of stuff. So it's amazing to see the work that goes in, but the preparation and the passion. The passion too is a big thing, but facility-wise, this has got to rate right up there as one of the best facilities in the world, I'd say.
Mate, you've been doing a great job with the TV. Where do you see this headed in terms of powerboat racing?
Well, I think it's like any of these things, and jet boats we've got a bit of an experience in. We've spent 3 years now building it to television. Channel 7 have done such a brilliant job with us with 7 Mate and 7 Plus. The opportunity to take this to 7 Mate and 7 Plus for this one event is brilliant. But talking to some of the teams, I don't think this is going to be the only event that we do coming forward in the next 12 months. And I think all of this, the competitors understand, and the people at the top end of the sport that are leading the charge for the future see that what you want to do is you want to have repetition. Doing one television program is going to be great, and that's good for the competitors and the fans and all that sort of stuff, but you want to carry this on, because once enough people see the sport, you know what it's like, they'll start to come through the gate, and that's important for the future of the sport. More competitors, more people through the gate, and ultimately, hopefully, commercial support because you are on television.
Well, mate, we love what you do. We hope you're enjoying it, and we hope to see maybe I can get to do a few more interviews with you as well.
Oh, that'd be great, mate. But if you could do something about the weather, that'd be great. Talk to Dave Clark. He might know someone. We could turn the sprinklers off and turn the heater up. It'd be much better.
Well, Austin McDonald, a bit of a mixed bag for you yesterday. Tell us about that, please.
Yeah, a little bit up and down. We've been chasing a few set-up issues with the boat. We had a little bit of a water problem, just water pressure. So pulled off early in one of the races, come back and sorted it out, and should be good to go again today.
So just a lack of water pressure, mate? Like, how do you deal with that? What was the issue?
Just a water pump impeller, just showing a bit of signs of a bit of age. Just a little bit hard and lost a little bit of pressure, so better safe than sorry, and brought it back in. Just
for the folks at home, tell us about your background in powerboat racing.
I don't really have a great deal of background in powerboat racing. I sort of grew up racing on the dirt, so started in go-karts, moved to sprint cars. This is actually my first year in the boat. I think I've done 5 or 6 races this year.
Fantastic, mate. What attracted you to the boats?
My dad raced boats through the 80s and 90s, so raced Formula 1s then. So I guess it was sort of come back to where we're from, I guess. Move away from sprint cars and the big costs that are involved with that.
Yeah, I was going to say about the sprint cars, I mean, they're pretty addictive. Guys that race them tend to love them. It's hard to walk away from that.
Yeah, it was. I sort of grew up watching it, and it was a natural progression, go-karts, sprint cars. There's nothing else like it when you stand on the gas with 900 horsepower on dirt. There's nothing else like it. It was sort of just time to move away and try something else.
Similarities and differences between the boat and the car?
It's chalk and cheese. There's sort of nothing that you can compare or take from sprint cars to the boat when you're on the dirt, and sideways in the boat you're on top of the water and you want to be straight. Complete opposites.
What about in terms of your fitness? I mean, obviously they're both very physical things to drive.
They are, yeah. I think it's a different sort of fitness. The sprint car, you're probably more up on the wheel and working a lot more. You can tend to be that, not be as smooth. Whereas with the boat, you've got to be a lot smoother to keep things straight and going in the right way on the water.
What about visibility, mate? I imagine in a sprint car it's not too bad. These things are pretty claustrophobic in them.
Yeah, look, the sprint car is small as well. Once you're strapped in, it is fairly small. Obviously, you've got your tear-offs as well to deal with the dirt. Once you're in the boat, you've got your windscreen, and that sort of keeps the water out somewhat. But when it does get wet, there's nothing to sort of clear it by the wind speed. That's probably about the difference there, I think.
Good on you, mate. Hey, it's good to watch you go around. The boat looks beautifully turned out. So good luck with the rest of your career in the boats. We hope you see you around for a long time.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Big thanks to Copper Coast Marine Centre as well, and Premier Mobility and Equipment Repairs.
Well done, mate. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks. One of the happiest guys in the pits, I reckon. Tate Ramsey, mate of Marj Watson. As a blown boat racer, it just doesn't get any better than that.
No, that's what we're racing for. It's the pinnacle of displacement racing, and so very elated. It's just an amazing feeling. It's an emotional feeling, very euphoric, but so excited for our team. It's really good, very good.
Mate, you're emotional. I got teary up in the commentary box. It was unbelievable, fantastic race. Let's run through the race. It was really tight. I mean, you had pole because you were fastest qualifier. It was pretty tight in there.
It was tight. Going into that first buoy, basically all 6 boats were still in a line. It was a fantastic start, and everyone got around the first buoy pretty neat, and it was just a good race from there. So to have that class of field in the final was something special. It really was.
Mate, you and I spoke about it yesterday, and I bring it up in commentary all the time. These boats, where you win and lose races is on the exits of corners. You did it, and unfortunately for Brett, he just couldn't lay it down yesterday.
No, that's right. Look, it's not always about your top end speed. It's your elapsed time. How you go into the corner, get around it, and come back out. Coming out of the corner, if you stuff it up, you can lose 5 or 10 boat lengths. If you make it a good one, then you can make 5 or 10 boat lengths. So, we managed to string a few good corners together, so that certainly helped us. Yeah.
And that's the thing, mate. Consistency, I guess, is the real key to this sort of stuff, because you see guys put 2 or 3 good corners together, but a whole race, that's the secret, isn't it?
It sure is, yeah. That's exactly right. So it's all about consistency, keeping the back of the boat in the water, and it paid dividends for us yesterday.
Engine-wise, mate, she's perfect?
Yeah, no, it's spot on. Not leaning on it. We might throw a little bit more boost into it today just to see what it does, but yeah, we're just nursing it along. We're just waiting for the driver to catch up, and then we'll lean on the engine a little bit, so it's all good.
Now, what do you do today in the Darwin, mate? It's a very different deal with tunnel boats out there, and fast ones at that.
They are. They're quick, and we all know how they turn, so it's going to be fairly interesting. Yeah, be good fun.
Mate, we loved seeing both the Ramsey team boats out there. It must be pretty special as a family.
Oh, look, it is. It's really is amazing to have a close family like we are, doing something we all thoroughly enjoy, an extended family as well. Blake and I have drawn in the same heat again in the Darwin today, so it's good fun racing against Blake, and looking forward to it.
And you're still talking to each other, mate?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we get on all right. We'll punch on later, but we get on all right.
Hey, mate, congratulations again. It was awesome. The crowd loved it. Everyone was so happy for you, and hopefully you have a great day today as well.
Thanks, Bisho. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
calling up the boats who he wants.
Right, I'm good, mate. I'm good. We good? You right? Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we've cleared our little aquatic friends, and we are ready to rock and roll with some unlimited racing.
Yeah, unlimited action coming out. The old Dave, you're spot on, buddy.
Who doesn't love an unlimited race, my Maltese
wrong,
friend?
Mate. That's it, mate. You're spot on, spot on.
All right.
Event number 6, ladies and gentlemen, unlimited, and from 1 is going to be Evergo with Craig Storner behind the wheel. From 2 is Destiny with Blake Ramsey. And from 3 will be Titan with Dave Satley. And Dave, really, today is his first event with the engine that he's got on board that boat. He hasn't been in the water for a long, long time. So it's great to see him coming back. I don't expect him to do too well, but you never know.
Yeah, look,
he's done a few mods to it again in between races, so...
Mate, I had a chat with him this morning, actually.
Great guy.
He was down. I asked him how the boat was going. He said the boat's fantastic. He said the only issue is the driver, and that was coming from him. So he said, I just haven't driven the boat that much, and need to get used to it. And as we say, that's exactly what happens. So he'll get more and more comfortable in that boat, and I bet you his last lap's quicker than his first lap.
Yeah, spot on with those words once again over there, Bisho, and you're right with that, mate. And he's been a campaigner for a great number of years, but with this combo he's got here now, it's all relatively new to him, and we'll find out and see how well he goes. And I wish him all the best, and hopefully he does quite well for himself.
Absolutely, mate. So up through the top turn into the milling area we go, and this is Unlimited, my friend Michael. So
love that name too. Unlimited action coming out, and that's what it's all about.
It's the old run what you brung.
That's it.
Scenario,
if you didn't bring
mate.
enough, you're not going to be good enough. But let's have a look. But we'll check it out and see. Unlimited for event number 6 on the dial at the moment, so no great dramas.
Sponsored by Rentco Trailer Hire.
Thank you so much to Rentco here this weekend also for getting behind this particular part of the event. Rightio, the General Lee, ladies and gentlemen, is out there, and I can see 3 boats forming up right beside to the left of the General Lee. And those guys there, of course, Mr. Darryl Eads, he's the driver of the start boat. His son Todd is the flag man. And bringing in the machinery now to get this race underway. They come in from the inland end, and you're about to see the dog leg straighten up with the General Lee. Here it goes. Okay, they've straightened up. He looks over to the right hand of his shoulder. He looks at 3 boats. He lines them up. The flag is up. The flag is down. Bisho, they're in a drag race down the back main straight.
Oh, Blake Ramsey stands on the gas and pulls away from the Evergo machine as they go down into turn number 1 for the first time. Destiny looks quick, but Evergo runs that tight line. Tighten a little bit off the pace down the first chute. Here we go. What can Ramsey do here?
Absolutely, Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen. Destiny. It sounds fantastic going on by Evergo in the twin turbo big block. Not quite quick enough at the moment, and Titan with Dave Satley at the rear of the field.
Craig Storner now getting the Evergo boat up through the top turn. Satley just has a little bit of a hook there in the Titan machine. It slows him down. He has to get back on it again. He loses ground there. And in the meantime, Blake Ramsey walking away from him in the Destiny.
Absolutely, Ramsey. He's got a fast boat, a quick boat here this weekend. It glides. It's got horsepower. It runs in the water well. Have a listen to that. Music to the ears as he goes and by on the inland end of the pins.
Oh, I tell you what, sounds absolutely beautiful. That Brett Nidri race engine absolutely singing down the back chute now as Storner can only watch Ramsey drive away from him at the moment. Titan doing a nice job. He's getting more and more used to that boat every lap, but no one's catching Blake Ramsey in this one.
No one at all. And Blake Ramsey had a quick look around about a half a lap ahead from the rear of field for Dave Satley. Here they go over the finish start line. Not a great deal between them, but Evergo is now on the Bridgeland end, just doing the turn as we see, of course, the leader on the inland at the moment.
Absolutely, up through the top turn. Interesting that Evergo hasn't been able to go with the Destiny boat at the moment. Still looks like it's sucking on a little bit about mid-track as he goes up into the top turn for the final time. It is all Blake Ramsey down into the bottom chute.
Yeah, no, Ramsey's got this one in the bag, so to speak, ladies and gentlemen. We take a look, we go to the riverside. The checkered flag has been brought out. Take a look at this one. A convincing win coming out of Ramsey.
Blake Ramsey absolutely gives him a lesson in that one. drives away from him by half a lap. Fantastic effort by Ramsey Racing and the Destiny Machine. Here, Craig Storner, he'll be disappointed with that. He would have thought he was going to go with Ramsey in that one, but he just didn't have the pace to get it done. Second place for Have a Go.
Absolutely, but a beautiful boat, I might add, with Have a Go out there. Twin turbo, big block. And coming up rear of field, and the boat still bucking and heaving. Dave Savvy, ladies and gentlemen, and with a brand new outfit, really, not the boat itself, but the setup he's had. So, well done to you, Dave. You gave it a shot, mate, unless you're out there competing.
He's having a go, mate. Don't worry, he'll get quicker and quicker.
He will, yeah, guaranteed, guaranteed.
These other two boys have spent a lot of time in the cockpits of these two boats. So
absolutely, it gives them the upper hand by far, and well done to them. It's good to see it all happening out there.
And Blake in particular, Have a Go as well, Craig. Both those guys have been really attacking this season, really on it, really pushing hard and developing their boats and their driving skills as well. So I expected those boys to be a lot closer than what they were. I think there's a problem in the Have a Go crew at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, because yesterday, I think he was performing actually better yesterday with Have a Go, but obviously something has changed. Whatever's happened, we don't know from here in the commentary box, but things have definitely changed from that first day to the second day. But anyway, all good. Not a problem. It's still a great, enjoyable race to watch.
Yeah, it was good. It's just interesting to see how things pan out over the weekend too, isn't it? Some guys get stronger and some guys it just goes away from them as the weekend goes on. So hopefully Craig can get that boat back up on the pace, because he's still got the Darwin Cup to try and challenge for. The other thing is he just hanging back a little bit and saving the gear for the Darwin?
That could be 100% correct, mate, and you're covering it from every angle over here, Bisho. Well done, mate, keeping up the great work. And the information coming to hand non-stop out here, ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff. I believe we'll be looking at the next race coming up shortly. But maybe in between that, we might be seeing something, we're not too sure yet, coming out for a display with Frank Lindsay's lovely boat from previous years. But we'll have a look at that shortly.
Insane, mate. It's very exciting to see. We've got boats loading up in the rack. So we've got an F1 scratch race about to come up, but as you say, there may be something going on with a memorial before that, but we're just trying to work around, obviously, wildlife and all those sorts of things, mate. But the boats we will be looking for in the next race will be Too Impulsive with Jared Smith, Craig Bailey in the TRG Transport, Mainline Dinos of Simon Troy. That's if they didn't have a terminal failure in that boat in the previous race. And
yes.
Both did get towed in. Impulsive Adam, which is Impulsive F1 Adam Smith, and Orion Stunnell in his boat, the Tunnel, as well. So, we'll just have to wait and see here at the moment, Mike. I'm not exactly sure where we're at in terms of the program. About to get told.
Okay, so event number 17 on the schedule.
The one I just read out.
Yep, looks like it's disappeared.
Dirty, big line put through it. Hey, Raymond Terrace, what a beautiful spot is. You been there?
Yeah, no, I haven't, but let us know all about it.
Raymond Terrace, beautiful part of the world, and they have had a date change for their race meeting. It was in November, but now it's been moved to October 21 and 22. So Raymond Terrace, put that in your diary, October 21 and 22 for their spectacular blown boat 6 litres, 105s, F1s, the whole deal. They'll all be there. I imagine juniors will be there as well. So Raymond Terrace, you and I might have to do a road trip up there, Michael.
Yeah, mate, that wouldn't be bad at all. In fact, yeah, spot on with that, man. Absolutely.
Imagine the chatter in the car all the way up there between
brilliant.
You and I.
Oh, anyone with us, mate, they'll be hanging their head out the window like these guys are out of control. But no, that's all good. Look, we just got some paperwork with some writing on here. And this.
Oh, the rerun.
Well, something is going on with this here because we're on air and we're watching borrow work on their paperwork.
So this is the rerun of the race that got red flagged. So
okay, rightio. Makes sense
Dolphins,
to us, rightio.
Okay, so that's good, mate. So all these guys, not sure if the judges would have been too harsh on them for, most of them took about a half a lap or nearly a whole lap to pull up. Well, they did take a full lap because they all pulled up down the back straight, didn't they? The only one that really stopped quite quickly was Michael Newton in the workhorse. It was a great effort, considering he was right in the middle of the pack, spray everywhere. Can't see much out of these cockpits at the best of times, and he was the first guy to see the red flag. So he'll be walking around the pitch with his chest out going, you blokes don't know what you're looking at.
Spot on, mate. Spot on. Good words. And I've got the paperwork here in front of us. This is what's going to be rerun again, as you just mentioned.
Yep.
Race 5 of the Trojan once again. Just quickly, while we're waiting for the guys to get out back out in the water, I've got some great friends of mine here this weekend. I'm talking about Des Jewis from Remac Motors out at Gawler. Remac Motors is a machine shop that does precision machining. Been going for over 50 years. I've done a lot of boat race engines, circuit engines, drag engines, you name it. And Des here this weekend enjoying over 50 years of work here. He's got a good friend of his, Chris Wellington, with him this weekend. Well done, boys, coming out to enjoy, of course, the Darwin Gold Cup. Comes out every year and checks out who does what. And the company in Gawler, it's on the northern side of Adelaide, been going for over 50 years with the best machining around in Australia. Remac Motors, brilliant guys.
That's mate, and I've got to tell you, there's been a few guys, crankshaft rebuilders in Melbourne, you've probably heard of.
Yep.
Closed down. Like there's a lot of those shops closing down these days.
Mate, it's a sad thing.
I really hope that those boys have got a succession plan and someone to take over.
They got second generation boys running the place now, and of course Peter and Mark, the children of the two older brothers, Des and Dave, and brilliant at what they do. And we need shops like that to keep going.
Yeah, we do, mate.
We need that quality, mate. We need that quality to be available, especially with precision engines and race engines.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. The Brett Nidries of the world are becoming few and far between. So, good on you, boys. Hope you're enjoying your day, and hope you haven't got too sick of listening to Michael and me.
No great dramas whatsoever. All good work. Rightio, we go back into race 5 of the Trojan right now to rerun that.
So Michael Newton, the workhorse, he heads up into the milling area as the start boat, Brett Nidry there being James Clark. Interestingly, mate, if we go back to that race, even though it was red flag from the start, James Clark was the man that came out, was in front, down the first chute and up the front straight. So he had a cracking start. He'd be absolutely spewing.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Man, I had a good opportunity now. Can he do it again, though? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the problem,
easy,
mate.
I don't think, Bish. That's what I'm looking at.
That's the problem. Every time, it's you get a great start, you're having that great run, a red flag comes out, and then you've got to try and replicate it. And it doesn't always happen. But let's hope he can for James's sake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, the General Lee has taken out the restart of the Trojan for back to race number 5 once again. And they're out there at the moment milling with the General Lee, the starter boat. So they won't be too far away at all. And at the same time, not a bad afternoon out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club for the Winter Spectacular here for 2023.
Oh, fantastic. My first time here, Michael, and I've had such a great time already. Even if we shut it down now, I'd go home with a big smile on my face. But I know we've still got some great trophies to go.
Definitely.
This Darwin I'm super excited about.
Absolutely. And obviously, it's a race that's, is synonymous here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club with the Darwin Gold Club, or the Darwin Gold Cup, I should say. And, even people that come to our speed shop are not involved in the boat racing, they know that name straight away. The Darwin. I've heard of that one. I want to come and see it. That's how important and how well known that race is here in Adelaide.
Yeah, and it's an absolute icon of Australian powerboat racing, the Darwin. So, you hear it mentioned every year in conversations, in clubhouses, whether it's Lake Glen Maggie, whether it's the St George Motorboat Club, whether it's the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, whether you're at the Vic Speedboat Club, whether you're in the Victorian Outboard Club that I'm a member of. The Darwin is always the one that gets spoken about. And there'll be a big contingent of my mates at the Victorian Outboard Club who'll be watching this weekend, and they'll all already be pretty excited about Craig Bailey's win, but they'll be very keen to see Bales try and win the Darwin as well.
Absolutely, and that's going to be interesting on their behalf, and they'll keep watching for the rest of the afternoon. Right, let's go back towards the start line area. Okay, Bishy, they're coming our way, mate. The General Lee is bringing them in. They're spread out very, very evenly. You better stand out of that seat and get up on your feet, my good friend. Right, the General Lee, he comes in the dog leg. He says, I've got to straighten these guys up. And, of course, the guys in lane 1 are right beside the starter boat. The speed now starts to come up. We take a look at the white flag. They're on a race. Here we go. One more time. Take it away, Bishop.
Trojan Series race, and James Clark gets a cracker. Michael Newton on the outside of him. You can throw a blanket over the rest with Nitry on the outside as well. But can James Clark replicate his first start? At the moment, it's looking pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And I think he will. Have a look at this, Michael.
Go Clarkie. Clarkie Jr. James Clark, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, he's getting the lead of these guys out here. He's working that well, but coming up really well done. Keep it up, Clarkie.
Brett Nidry sneaks up in the second spot. Have a look at the battle going on between Nudo and Craig Lewis in the image there as they go up, absolutely gun on a gun. Nudo goes out the back door, and Lewis moves up into second place.
Yeah, he done very well from that back there to second place, really, really quick. Tough enough at the moment though, he's leading the way. Another great turn on the Bridgeland end for these guys out here. Young Clarkie, he puts the nose up in the air. Still keeping a pretty good lead at the moment.
There's two battles going on here, mate. One is for the race, which James Clark is winning. We've got Brett Nidry in second and Craig Lewis in third. Then we've got Michael Newton in the fourth. The other battle is for the series between Craig Lewis and Michael Newton. At the moment, Lewis is leading the series.
Okay, great news and good information there. Go Bishop, very brilliant. At the moment though, we see Tuppin up from Adelaide leading on the inland end, or should say the Bridgeland end, round the pins, and he's still holding that lead. Mate, he'd be on a high right now.
Hey, have a look at Craig Lewis. He's up the inside like a red up the drain pipe. One lap to go, and he's starting to lead hard on James Clark now.
Absolutely. Is he going to make a change in this race? They turn him on that end. Oh yeah, he did a real great turn in second spot. Have a look at the grand race down the back lane straight. Oh,
Lewis.
He's going to go there.
He blew the boat high, and he had to get hard on the cabs, and he lost so much ground. He nearly got it done, but what a storming drive there from young James Clark as he brings it through the final turn. Bring it home, Mike.
Absolutely. James Clark, ladies and gentlemen, the young boy from Adelaide. He's going to show them how to win the second flag. There it is. James Clark, he takes it all the way home. What a great win once again, Bishop. Brilliant.
Great drive from Brett Nidry to pick up third place. A stunning drive from him. And Craig Lewis now will move into the lead of the Trojan. Michael Newton in the workhorse. The only other guy that can beat him comes through for fourth place. And Wife's Anxiety with Thomas Schutler comes through to complete the course.
Absolutely. What a great race that was. And man, I tell you what, at one stage there, I thought that the young man from Tuppin up out there was going to get done. But, of course, his opposition lost a bit of ground on the back lane straight. Amazing how quickly things change.
Oh, Craig Lewis, one of the best drivers
He's
in the
good.
business, and he was up the inside. He did everything right, and he just got a bit unlucky. He hit a roller, it threw the boat up, and he stood on the cabs to try and get it back down. It bit in, it hooked, it slowed him down,
Yeah.
and that was the end of it.
Great explanation. Well done there once again. Well done. Okay, but good to see that all happening out there and keeping an eye on all that. What a great race that was, ladies and gentlemen. On a great afternoon out here, of course, with the running of the Darwin Gold Cup weekend.
How good is this Trojan series for 6-litre boats, and how
Brilliant.
hard do these 6-litre boys charge?
Oh, you're not wrong about that, mate. They're on a mission and they want to be a winner of that. So that one's moved and run and done now for race 5, which we had to pull up earlier on because of the young dolphins around the ground. And you've taken it beautiful. Thanks for that there once again, Bishop.
James Clark, ladies and gentlemen, wave your
Yeah.
hands for him. He's done a great job, the young fella. That is serious competition that he has knocked off out there, and he didn't just get lucky, he actually outdrove the rest of the field. Well done, young James, in the tough enough. Great drive. He might teach his old man a thing or two.
Oh, mate, now you're revving things up while talking about that. But yeah, well done to the Clark family and well deserved. And talking about the old man, of course, Dave Clark, I'm pretty confident straight after these boats are coming in, we've got Dave Clarkey bringing out a professional salute on behalf of Frank Lindsay. In fact, a fine display of Frank Lindsay's Cleveland Freight Line prime movers. You might have noticed them as you come into the pit area.
I love a Kenworth, mate.
Yeah, lined up at a 45-degree angle, of course, in memory of Frank with Cleveland Freight Lines, I should say. All right, and that was his business that he ran for a great number of years. Everyone knew Cleveland Freight Lines out there on the road, no matter what. Right, and also with his love, the boat racing out there with his fabulous machine, insane.
Yep, fantastic, mate. really good to have such passion and, you know, such a loss to the club. Lost a few people in boat racing over the last 12 months, mate. We lost Tony Walsh, of course, I'm now having a mental...
That's all right. That's all right. We all do that. Frank Lindsay, Walsh, as you just mentioned, also, you know, and it's a sad thing, but it's all a part of life. Moving on to the next era after life.
And a couple of weeks ago, mate, Keith Harrison as well.
Okay, Keith Harrison also.
So but great to have this great tribute to Frank Lindsay, and I think we'll be seeing that happening fairly soon, mate.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. And obviously the guys out there in the pit area.
I first met Frank at Adelaide Speedboat Club in 1987. To me, he was a mentor. In the early days when I first started, he gave me some good advice at the track in my first race in Unlimited and my first boat race other than ski boat class. He asked me how I felt, do I have any nerves? And I said, yeah, I had butterflies. And he said, that's normal. And he said, I'll just give you one word of advice. He said, when you get up the end to the milling area, anytime, the day you get up the end and that doesn't go away and you feel nervous, the day you come back and retire. And I've thought of that the whole time.
It was in early days down here in the early 70s running a boat, which was always trying different things and running boats in a very professional manner.
What sort of boat is this one?
Well, that is an Everingham hull. It's about 18.5 feet long. See the big motor? That is a 510 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. Absolutely amazing. It runs on pure methanol.
Wow.
And they tell me you get behind that and watch the smoke pouring out of the exhaust. You can see the dollar signs pouring out of the boat.
Good racer, hard racer, very generous man with things he gave to everybody who needed something.
Every second counts, or fraction of a second.
What is your fondest memory of Frank?
There's probably lots, really. I mean, he's sort of a great ambassador to the club and the sport of Adelaide. Great for Tomo and I with the Tough Enough team when we started that back in 1988. He's just his input to us and to me personally. Helped me out in the sport. And yeah, watching him win the accolades that he's won over the years.
You can see it pulling up right in front of us out here. Dave Clark is behind the wheel at the moment out there. We're going to have a minute's silence on behalf of Frank Lindsay. When the hooter goes, we'll go into a minute's silence, and we're going to, in fact, do that right now. Give me the hooter right now, thank you. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Come on. And Dave Clark, Clarkie down there, standing up in the boat, of course, to salute Frank. And well done you there, Clarkie. I'm pretty sure Dave's going to fire the boat up. and give us a few laps out here on the racecourse once again. But what a beautiful time right now, Bisho. Take it away, my good friend. I got tears in the eyes, big time.
Good on you, mate. The Maltese coming out in you there, brother. Frank Lindsay, an absolute stalwart of the Adelaide Speedboat Club. He'll be sadly missed, ladies and gentlemen. His boat, Insane, the Insane Racing team. He did so much for this club, and it's so good to see the man that's basically taken over from Frank in his support, both financial, spiritual, and just downright hard work. Mr. David Clark driving the Insane race boat. Dave's taken over from Frank, and I'm sure Frank will be very, very proud. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a couple of laps from Insane with Dave Clark at the wheel.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, push the hands together as he comes on line. Come on! Absolutely! I tell you what, old Dave Clarkey, mate, what do you reckon there, Bishop? He likes to play with that throttle, just as it was all those years ago, 27 years ago with Frank Lindsay behind the wheel. And right now, of course, Dave Clark giving a bit of a feel around the course.
Absolutely, mate. Boat looks and sounds absolutely sensational.
Oh, I love that cracker as he takes the pedal off coming on around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, this boat, the Darwin Gold Cup, he was a winner. 1983, 84, 85, 86, 87 and 91.
I think Clarkie's enjoying this, mate.
Yeah, mate, he's enjoying that, and it's running like a clock at the moment also. What a beautiful way, of course, in memory of Frank Lindsay, ladies and gentlemen. You couldn't ask for more than that, Frank. You're shining the sun on us right down, mate, right now down here on your beloved club. Margie, you're here at the moment also. Everything going down so well. Beautiful and great drive coming out from Dave Clark in memory of Frank Lindsay. Insane, ladies and gentlemen. Rightio, put your hands together, folks, as he comes on by. Put him up in the air. Come on. Absolutely. In recognition of Frank Lindsay, ladies and gentlemen. Australia-Asian champion still written on the side of the boat from all those years ago there, Bishop.
Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoy Dave Clark running the Insane boat around. We're going to have to get a can opener to get him out, I think.
You're not wrong, mate. Dave Clark is starting to get a feel with his boat. Look at that. He's coming back in again. He says this is not a bad little weapon. Give us a wave, Clarky. Absolutely. We salute you. What a way to do it in memory of his great friend, of course. You couldn't ask for a better way to do it. What a great salute to a guy.
Yeah, well done everybody involved. And a great piece has also been put together, everybody, by Matthias Stanisic from All the Talk Photography.
Yep.
You need to jump on to GP Hydro live streaming. We'll get it on the ASBC Facebook page. It'll be on Bisho Media. We'll have it on YouTube as well. You'll get to see it in the clubhouse here tonight on the big screen as well.
Absolutely.
So congratulations. Well done.
I first met Frank at Adelaide Speedboat Club in 1987. To me, he was a mentor. In the early days when I first started, he gave me some good advice at the track. In my first race in Unlimited, and my first boat race other than ski boat class, he asked me how I felt, do I have any nerves? And I said, yeah, I had butterflies, and he said, that's normal. And he said, I'll just give you one word of advice. He said, when you get up the end to the milling area, anytime, the day you get up the end and that doesn't go away, and you feel nervous, the day you come back and retire. And I've thought of that the whole time.
It was in early days down here in the early 70s running a boat, which was always trying different things and running boats in a very professional manner.
What sort of boat is this one?
Well, that is an Everingham hull. It's about 18.5 feet long. See the big motor? That is a 510 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. Absolutely amazing. It runs on pure methanol.
Wow.
And they tell me you get behind that and watch the smoke pouring out of the exhaust. You can see the dollar signs pouring out of the boat.
Good racer, hard racer, very generous man with things he gave to everybody who needed something.
Every second counts, or fraction of a second.
What is your fondest memory of Frank?
There's probably lots, really. I mean, he's sort of a great ambassador to the club and the sport of Adelaide. Great for Tomo and I with the Tough Enough team when we started that back in 1988. He's just his input to us and to me personally helped me out in the sport. And yeah, watching him win the accolades that he's won over the years, he's a true champion.
And what legacy has Frank left at the sport?
That's huge. I mean, you know, he's probably the all-time great at Adelaide Speedboat Club and within Australia, and a good representative for the club. Untold winning of the Dawn Gold Cup, Bennett Gold Cup, and other trophies. He's won a Marj Watson. His input in the club as far as, you know, keeping it running, sponsorship, growth through his business at Cleveland Freight Lines. Without him in those days, the probably club wouldn't have survived. So all in all, number one, he's the best we've ever had there.
On the water, and without having seen the opposition, local speedboat champion Frank Lindsay's insane racing team would have to be favourites to regain the Australasian Displacement Championship at the North Arm on Sunday. In the race for the Marj Watson Trophy last year, Lindsay was beaten by the New South Wales boat The Prayer. That's now in the Lindsay stable, and the trophy's been donated back to the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Keeping the insane boats honest will be a trio of Victorians, Colin Moss in Adrenaline, Barry Webb's K55 and Alan Drummond's Lucifer, as well as the New South Wales boat The Peace, piloted by Bob Ferger. They'll all be lining up in the feature race at North Arm on Sunday.
Well, unfortunately, when Frank passed away in November, I had a phone call from Marj for me to go and help sort out all his stuff that he had that was to do with the boat. And at that time I went over and went through all the gear and helped her out, and then I got into a discussion with her about what would happen to Frank's boat, and she was very undecided at the time what she would do. I wanted to buy the boat, no holds barred. You know, I felt it's something that the history that it holds, I didn't want to see it just go to anybody and be hooned up the river and just put in the shed and forgotten. To me, it means a lot. So I was very fortunate to purchase the boat. We've stripped it, done everything to it, make it not race ready, but do displays. We fired the boat up the other night. After a couple of goes, it went straight away and hadn't been started for 25 years. So the boat's, you know, we've been through the whole boat, and very lucky it will never be sold. It will stay, as long as I'm alive, it will stay with me. And we'll display it representing Frank Lindsay, Insane Racing, Cleveland Freight Lines and Adelaide Speedboat Club.
warm-up lap, one warm-up lap, then straight to the start. Thank you.
side of the Darwin, mate, but this is going to be a cracking little race too. 85, I've got my old mate Andy Donahue, had a chat with him this morning in the Predator boat, little hydroplane that you can see over the back there, mate. It's a 1.6 litre Oz boat. It runs the 4 AGE Toyota twin cam 1600 engine.
4 AGE, yeah.
Yep, with a pair of twin 45mm Weber carburettors on it. So
Beautiful,
very old school cool.
That's good to hear. That's cool stuff, mate.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yep, so
Great carburettor in their time too. Still very good now.
I run them on me Datsun, mate. I love them.
Well, there you know all about them. I had them back in 1975.
There we are. Absolutely, mate. Well, that's what this boat's running. So runs around 85 mile an hour. Probably a little bit out horsepowered by the V8 boats that he's out there with. But the hydroplanes are a lot more efficient than and they've been playing with the shaft angle of this boat. Look at the rooster tail it's showing there, mate.
Yeah, big time.
That's a lot higher rooster tail than what I've seen out of that boat previously. So going to be interesting to see whether he's happy with how it's handling. The boat looked like it was very settled and very level.
Yeah.
Hombre heading out from the pitch now as well.
Right, yeah, let's take a look. Well, the starters of this race, when they come back towards us, ladies and gentlemen, from the inland end will be from 1 will be Predator, as you just have been talking about with Andrew Donahue. From 2 will be Titan with Zachary Satley. From 3 will be Demon with Josh Sawyer. And from 4 will be Hombre with Mick McArdle, the only open boat I can see out there. And from 5, Mild and Wild with Rick Fenwick. They are the starters coming up in the 85 mile per hour bracket.
Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it? We've got three displacements out there, the Demon, the Hombre and the Mild and Wild. And then we've got the F2 boat, the outboard tunnel, and the Titan, of course, and the little hydroplane, which is on pole with Andrew Donahue. Now, pole position will be good for him in this one.
Absolutely, do that big time. And it's going to be a good race just coming up. But
if he's got any brains, mate, he'll drive them all into the bridge and then hang a U-turn and come back.
Oh, mate, you've got some good secrets up your sleeve. I can tell you now. Well done with that, Bish. And I know that also with your own personal motor racing. You've been good out in the track. I wish I was out there with you, mate. You'd have some classy ideas. Good work.
Oh, yeah. I've got taught a few over the years by those old blokes, mate, that teach you stuff.
Including your dad, mate, which is beautiful.
True story.
Yeah, straight after these 85s, though, folks. Darwin heats are coming our way. All right, so the action's starting to thicken up now as the lovely afternoon unfolds out here at this fabulous racetrack out here, the Adelaide Speedboat Club, ladies and gentlemen. The running of the 2023 Winter Speedboat Spectacular. And on the Sunday, the final day here this weekend, the Darwin Gold Cup, the prestigious Darwin, coming up a little bit later on.
5 heats, Michael, of the Darwin.
What, 5 heats?
5 heats.
5 heats to the Darwin to get, of course, eventually the runners for the championship. All right, let's have a look at the moment out there milling on the inland end, and the General Lee, love the name, love the boat, getting them all organised. He's a great starter too, Darryl Leeds, an ex-racer and also an ex-transport man. But good to have him out here with his son Todd. They're been on there all weekend, in fact, and done a great job of starting the boats.
Mate, they've done a ripping job. It's a tough gig, you know, because you know it's hard, easy to get it wrong and hard to get it right.
Correct.
And they've got it right all weekend, so it's a fantastic job by the boys in the General Lee as we bring this field down.
Rightio, talking about bringing this field down, they're heading our way. Ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes on the inland end at the moment, because the General Lee is about to get out the dog leg and straighten up. In fact, right about now, straightening up and getting these 85 mile per hour boats on their way. The flag with young Todd is still up. It's still up. He's dropped the flag. The race is on, Bishop.
We are away, and have a look at this start from Hombre. Absolutely blows the doors off everybody. Andrew Donahue was supposed to be on pole, but he's on the far outside. He must have elected to go out there. Titan's actually on pole, and let's watch him up into turn number 1 here, mate. There's going to be spray everywhere.
Absolutely, and the Bridgeland in, ladies and gentlemen, and here is the spray, Bishop. It's going everywhere. Have a look at the rooster tail coming out from those guys in the moment. They're heading down the front lane straight for the first time.
Hombre out in front, doing it very, very nicely. Then it's back to Sawyer and the Demon, then the Mild and Wild. Absolutely gunner to gunner with the Demon for second place at the moment. Titan into 4th place, and Predator rounding out the field as they go up through turn number 2 for the first time.
Well, pretty good. Mick McArdle at the moment is pulling away down the back main straight, doing a great job. Mick is very, very competitive here this weekend. Let's take a look at him and see how well he turns on the pin and the inland end, I should say the Bridgeland end.
Absolutely, Miggy. I'll tell you what, I'll be interested to see his GPS after this one, mate, because he blew everyone's doors off out of the start. Let's hope he hasn't gone over that 85 mark. Sawyer doing a good job in the Demon on the outside, and the Mild and Wild. These guys having a ding-dong for second place.
You're not wrong. That's very, very interesting there in second and third spot. But you're right about him, that Hombre with the 85 mile per hour. Oh, Mick McArdle, mate, wide open. That might be costly for him. We won't know that, in fact. But at the same time, let's continue on. First, second and third are so close, so at the same time, go to the rear of field, little hydroplane with a big rooster tail still getting thrown now.
Absolutely, I'm really impressed with young Tommy Sawyer. Oh, unfortunately, Fenwick is pulling out.
Sad.
That was a good battle going on between him and Tommy Sawyer, but he's out of the race. That brings Titan up into third place and Predator into fourth. 1 lap to go now for our race leader, the Hombre.
Yeah, the Hombre, Mick McArdle, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow flag out, 1 lap to go right from now, and the Hombre working out well. The GPS is recording everything in this race and at the same time, Bish.
Absolutely, Tommy Sawyer and the Demon doing a great job. Well up into second spot now, and it'll be hard to beat him from there. But it is all McArdle down the back straight away, and the Hombre doing a fantastic job. Saddlery is doing a wonderful job in the Titan, but he just quite hasn't got the pace to go with these through. And Donahue rounding out the field in fourth spot, picks up the yellow flag and sets off in his last lap.
Yeah, now Andrew Donahue, love that rooster tail happening at the rear of the field, as you say. But here we go, Michael, let's have a look. Mick McArdle, Michael McArdle, there's the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. Gary right beside the river line. There it is, and it's been waved. Another win going to Mick McArdle in the Hombre. There it is, Bishop.
Mickey McArdle, great job, great run there. Tommy Sawyer on the podium. And I think that's the first time he's got up into second place in that boat. Great effort for him. He's getting close to his dunking for winning a race.
Absolutely, what a great explanation that was. Well done. And here we go, and they're collecting. There's the third finalist going over the finish line, and now waiting for the rear field.
Zach and Titan doing a great job.
Yep.
Couldn't quite compete with the two displaced boats. And Andy Donahue doing a valiant effort in the little 1.6 litre hydroplane, the Oz boat. He hasn't got his category here this weekend, so he's out there running around in this 85 class. A little bit outclassed, but what he is doing is he's getting development into this boat. And all those other 1.6 guys, when he gets to the next race, he'll be all over them like a fat kid on a cupcake.
Absolutely, brilliant words there, Bisho. Rightio, that paperwork is disappearing. We've run that race, all done. Rightio, now I'm pretty confident. Darwin time for the heats. Heat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you said earlier on, 5 heats. This is going to be out of control. Brilliant stuff coming our way.
Yeah, stick around, folks. This is where it is going to heat up. I do have race 9 Trojan listed down before that, so I'll just get that confirmed for
Maybe,
you,
yeah,
mate.
if we can do that, you might have a word to Joe in there and find out. Here comes a brilliant guy at the same time. In fact, what I'm going to do with this here, you get hold of him. I'm going to introduce him. You interview this guy. We're talking about a guy that is in love with this club, mate. Has been for I don't know how many years. We love him at the same time. Folks, I'm talking about the gentleman from Simons Clark Logistics, Mr. David Clarkey, who just drove Frank Lindsay's Insane, and what a beautiful job you've done with that, Dave. Put your hand here, my good friend. You're going to be interviewed right now with Bisho. In fact, I'll give you the headset.
Thanks, Michael. There you go, mate, and we'll grab a mic for you as well. Yeah, chuck that on your head there, mate. And you had me little Maltese, mate. In tears here as well, Clarkey. Now, I'm going to give you 2 microphones, mate, because we've got live stream, everybody watching at home as well, mate. So we're all over that. We've got a camera here, so let's get Matthias in. We'll get our good-looking heads in. We're about the same height. I like this. Mate, congratulations. Where do I start with this? I mean, congratulations. You and I have discussed this over the weekend. Frank, one of your best mates, one of your mentors. You guys basically have lived the same life, racing boats, owning trucking companies, and loving the Adelaide Speedboat Club and tipping plenty of your own personal time and money into it. How'd you feel out there in his boat, please?
Oh, it was fantastic. I mean, it was an honour and a privilege to be able to do that for a great man for the club. And like I said, he was a mentor to me in boat racing in the early days, good advice, and he would help me along the way with parts and stuff in those days. And with the transport company, when Dad bought it, my brother and I worked for my father then, my nephew Jason, he's our CEO, and young James. In those early days, I was also going to ask him about just workshop stuff, how he ran it, whatever. And he's going to do a job on what they've done.
I haven't changed a thing on this thing, Bisho.
No.
And that's Clarkey, mate. He says, nah, mate, I'm going to make that boat exactly as Frank had it. 27 years ago. They haven't changed a thing. And as I was saying with Frank Lindsay, we salute you this weekend, Frank. And obviously with the passing not too long ago with Frank. But here we go now talking about that.
Mate, I said on the commentary, we're going to need a can opener to get this bloke out of this boat, I reckon. Well, mate, you deserve the privilege. I walk around this club and I've never heard anyone say a bad word about you, mate. All they do is praise what you do. They all respect and appreciate what you do. And I know that you don't do it for thanks, and we had that discussion this morning. We had a good chat. But at the end of the day, it is nice to be recognised, and you have been recognised, mate. And you've recognised the great man, Frank Lindsay, as well. So I think you've ticked all the boxes this weekend, mate. Mate, you're a great man for the club. Just tell me, well, that boat, when you leant on it, it looked pretty good. Yeah. Well, Frank might have known what he was doing when he sent it up, you reckon? That's amazing, mate. It's a credit to you. Just before I let you go, mate, what's the future for that boat? I understand it's obviously going to live with you. Are we going to get it out? Are we going to do some stuff with it? Yeah. We want to see it, mate. We want to see it everywhere. Hey, Clarky, thanks so much. I don't know what to say. It's very emotional. My Maltese mate up here was crying. I was nearly crying. We did a great job. I bet you had a tear in your eye as well, mate, as you were going around. But congratulations on just the way everything's played out, on how you've handled it. And congratulations on this club, because it's been Frank Lindsay, now it's Dave Clark, and let's hope it continues on. Thanks, Clarky. Good on you, bro. Dave Clark, ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for Dave Clark? What an absolute superstar for this club. Thanks, mate.
Okay, well, what a great interview there with Dave Clark. Well done, Joe. What a beautiful word, mate, and to have a good word there with Clarky. Right up now, some passion. But here we go.
We've got another race coming our way. Ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on things. Bisho, take it away.
Thanks,
a good race
Michael.
coming up. Yeah,
so
man.
This is Trojan. It's Trojan. That's not Trojan, that's Darwin. And it is Wild Child, PNR on the outside and Image on the far outside of them. So this is heat number 1 of the Darwin, ladies and gentlemen. And have a look at Brett Midry, absolutely driving those in. Robertson's going to be hard to beat here, mate, in the big flying boat. What can these 6-litre boats do?
Absolutely, the Wild Child at the moment. Brett Midry in second spot, Image in third. But the blower machine turns on the inland end at the moment. He heads down the back main straight. Here we go with Nidri. He throws the water everywhere.
Absolutely hard on the calves. This is a real ding-dong go. Oh, Robinson! Oh, my God! He put the boat right up on its starboard side there. I saw all underneath the boat there, Michael. He's absolutely having a go here. This is about lap times. This is about race time. Even though he's out his front, he can't afford to turn it down.
Absolutely. He's not turning it down. Have a listen to that. He's going like a rocket ship around the racetrack and in there. He turns it on that pin. That was a good corner out there for the blower boat, Wild Child.
Robinson trying to push hard because he knows this is all about his heat time. He doesn't need to worry about the boats behind him. He needs to put on fast time here. And Robinson charges hard down the back. We've got an unbelievable 6-litre race going on between 2 6-litre boats here. Nidri holding out the Image boat at the moment with Craig Lewis.
No worries, Lewis goes in and Nidri. He throws up the water on the Bridgeland end. Wild Child in the meantime is coming back into the inland and turning in the pin at the moment. Man, what a race that between the 2 6-litres. These guys are at it.
Unbelievable, 1 lap to go now. This 6-litre battle is absolutely enthralling. I reckon Craig Lewis doesn't want to let Brett Ramsey get away with this. Brett Ramsey's been, Brett Nidri. Getting my Brett's confused, mate. It's too exciting for me. Second flag comes out. Darren Robinson charging the line. Bring it home, Michael.
Absolutely, here we go. Wild Child, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to take the second flag. There it is for heat 1 of the Darwin here this afternoon. What a great race coming out. And there comes the 2 guys. Brett Nidri in the runner-up spot. Well done here, Brett. Good work. And third and final coming our way here, Bish.
Yes, Craig Lewis brings the Image home and he's slowing as well. Whether he just thought, well, that's it, that's the best I can do, I don't know. Or whether he's got an issue, we'll find out a bit later on. But Brett Nidri's leaning on it pretty hard down the back too. I hope he's not going to do an extra lap. He's seen the checkered flag, but I think as Darren Robinson will bring it home and come into the pits. This is an interesting one. I'm just watching these guys come through here. I reckon Nidri might be getting a little bit of one of those uncomfortable discussions with the officials.
Bit of a slapping on the wrist maybe, but that's not that called. But yeah, you're 100% right with that one there. Anyway, that was heat 1 of the Darwin here this afternoon, Bisho, and we got 2, 3, 4 and 5 still to go, so plenty of work coming ahead with the Darwin here this afternoon. What a fabulous afternoon right now with the weather, the conditions. Another great crowd coming out and supporting the event out here once again. Bisho, you're looking at the paperwork, what's coming up, bud?
We've got heat number 2 of the Darwin, and it is going to be Titan, Wife's Anxiety, Avago, Tough Enough. They are the boats we're looking for, so this is going to be another cracking heat.
Absolutely, let's take a look, and as you said, for race 2 in the Darwin down here, and heat number 2, let's have a look. From 1 would be, I would imagine, well, in fact, we might call them a little bit later because they're still, oh no, they're coming out in the water now. From 1 would be Titan with Dave Slattery, who they looked after by.
SA Lift and Loader, my friend.
Mate, they've been supporting this club for a great number of years. Well done to SA Lift and Loader. Thank you so much, guys, and getting behind this event at the same time. But from 1 coming up, and the next for the Darwin heat number 2 will be Titan with Dave Satterley, and from 2 will be Wives Anxiety with Thomas Schluter, and from 3 Avago with Craig Storner, and from 4 will be Tough Enough with young James Clark. So that's the starters coming up in the heat 2 of the Darwin here this afternoon.
Well, this is interesting, mate. I actually was under the impression the Darwin was the fastest heat time. It's worse. It's your fastest lap.
That's why Wild Child was going so hard.
You've got to nail one crazy fast lap, and it's the 6 fastest laps that go into the final.
Into the dawn. Thank you so much, Laurie. And Laurie always coming up and supporting and in the background helping us out.
We always like blokes that know what they're talking about coming in the commentary box, because there's no one up here that does.
Well, we're that busy trying to keep up with all the paperwork and everything else. Sometimes it does slip us, but well done, Laurie. Thanks for that.
Thanks,
buddy.
Laurie.
Good
That's
work, mate. Good work.
That's good to know. I didn't know that, and that's really interesting. That's an interesting rule. I don't think there'd be another race like that in Australia. So fastest lap. So that means if you're on pole, you just need to nail one fast lap, and you could just back it down and come last.
We can do that, exactly. And
You'd be pretty bloody brave to do that, I reckon.
At the same time,
confident.
but some of the guys would, because they want to save their machinery for the actual race itself.
Yeah.
You could play around with that there, absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's why Wild Child, mate, he was going like a hammer.
Yeah, Darren, he had a massive fly down the back chute
Yeah,
here as
yeah.
well. I don't know if you just caught it out the corner of your eye, mate, but boat was right up on its starboard gunnel there, and you had to settle the boat back down and then have another stab at it.
Yeah.
So that always costs you time, that stuff.
I definitely would have, but that just goes to show you he was throwing everything at it, and the boat happened to dance like that just for that split second.
Yeah. No, Darren's not here for a haircut, which is fortunate, because he does have hair, actually, Darren. He goes better than you and I.
I was going to say he's a lucky man because I've got nothing under this cap. I can promise you that, folks. Not hair anyway. It's all part of it, but hey,
solar
not a problem
panel,
whatsoever.
Mate. It's a solar panel.
Yeah, the solar panel is producing plenty of power. Rightio, just quickly, folks, we must go through our lovely sponsors here for the weekend. We haven't gave them a big plug this today for the Dawn Gold Cup. The major sponsors, Simon Clark Logistics on Platinum, along with TKD, the Toolkit Depot people. Thanks, Rob. In the gold area, Able Roofing, Jeff Stanell. Thanks, Jeff, from In Excess. Well done, my good friend. SA Lift and Loader. We just spoke about them.
Yeah.
Getting behind the previous race out here. Thanks, Davo. Of course, Tyre Right. The Platinum sponsor guys here this afternoon also. Hallmark. They're the guys that do the Trailers Australia here, and thanks to them. Also, CP Used Trucks. Well done to those guys also.
Eben Router Diesel Services, mate, in Wingfield, EDS. So massive thank you to those, and that's, of course, Mark Eben Router, so the Routers Boat. So big thank you to those guys, along with Topco, outdoor architecture, glass fibre specialist, and also concrete.
Yeah, Jared Smith, the Club Commodore.
Yes, he's a legend. I had a chat with Jared this morning, so a big thank you to him. Also, Access Express, a specialised hire experience, and with big thank you to the guys at Access Express, along with Action Line Marking, Big Chief Hire, also Rentco, transport and equipment rentals, and Comwide.
You got it.
We've done all of our
yep, you got it.
Radios this weekend, mate.
Yeah, not wrong. In the bronze section, just quickly, Bob Stern. Thanks for Marine Tyres, Bob. Always, buddy. Also, APF Motorsport, Braden Amado. Well done. The Lakes Resort Hotel getting behind us, and a lot of the competitors staying at the Lakes Resort. Also, Vale Signs. Thank you so much to those guys for looking after the entire grounds with the lovely signage. Truck Works down on Hackenham Road here in Wingfield. Thanks, Lyndon. Also, All the Talk Photography, Rolf. Thanks, Rolf. All the talk, mate. Well done. Great sponsor.
Big contract that one is, mate. Big dollar contract.
Big time. And, of course, Chili Billy Mobile Cool Rooms. We got them here this weekend. Quick Stripe Sign Shop. Thanks to Matt and Terry Smith. Well done. Also, SA Building Supplies, servicing the north and in the south also. And you've got a few more with the Commodore's Cup.
Absolutely. Commodore's Cup and the beautiful Kossi Amoto, the port panel shop. Beautiful custom work that they do down there, mate. I've seen a couple of the cars that they do, and it's absolutely A1 stuff.
Yeah, they're good, mate. They're real good.
Proline Protection, another one of our fabulous sponsors here this weekend. Big thanks to Michael out there. And also Bruce Lindsay at Ost Brokers in Terrace. And they're insurance brokers, and you can get on to Bruce there on 088-238-9200. And Port Adelaide Auto Parts. I believe they're a very, very good parts supplier, mate.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, Proline Protection, they are our security people here this weekend that have been making sure the whole grounds and all of our lovely spectators and all are safe and enjoying a great weekend out here. Folks, they are the sponsors that support this sport that you are visiting here today. And thank you very much on behalf of those sponsors once again. There it is, Bisho. We've looked after those guys.
And they have looked after us.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong about that. Thank you so much, and we appreciate that big time. Rightio, folks, we're going to do some organising up here, move some things around. Next race is not far away at all. Stick around, whatever you do, on a glorious Sunday afternoon on our lovely weekend here at the boat racing, and we'll be back with you.
Heat number 2 of the Darwin race, number 11 for the day, and just been discussing up here with Laurie. So this whole one fastest lap deal, mate, it fascinates me. You don't need to win, you just need to have fast lap time.
The fastest lap time, to go as quick as you can with that clock.
So the quickest lap time gets pole 1.
Yep.
Second quickest gets pole 2.
All the way through.
You could come last in your heat.
That's right.
If you got the quickest lap time on lap number 1,
yeah, man,
you're in.
You're in the right spot.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how some of these guys, people like Beetle Bailey, will have this worked out, won't they? They will be all over it like.
I could use some terminology there. Exactly.
Like a cheap suit.
Exactly, but exactly as our Laurie has said, the fast lap, the time, how quick you can put a lap down around this course. All right.
Fascinating.
Absolutely. It
Yes.
adds to the excitement even a little bit more. It's good.
It makes you wonder why that was put into the deed of gift, doesn't it? You know, what at that time, and it was probably, I don't know how long's it been running, probably since the 1940s or something. You know, back in those days, they decided that let's make it the quickest lap.
Exactly.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Not a problem.
That's
We'll
what we're doing.
That's what we're going to be doing. Exactly right. So that's all good stuff. Yeah, guaranteed.
So is it like qualifying in a car where you go out, let everyone go, get some smooth water and get away from all the traffic and then nail a fast lap?
Well,
would you do that?
From a boat racer, that's a very smart way of doing something. With a motor racer, a drag racer, you're a #1 qualifier. That would put you in the #1 spot, and if you're an uneven number in a field, you'd get a free run all the way through to the final. So that'd be the place to be if you're out there on the drag strip.
Yeah.
A little bit different, but out here, quickest time around this lap, puts you in the best spot.
It does. The only problem with that theory, though, is if you drop back and let them all go, you're in their crap water. So really what you want to do is win the first lap, make it your fastest lap, which is hard to do if you're pole 6.
Exactly.
If you're pole 1, you do it. So really interesting to see what the mindset of a lot of these crews and drivers are and what they're trying to do, or whether you just have to go out there and see how the race plays out and play it by ear and make it happen. Here we go,
here we go. They came up on us without even really knowing. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away, Pete.
Flag dropped, and I tell you what, none of those boats got on it at the start. I can tell you that right now, Michael. None of those guys were hard on it. Titan wasn't, Abago definitely wasn't, and the other guys out the back door, maybe not as well. Now we're starting to lead on these boats. Have a look down the outside. The Tough Enough machine with James Clark. What's he going to try and do here as he heads up into turn number 2 for the first time?
Absolutely. I tell you what, Dave Satley and Titan, though, is starting to come to life for the very first time. Have a look at him now in second spot. But the Tough Enough, he's going real quick. Have a go. Back in third spot, trying to give it plenty of acceleration.
Tell you what, it'll be a struggle there for the Abago machine if he's running back there in third spot at the moment to put in a fast lap time. Titan on pole doing a good job, but the man at the moment is Jimmy Clark.
Yeah, you're not looking at young James Clark, ladies and gentlemen. He's got that boat sitting down the front lane straight, and it sits so nice. Titan is throwing everything at it and giving it a really hard shot. Abago coming up in third spot.
Tough Enough, the 6-litre boat out in front of the 2 unlimited displacements at the moment, and both of those boats just look a bit doughy to me, Michael.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great call there. Just know exactly what they're doing out there in the water. At rear of field at the moment, of course, Wives Anxiety giving it everything, but just didn't load enough bullets into the machine gun this afternoon.
Yellow flag comes out for Jimmy Clark now as he fires down the front straight away. About the only boat that's really hard on it in this heat at the moment, from what I can see. Sailory does a good job in the time, but he hasn't got the pace that we expect from him. And Abago, Craig Corner, he's starting to pull it down, but he's starting to get the pace out of that boat, mate.
Exactly, and I think if the boat can go quick, obviously this weekend is not for him, but it's the pace, it's the quickest time that they can get each lap out here, and at the moment, young Clark is putting down the numbers.
Oh, mate, he will have done the quickest lap time in this race, there's no doubt about that. So young James Clark, he's going to be the fastest lap time in this heat, I can guarantee you that one. As he fires across the line, the boat's sounding and looking absolutely sensational.
Absolutely, I'm going to hand it to Dave Satley. This will be the best run I've seen him do the entire weekend, getting the boat to go reasonably well. There goes Abago, he's getting up there pretty well. Wives Anxiety, rear of field, just going over the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas Schutler in there in the Wife's Anxiety machine. That was a reasonable run for him. He's getting stronger and stronger every run. But certainly James Clark was the man of the moment.
Yeah, well done, Clarkie, young Clarkie Junior. James Clark, good work. Great work.
Heat number 2, SA Lift and Loader, the sponsors of that one. And next race we will be... Oh, there we go. Starting 1946. Thank you, Laurie. So you might have to stay up here and be my little gopher man, I reckon.
He's a good gopher man to have, I can tell you that right now.
He's a good gopher man to have. Yeah, I mean, I'd prefer, something in her 20s, blonde maybe, but, you'll do, mate.
Oh, man, you're a bit harsh on that one there. But, hey, as we put our eyes down the pavework, have a look at this race coming up now in Heat 3 for the Darwin. Heat 3 for the Darwin. We've got 4 names here, and they're pretty gutsy. What's coming up from 1, Unleashed, Brett Shepherd. From 2, Impulsive, Adam Smith. From 3, the winner yesterday from the Margie Watson Reckless, Tate Ramsey. And from 4, Destiny, with the brother Blake Ramsey coming up. Not a bad combo coming up around it on Heat 3 for the Darwin.
Blake dominated in the unlimited race that we had earlier on this morning, mate. So Blake's on fire, make no mistake about that. And I tell you what, he'd be happy for his brother winning the Marge, but he'll want to try and get a Darwin.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. And that way the 2 Ramsey's names as they continue on. And great to see that, though, of course, here in the winner's circle this weekend, once again, at this fabulous event. And what a great weekend it's been so far, and still more action coming our way.
Oh, the big one's coming our way, mate. The Darwin and the Trojan. So excited to see how this Trojan plays out. I'm assuming now that Michael Newt, I'd say Nuto probably one back, and I would say Craig Lewis probably on top of the table, maybe, or maybe even with Turn It Up at the moment. Turn It Up still in front. There's one race to go. So if Workhorse takes the win, and Lewis comes second, I think the calculations will have to be done. I don't think I'm going to be brave enough to call that if that happens. If Lewis wins, I think he's got it. Well, we'll wait and see. So what do we got now? Darwin.
Just quickly, while you're having a quick chat, I'm going to give some more information there with young Laurie. Heat 3 the Dawn, we're going to run Heat 4 and then come back to Heat 3.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's no great drama. So Heat 4 for the Dawn first.
My maths isn't particularly strong at the best of times.
Oh, not too bad, but Joe's got it all worked out there in race control. So, yeah, Dawn Heat 4 first, then we'll go back to Dawn Heat 3. So that won't be a drama. So the Heat 4 for Dawn, the 4 starters would be for TRG Transport would be Craig Bailey. From 2 would be 2 Impulsive with Jared Smith. From 3, Tough Enough with Dave Clark. And from 4, Mainline Dinos driven by Simon Troy. They're the 4 starters in Heat 4 for the Dawn this afternoon.
The 2 big banger outboard boats going out in this one, mate. So it's going to be interesting to see. Now, I haven't had any word from the Simon Troy camp as to, I have heard it did smoke an engine. However, they may have a spare in the truck. Quite often the outboard teams do. So we're just going to, in fact, Simon Troy can see him in the water. So
that's good news. That'll be good news.
And don't guarantee me on the smoked engine thing. I've only heard that through a bit of chat on the social media. But either way, great to see Simon Troy's in the water. He's going to be a hard charger because, damn, he was fast earlier on today.
That's good. That's what we want to see. Great racing action, great competition. All part of the show here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great stuff as the general lead comes just cruising on by. He's our start line, that boat this weekend, of course. And Daryl leads, Daryl and Todd, they can't hear us with the helmets on. They got earpieces getting spoken to by race control. But the 6.3 litre, 600 horsepower engine, a great start boat. And man, they've been doing a brilliant job all weekend. Not an easy gig, that one there, as we said earlier on, but they're doing it and they're pulling it off well.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, mate, it's very, very easy to get it wrong and very hard to get it right, and they've got it right all weekend. So
that's it.
Good on them. The boys doing a great job in the start boat, and it's it's a tough gig. You're out there all day, 2 days, burning up fuel and wearing your boat out just so these boys can go racing.
Exactly, and a big shout out too at the same time for all of our sponsors over in the VIP area today and this afternoon. They've got a beautiful spot, but we thank them and we salute those guys also for getting behind the sport that we enjoy so much here this weekend to our VIPs.
I reckon they might see us in the VIP area a little bit later, Myron.
At my oath, they will, absolutely.
We'll do the mic drop and straight in there, I reckon.
Yep, I think that's deserved after a weekend of being up here, especially next to you, my good friend.
Thank you, buddy. All right, so Tough Enough, Big Davey Clark, superstar. He fires up the big PSI supercharged big block Chevrolet and sends it. He'll probably go and do a warm-up lap, I'd imagine, because we haven't seen that boat on the water today. Jared Smith, the Commodore of the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
And he looked so good and smart in his uniform out here yesterday and this morning at the same time. Does a great job, and another young lad who's really passionate with his club, so well done. Clarkie, when you interviewed him earlier on this afternoon, not long ago, mate, you could see it, the feel he had when he drove Frank's boat.
Yeah.
The passion was there big time, mate, big time. And Dave's a quiet talker, but he told you everything, exactly what was going on.
Yeah, it was great to get Dave and great to have him up here. And as I said, him, you can draw a lot of parallels between Dave Clark and Frank Lindsay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both in business and in their boat racing and their passion for the club. So, it's really good to see that. Frank was obviously just a massive influence on Dave's life. And
big time.
I think, mate, once you're gone, that's about all you can hope for, I reckon, is to have influenced people's lives. And Frank's definitely done that, particularly with Dave.
Absolutely. And, of course, it was so nice, too, to have Margie here this weekend and her good friends along with her. Bobby Middleton, another trucking magnet guy, and he was there also, of course, in support with Margie. And love to have all the happening, but at the moment, we're going down to Dawn's 4 hectares of 4. And these guys just warming up. A few guys still on the shoreline, yet to fire up and come out, and that'll be Bailey, of course, and Jared Smith.
Yeah, 2 Impulsive, Jared Smith, so we're just waiting for Simon Troy and Craig Beetle Bailey to fire up the 2 methanol burning 2.5 litres. They run, they're a 2.5 litre block, V6 configuration.
Okay.
They run fuel injection on methanol, and they use what they call a slide front, mate. So they don't actually use to induct the air into the front of the engine, a 2-stroke engine. The air comes in the front. They don't use a big butterfly like they used to on the traditional old engines. They have 3 big stacks with shutters. Slide shutters on them. We call them slide fronts. And the top one's short, the middle one's longer, and the bottom one's longer again. And that's to get the right balance throughout the induction of the engine. So super sophisticated 2-stroke technology in these boats. And these things making around about 400 horsepower.
Well, you've got to have that sort of technology. Better make 400 horsepower from that size engine. Well done. That's good. Well done to those guys. That's why they go so hard and go so fast. And, of course, the boats themselves. Man, F1s, I love the way they go around those corners. Bailey, mate, he's got it worked out. Not only Bailey, but I use him as an example. Love watching those corners of those guys. Are they going to back off? I barely don't think they don't. They just keep onto it.
4 to 5 Gs out of those boats in the corners, mate. So 4 to 5 times your own body weight as you go around the corners in an F1 tunnel-style hull.
Well, that means if I was driving on board, you better call the ambo and cut me way after the first turn.
Yeah, I think it'll break every bone in my body, mate. So,
my
head might fall off.
Yeah, rightio. But let's go back to the inland end at the moment, folks. We're going into Darwin heat number 4 here this afternoon. The General Lee has got them milling out there to get themselves organised. And they watch each other out there. You'd be amazed at what they do out there in the milling end at the moment. And the General Lee will say, rightio, when I come in past you guys, you're going to start all lining up and heading towards the race course.
All right, here we go, mate. They're just all milling up there now, and it looks like they're about to get a line up here. So out of pole position is Craig Bailey in the TRG Transport. Craig will be wanting to do his first lap fast can be. So he'll be trying to make his first lap quick. He'll know what lap times he's doing. He'll know at the end of lap 1, his crew will let him know what lap time he's done, and he'll know what lap time he needs to do to get into this final. He will have already worked that out over his races for the weekend, make no mistake.
Spot on there, Bisho. You're giving away all the secrets on behalf of that team. Ladies and gentlemen, put your eyes on the inland end as the General Lee starter boat is bringing in 4 super quick machines coming our way. Heat 4 of the Darwin coming up now, and here we go. Keep an eye on the start line, ladies and gentlemen. The white flag is dropped. Here we go. The race is on.
We're racing. Bailey gets a good start, but so does Dave Clark. They drive away a little bit from Jared Smith, although Jared Smith hanging in there very nicely. And on the outside, Simon Troy will dive deep and hard. This is where Bailey will make up ground as he tips it in hard and fast and accelerates out. That methanol burning 2.5 litre. Now storming away. He's trying to get this fast lap in, Michael.
Absolutely. He's got clear water ahead of him now, and that's what he wants to do. Clarkie and Toughen Up is throwing everything at it. But I can tell you now, these guys, they turn on a dime. Here we go, Craig Bailey down the back main straight. Now Clarkie's back in the 3rd spot.
Simon Troy now as he leans hard on David Clark down through the bottom turn now. The 2 methanol tunnel boats starting to make a little bit of a breakaway now. Jared Smith doing a beautiful job in his standard 2.5 to stay in touch as well, mate.
Absolutely well done to young Jared Smith. But at the moment, it's Craig Bailey all the way. Playing fast, having a turn in that end. Man, he just turned it on a dime. Well done to that guy, keeping it up.
Craig Bailey stamping some authority on this now as he charges down the back straight away. He's absolutely onto it now, but I reckon he's turned the wick down a little bit. He's got that brake, he knows he's put in a fast lap time. His crew will have let him know what his lap times are. He's coming up to accept the yellow flag and go for one more now.
Absolutely, they're very smart crew that is saving the energy of that engine out there. But Craig Bailey has put down those 2 on the quickest times for the evening or for the afternoon. And we keep an eye on the runner-up at the moment also. Oh, here comes David Toughen Up, just holding 3rd spot at the moment.
Have a look at this now as Jared Smith leaning very hard on Dave Clark. The 2 Adelaide Speedboat Club members now battling it out for last position as they fire down the back straight away side by side.
Okay, Clark is going to get him down the back main straight with the horsepower. Here comes the winner of this event at the same time.
Beetle Bailey takes the win in heat number 4 of the Darwin, Simon Troy, and the battle between El Presidente and the legend of the club as they go to the line. This is fantastic stuff for the Adelaide Speedboat Club, boys. Clark just gets in over the top. Was there team orders, I want to know?
Yeah, same here. Just picked him on the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. Clarkie up in 3rd spot. Well done. And of course, Tough Enough. Really great job considering those boats, those F1 things, that they are so fast around this course.
Oh, yeah. Craig Bailey and Simon Troy. Now, I'd say I'd say Simon's put another engine on that boat, and I'd say it's not a firecracker like the last one was, because he didn't quite have the pace to go with Bailey in that one.
Well, there we are. Obviously, maybe saving his best engine for last. Who knows?
You never know. You never
Exactly.
know. You never know, mate. So, what do you reckon about the two Adelaide Speedboat Club boys, the president and Dave Clark, who's been everything in the club and is everything to the club? I think there was a bit of passion in that one.
Absolutely, mate, and there'll be a lot of talk in the club room tonight with a big smile on each dial, though, as they impress each other what they've done here this weekend. Great work between those guys. But there it is, the Darwin heat number 4 has been run and done. So we'll take that paperwork away. We should be going back to Dawn third heat number 3 with the Dawn, I do believe, at the moment here.
Yep, just to confuse you all, we're going back to heat 3 and then we'll be into heat 5. So once that's done, I think we will have Trojan, final race for the Trojan, and that's just coming down to the wire.
Yep.
And then we're going to see final of the Dawn heat. It's starting to heat up, the action's heating up, my brother.
You're not wrong about that. It's going to be a fast at least this weekend for Dawn for 2023. Okay, and we're doing reasonably well on the time frame also at the moment. So things are looking super sharp out here on this fine afternoon out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club, enjoying a nice cold Coca-Cola or maybe something a little bit stronger out here. Ladies and gentlemen from Adelaide and beyond, thank you so much for coming out here to the boat racing this weekend. Thanks to you for your support. And of course, being in company here with the boat racing, and what a great crowd coming out. The car park once again out here, Bishy. Filled right up, mate. Cars are parked right out in the main road. Just goes to show you the support of the 2023 Winter Speedboat Spectacular is getting supported big time.
So it should be, mate. Spectacular racing, beautiful boats, beautiful club, beautiful weather. It was a little bit dodgy this morning, but we've come good, and you just can't ask for anything more. We've seen so many close races, so much passion, so much, just desire to win here this weekend as well.
Yeah.
And we love that, mate.
Absolutely, mate, and that makes for the best racing, and of course, spectators come out to see the action, and they're seeing plenty of that here this afternoon. Rightio, we'll quickly have a short break, and we'll be back with you shortly, folks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we have got heat number 3 of the Darwin. Don't get confused, we've actually had 3 heats, but the last one was heat 4, this is heat 3, and then we're going into heat 5, just to confuse you, folks.
Absolutely, we'll make sure we keep you on your toes out there while you're watching the afternoon racing out here one more time.
Technically, we'll call it number 4, mate, because that's really what it is. Unleashed, Impulsive F1, Reckless, and Destiny are the boats that we are looking for, and this will be very interesting with the Ramsey brothers side by side down into turn number 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That'd be great to see a lot of the Ramsey brothers out there doing competition, and one of them done exceptionally well out here this weekend, and the other would love to take away the Dawn Gold Cup. How would that be?
Yeah, Tate, the big winner, the Marj Watson winner, of course, and his brother Blake, well, he'll be pretty keen to try and get the Darwin because, he can't have his brother having it all his own way, can he? So
well, if that actually did happen, Bish, that'd be the first time in history, I believe, that 2 brothers win 2 major events in one weekend.
Well, it probably would be, mate. Who knows?
That'd be a pretty hard one to sort of go back and check it out, but I don't know too much of something like that happening.
We'll just call it. We'll just call it that way.
Absolutely.
Like, let's face it, mate. Most people think what the commentator says is true, so...
Well, we try and give them the right information to the best of our ability, but no great dramas with that. At the moment, the General Lee is, again, milling on the inland end. In fact, he's happy what they're doing and bringing them in. Here we go once again.
Shepherd on.
Yep, take it away there, once again there, Bishop.
Shepherd on pole here, mate. He's going to be very, very tough to beat in this one, but got some very strong outboard competition around the outside of him, and he's also got the 2, as I said, the Ramsey boys, the Reckless and the Destiny on the outside of him as well. This is going to be a hardcore heat. This is effectively a blown race. And here we go. White flag flying high on the General Lee, waiting for it to drop.
Here we
Flag
go.
drops. We are racing. And the red, look at Tate Ramsey and Shepherd. Go at it. These guys had a hard run in the Marj Watson, and Shepherd's going to want to try and get him done here in this one.
Absolutely. Shepherd at the big top end at the end of the back straight, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the boat leading. Reckless is leaping all over the place. But Shepherd is on a mission.
Shepherd, a much sharper go than what we saw yesterday. And the 2 Ramsey boys going at it. In fact, Blake leading hard on Tate at the moment. Tate on the inside, Blake on the outside. But Shepherd, he's on the hard charge down the back straight away.
Absolutely. The 2 brothers in second and third. They were bucking it here in the water. Losing what we call traction.
Shepherd's got him!
He spun the boat. Does he still stay in the lead? He gets the nose up in the air again. Come on, Shepherd, get it moving.
Ramsey sees the mistake and tries to seize it as they fly down the front straight away. But Shepherd's done a good job to pull the boat back into line and maintains the lead. Unbelievable that you would spin in front of the Ramsey boys and still stay in front.
That'll be a rare commodity, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you what, Bishop, but Shepherd, he pulls in the power. That thing's got a big top end speed. It's a powerful boat.
It's a fast boat, mate. We can see that. He had that problem. Now he runs a bit wide. He doesn't want to make the same mistake again as he lets it stretch the front line. Yellow flag comes down now. Red Shepherd charging hard in this heat of the Darwin.
Absolutely, the 2 brothers. Reckless and Tate Ramsey. Second Destiny in third spot. These guys are charging hard. The boat just leaps twice. And here for Shepherd once again.
Ramsey, Shepherd struggling a little bit to get the power down on that left. Now he gets it settled and gets it going. But he really wasted half. They straight in that one, mate.
He certainly did. Okay, it comes down the front main straight for the last time. There's going to take coming up. Put your hands to the boat. What a great thing there for Shepherd. Well done. That was a quick run. Here we go now with Ramsey in Reckless in second spot. His brother coming up in Destiny for third spot.
Tell you what, Blake Ramsey having a red-hot go, standing that thing on the cabs through for third place. Awesome job. And unfortunately, Adam Smith a little bit outgunned by the blown boats, but a good drive from him nonetheless in a little 2.5 litre Mercury.
Yeah, no, spot on. Man, what a race between those guys though. But Shepherd, that boat was so fast in the top end down the back main straight. The 2 brothers, man, they got some wicked machinery. But Shepherd, mate, he was on a mission.
Well, you know, you've just spun out in front of the Marj Watson winner.
Yeah.
You've gathered it back together and you've stayed in front of him. That's a big effort from Shepherd.
You're not wrong with that. And he wanted to, mate. He gave it everything. Can you imagine the thought, the concentration to get the boat right again and get it going?
Yeah.
Being in the seat with him, that would be out of control.
Yeah, no, he's pretty happy with that. The hatch is up. wave your arms, wave your hats and programs. Show Brett that you're happy with this one, because Brett Shepherd takes the win in the Unleashed as he brings it back into the pitch. The Ramsey boys, what a great battle between the two brothers.
Oh, definitely, and brothers there, mate. Brothers are not still very, very competitive. Each time, any of them, I want to get a winner over my brother, because later at home I'm going to get ribbed that much. Like, I've kicked you, buddy. I've kicked my own brother. You know what it's like.
Yes, well, Tate, it's been his weekend. He got one over his brother Blake in that one as well. So Blake just been slightly off the pace from the Reckless boat.
Yeah.
Not to say it's not quick. The Destiny boat looked amazing coming down at last straight.
Yeah, definitely.
Blake had that thing sitting on its calves and it looked John Cross style, to be honest. It looked absolutely beautiful. So,
yeah.
Blake's just so close, but just not quite on it this weekend. Not quite there. But having said that, no one was catching Shepherd in that one.
No one at all. But what a great race. Heat 3, ladies and gentlemen. That's been run and done. We're going to move on. We've had 4. We'll go on to Heat 5 for the Dawn coming up.
Heat 5, and the boats that we'll be looking for. 6-litre boat. Michael Newton, Immortal, another 6-litre boat. Another blown boat, I should say, coming out of 2. Then we got Tough Enough F2 with Cooper Bronstein and Ryan Stunnell out of pole number 4.
Yep.
So next heat will be a cracker, and that'll be the final heat. And then I think we're into Trojan, mate. So that's going to be really interesting. And I'll tell you what, Michael Newton's keen, running in this, and still, a very big chance to win the Trojan.
Yeah, at the same time.
He's confident in the equipment, I would say.
Very confident. I mean, hey, that's good to see, and nice to see that coming. Adds to the excitement a little bit more once again. So we'll take that, not a problem whatsoever.
Sun getting a little bit lower here in the afternoon now, mate, as it goes through 3 o'clock. It is in the afternoon local time. For those of you watching at home on the live stream, certainly hope you're enjoying the GP Hydro live streaming of this event, the Marj Watson Darwin Gold Cup meeting, the Winter Spectacular here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Absolutely, and you're listening to Dave Bishop, and I'm at Michael Aidis. What a brilliant afternoon we've been having out here, Dave, once again. Great crowd, great racing. Event is brilliant. Couldn't ask for more.
Where else would you want to be, Michael? Seriously.
You're not wrong about that. If you're not here, mate, you're square in my books, I can tell you now. Great stuff. And, the people themselves here, the spectators, they make such a good sight. And well done to see some of the great people here at Adelaide once again. One of my fine customers from Outlaw Speed Shop here this weekend also. Many of them, in fact, here this weekend.
Some good-looking roosters here, isn't there, Mick?
Oh, some are not too bad, but they've got to follow me first. Young Chad down here. What a great weekend, Chad. You've had a good time out here. Good day, my friend, also. But the folks out in the VIP area really enjoying themselves out here, as our general spectators on the other side of the club room.
Ryan Stunnell brings his tunnel boat up onto the plane and heads up behind the General Lee start boat as Mark Gauchi in the Immortal brings his boat up onto the plane as well.
Absolutely good to see him coming out with Immortal once again with Gauchi. And this is coming up for Heat 5 for the Dawn here this afternoon. Should be the last of the heats before we go in a bit later in, of course, for the Dawn Gold Cup.
Absolutely, mate. So we've just seen Ryan just getting a warm-up in. We might just take a little short break just while we wait for these boats to get in the water. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment. Oh, mate, we had to throw the headphones on. Here we go, but a two-boat race this one, so we've lost two boats out of this before it goes. But it's going to be Mark Gouchy now. This is really good for him because all he has to do is bang in that fast lap time and he can dial the wick down.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Clear water for him, and he's got to concentrate, get this boat to go quick. And Marj was away with Gouchy behind the wheel. Starting here at the start of the back lane straight. He goes down to the bridge lane and he turns the boat pretty quick. This is his opportunity now to get the quickest lap in that he can.
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity now for Gouch as he fires down the front straight away for the second time. Ryan Stunnell, he hasn't got the power to go with the blown boat here at the moment, but he's doing a good job. That boat's running nice. But Gouch is one of the red hot competitors in this, and really, he's been given a little gift here in this one.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, and he's got the opportunity to do quite well in the timing zone there with the going. This is heat number 5 as we speak right now, ladies and gentlemen, and a two-boat race out here, and Immortal has got the chance to put down a good number, a quick time.
Yeah, so he picks up yellow flag to go now. The Gouch charges hard. Both going very, very quickly. We've got Craig Bailey up here, and he knows he's done a fast lap, so Bales will know exactly how quickly he's going. I'm surprised him with the stopwatch going, mate. But, good run there, so Gouchy just turning the wick down a little bit. He knows he's popped in probably 3 good laps. Looks like he's going for it a little bit here, so he's going to try and put in 4 really fast laps here for the Darwin as he slides around and just down out of the Victorian Speedboat Club. He lights it up and fires down the front side. Mark Gouchy not trying too hard here, in fact coming right out of it, and that's a good job there from Mark Gouchy. He knows he's done what he needed to do in that one.
Spot on there, spot on once again there, Bisso, and well done.
Ryan Stunnell comes through just to complete the course as well, and that's a good run from him.
You're not wrong about it, but right now, as you were speaking about that, Craig Bailey, Craig is a very, very smart operator, and I love the way he goes about things. He was up here a little bit earlier on. He comes up and he watches very quietly and quickly of what's going out there on the water. I'm going to take my headset off. I'm going to give it to Craig. You have a quick chat with him. See if you can find out some more secrets what he's all about, all right?
I'm not going to find out any secrets, mate. I can guarantee you that. Beetle'll give me nothing here, but he'll tell me stuff. It's all good. G'day, Beetle. Yeah, perfect, mate. Now, you had your run out there. Looked reasonably comfortable. I'll tell you what, Simon looked very fast. You must finish, mate. It's all won and lost in the garage, mate, and your meticulous preparation proves that time and time again. Do we know what happened to Simon's boat? We haven't had word up here. Yeah, okay. He didn't look like he had the pace that he had earlier in that second race that you just ran before. Well, mate, congratulations on the Brett Howard. That's a fantastic win, and down here, the crowd was just going berserk. They're just absolutely loving it. You know, it's such an exciting race. Is it as exciting for you in the cockpit? Is it anxiety? Are you enjoying it? What's going on?
I enjoy it, but a bit of apprehension, obviously, before the event. So you get out there and just do your best. I've made a couple of mistakes in the race, but the more laps I spend in the boat, the better I feel. So.
Yeah, no, the boat looked good, mate, and Chad was down here cheering you on as well, so he doesn't care if it's an inboard and outboard, a 6-litre or a blown boat. He's happy whoever wins it, and you did the best job on the day, mate, and as I said, won and lost in the workshop to a degree, that one.
Yeah, we just... Chad came down with the checkered flag and had a bit of a tear, and so did he.
Yeah, that's fantastic, mate. Love the passion. Young Michael up here's been crying all day, so it's been grouse. I had a bit of a tear too, mate. I was getting a bit emotional watching you win that one. I love it when you race. I love it when you win. Darwin Cup now, you've got to refocus on that. You settle down, you go back, you go over the boat. I'm sure you know what lap time you reckon you need to do to get into that final.
Well, I've done my heat already, so it's up to the officials now, so let us know where we're at.
Yeah, I know that, but my point is you would have known what lap time you needed to do.
Yeah, pretty well. Fast as I could go, actually. But I'm sure in the right conditions here, we're capable of in the 29s easy. So, but the conditions aren't favourable today.
Yeah.
I reckon we're probably around in the 31s, probably, I would think.
Tell me about the wind out there, mate. Where's it blowing from? What's it doing to the boat?
It's all over the place, especially down the sort of northern end past the corporate area.
Yeah, we'll call it that. Something like
that. So, yeah, no, it's a bit tricky, especially at the top and near the wrecks as well, because the wind's coming down the valley up past the ground.
Yeah, obviously the type of boat you're driving is vastly affected by wind because they're air assisted. That's what they do. So, so what happens now? You sit and wait. You haven't seen your lap times yet, obviously.
Unfortunately, my lap counter was counting half laps on me, so I'm trying to add up 18 and 16 seconds or whatever it is. It was a bit crazy. I don't know why it's done that, and especially when I really needed it to go.
Is your crew chief in your ear, mate, telling you what lap times you've done?
No, he wasn't giving me lap times. He's giving me, I think we'll be able to do better in the next one. So that's Trent, thank you. So, no, that one was on a good one. You better give me another one.
Yeah, a little bit like the Formula One crew chiefs, mate. Push, push, push.
But the main point and focus is to qualify for the race and hopefully have a good race.
Well, I'm sure you've qualified, mate. It looks very, very speedy out there. So, like I said, I'm not allowed to barrack for anyone, but I'm a member of the Victorian Outboard Club, so I think that says something.
Yeah, no, very happy with the boat. It's for sale too if anybody wants to buy it. So my son doesn't want to sell it. He reckons he can step up in a few years, but I don't think so. I want to build a new shed at home for my workshop.
Well, mate, fair enough. Does it come with a maintenance contract, that boat?
Definitely will come with a maintenance contract and some driving assistance and training.
Well, there you go. If anyone's looking to get into a tunnel boat, you're not going to do any better than that. The deals don't get better than that. It wouldn't matter what you're asking, Beetle. So, mate, congratulations. Good luck. Love seeing your race. Really keen to have a beer with you at the end of this, and good luck on the Darwin, mate.
Thank you very much, and I hope everybody enjoys the donuts. Fun.
The donuts are cool. Thanks, Beetle Bailey, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please put your hands together for him? He can hear you up here in the commentary box. Thanks, mate. Good luck. Go get him, son.
You're not wrong about go get him, mate. He's good at what he does. Craig Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, what a great interview, Bisho. Well done, mate, and nice to hear what's going on. He don't give away too much, though, you know. I can tell he holds back a bit on you, but it's all good. Very interesting.
Like I said to you, mate, he'll tell me stuff, whether it's true or not. Can
Well,
be
that's
a whole
right.
other story.
Whether you're going to believe him or not is another thing, but no, he switched on, and great to see that happening once again with Craig Bailey. Okay, I believe coming up next, we're going to go into a 105 race coming our way up next, a 105 mile per hour job. But,
excellent.
Yeah, we'll wait on that as they get themselves out onto the water on a quite a nice afternoon out here now. It's coming up quite good. He wasn't, Craig was saying he wasn't really happy with the conditions out there in the water, which I was finding quite surprised. But we're talking about maybe the breeze and the wind also on the northern end, as he mentioned.
Yeah, mate, it's not so much about the water conditions. I mean, yes, it does rough up at the end of the race, but Beetle can deal with that. That's just another day in the office for him.
Right, yep.
It's about how gusty the wind is and what direction it's coming from. So, particularly in a tunnel boat, if you're running into the wind, you kind of know that, you've got to be careful on your trim or you blow the thing over.
Yeah.
But it's when you get that gusty stuff that's blowing you around everywhere, that the boat wants to change direction on you. You don't know it's coming because it just happens,
Yeah.
You know yourself when you're riding your push bike or whatever, and you get a big gust and it blows you over and you have to correct, You can't predict that and you can't really plan for it.
And the speed that he's doing to be pretty switched on and quick to try and predict that happening.
That close to 140 miles an hour, it doesn't matter. So,
You're not wrong.
that boat's absolutely a rocket ship. It's actually an aeroplane. You know, the surfaces of that boat are only just lightly touching the water. The rest of it's all choked up on the air underneath the tunnel. The tunnels in those boats, maybe for yourself and for others that maybe don't understand how they work, the air comes down the centre of the tunnel. The tunnel's actually narrower at the back of the boat than it is at the front. So what the air does, it comes in and it's like a big compression. It actually compresses the air, which lifts the boat up out of the water and just gets it tippy-toeing on those sponsons. Makes them very, very fast, but it's also a delicate balancing act when it comes to trimming the boat up and down.
The way you've explained that makes sense 100%. Well done with that, Bisho, and I can understand where you're coming from. And I'm quite sure that the spectators out there, and of course the guys listening on the live streaming, would think, wow, that's interesting stuff how these guys work. Well done, mate. Well done. Good work.
There we go, mate. So we're just waiting for the general lead to pick up this field of boats, and they all look like they're pretty close to being ready, Michael.
Yep, we won't be far away, and we're getting out in the water, and we'll get them run and done. And I think with that there quickly, we might have a quick shorty and then come back to these guys once again. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. These guys will send them up the top end. We'll be back real soon.
There it is.
Okay, folks, we're moving on now to the 105. You just start moving 105 mile per hour. And getting out to the water from 1 will be for AMR Racing, Austin McDonald, and from 2, Hombre, with Michael McArdle and Mick McArdle. From 3, Impulsive with Adam Smith. And from 4, Toughen Up with Cooper Brunstein coming into that. And at the same time, running up the stairs and getting back into the commentary booth with me, of course, Dave Bishop, and Dave obviously a big part of the venue this weekend. Of course, with the live stream also. Well done to you guys, and what a great job you've done so far this weekend, my good friend.
No, you're a legend, Michael. It's been great working with you all weekend, mate, and we've still got plenty of races to go, so we haven't killed each other yet. Going well.
No, going real well, mate, and it's good to see all that happening out there. The boats are going out on the inland milling, getting themselves organised out there for this particular part of the event. So we're looking at, of course, the 105 mile per hour. We're looking after that, I believe, the Trojan, race 9 of the Trojan. Then we're going to go into the final for the Darwin Gold Cup. And after that, with time permitting, we're going to have a non-qualifiers event. So
I think the non-qualifiers before the final, mate. I think.
Right.
Sure.
I'm hoping that would be the way to run it.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, in my book, it would be. But I've been told the other way. But hopefully that they were incorrect and we were right. We'll find out and see what comes out from it.
All right. So plenty of action to come your way this 105 race, but then we get into some real serious stuff. The Trojan. It's coming down to the wire between Craig Lewis's Image and Michael Newton's Workhorse. Both of those guys can win it. They can also both lose it. If both boats don't finish, Turn It Up wins.
Turn It Up wins. Well, it's very, very interesting what's going to happen. Let's turn our eyes now to the start of the 105 bracket right now. And the General Lee is bringing in the starters out here. I see only 3 boats that I can see at the moment there. There they are. The General Lee, he lines them right up. They get right in line. The white flag has been dropped early. Away we go. There it is, Bishop. They're on their way.
We are racing, and the Hombre gets a killer start. And in fact, Impulsive on the outside of it gets a good start also. And they head up into a little bit of sun glare up there as well, mate. But gee, have a look at Adam Smith. He goes around the outside and really leans hard on the Hombre there as they exit turn number 1. AMR Racing off to the bottom there in the 3rd spot at the moment.
Absolutely, Mick McArdle was doing well, but man, I tell you what, at the moment, we have a look at the guy ahead of him doing so well. The difference in the boats and the cornering, what a difference.
Absolutely. No Cooper Bronstein at it all, and Mickey McArdle just giving a little bit of a hose off there to Austin McDonald as they exited turn number 2 for the first time. Won't bother Austin. He's a speedway racer. He's used to get rocks thrown at him. He's not worried about it in the water.
You're not wrong about that, but an ex-sprint car driver guy, he'd know all about that. When we go back to the 3 runners at the moment, yeah, Hombre is holding his own there in the centre of the course.
What's happened here?
Wow.
Oh, problem here. Oh, yes. That's a steering failure, mate. He's had a steering.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been, I'm pretty sure, a steering failure out there on the course. Red light, red flags everywhere coming out. And we can't sight nothing from here. But definitely the boat out there, Bishop. What did we see? We're looking down at the Bridgeland end and we see Hombre coming at us. He started going out wide, then out of the blue, the boat turned at a pretty reasonable hard right towards the shoreline, and we lost sight of him. So that's what we've seen from here, correct?
Yeah, mate, I'd say he's touched the bank there. I just hope he hasn't hit it hard. Like, as you say, mate, we can't see it from here, but we can see where the boat's gone in. It's down where GP Hydro live stream is filming, so you may actually be able to see it from home on the live stream. We actually can't see it from our vantage point up here in the commentary box. Mate, that's not good. That's never good. I hope he hasn't touched the bank too hard there. Look, mate, all we can do is take a bit of a break now, and we'll try and get this tidied up, try and get the information for you, and make sure that we haven't had a serious problem down there.
Well, you're 100% right on that, I tell you what. But we're going to go off air for a short period of time.
Oh, we've actually got some.
We've got the 100 Club tickets coming back again. In fact, we can do that to take off the thought of what's happening off down there. And we'll work out a bit more. But one thing I can say is Mick McArdle down there, he buttoned right off in the boat. And I'm pretty confident he washed off a lot of speed before he went in there.
Yeah.
You know, he knew what had happened.
Yep.
So obviously we're going to find out more for what happened down there with Mick McArdle. But to get our minds off of that for a minute, let's go back now and do the drawing here for the Adelaide Speedboat Club 100 Club. And of course, all the tickets once again have been sold. And first prize, $700 straight into the pocket. Second prize, 200 bills. Third, $100. And first up, we'll call up the $100 win. All right, and Bisho is just getting the ticket out from the box. What have you got there, Bish?
Number 75, folks.
75, Jason Clark.
Jason Clark.
Well done, Clarkie. Jason Clark.
100 bills in your pocket, Jason.
Absolutely, and I'll pull out the second one. You can do the winning 700. Rightio. And for $200, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to go to I-63 Ernie. That's all we got is Ernie with a mobile number. So Ernie will be giving you a ring, and you're going to be picking up $200. And Bisho.
Well done, Ernie. No, we'll get this young lady to do it. We've got to get the girls to...
Absolutely. Actually, good idea. Why not?
Yeah, we've got to get the girls to do it, mate.
All right.
They're prettier than us.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Thank you so much, my dear. And let's have a look. Turn it this way out here. Orange ticket I-23, Alan Newton. Alan Newton, $700 straight into your pocket. What a great draw. And what a way to go home. Went to the boat race and came home $700 richer.
It's not so bad, is it? Hey, just while we're on the subject of things, I said Tommy Sawyer was driving the Demon boat earlier on. Experts make the same mistakes for more complex reasons. Sorry, Josh. Josh Sawyer was actually driving the boat, not Tom. The brothers, of course. But
okay, thank you for letting us know that. Yep.
Sorry, mate. He's going to give me a whack on the way through, I reckon. But,
no worries.
Here we go, mate. Boat getting towed out, hombre, and it looks like Mick looks absolutely fine. So,
good.
Great
news. Looking good. Good news. If you can tow a boat out from that, there's no holes in the boat and nothing worse than that.
Yeah.
So the boat is still in the water and looking good. And for Mick McArdle, he's a guy that's been involved in speedboat racing for a great number of years. And it's great to see that everything is A-OK. So what I believe with that, ladies and gentlemen, as Mick McArdle is slowly getting closer to us here to get the boat back into the shoreline and get the boat, of course, out of the water. As he comes in a little bit closer, he's got the lid open on the boat. In fact, it's an open boat. There's just a big income of the draft of the engine. But let's have a look. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's make a bit of noise for Mick McArdle. Put your hands together. Come on. Absolutely. The main thing is A-OK out there that we know of. And we've rescued the boat and getting him back in. That's the best news, Bisho. Hopefully no great dramas there for Mick McArdle.
Boat looks fine from here, mate. That's a worrying thing when you do have a loss of steering, because these boats get scrutineered, they're gone over, they're worked on very, very hard, and to have a steering failure like that, it may be a broken rudder. The rudders get crack tested every year. In these boats, when they're scrutineered, they actually have to supply a crack test certificate to the scrutineers. You may have broken a cable. They use cable steering in these boats. Look, that'll be something the scrutineers will be really going over with a fine-tooth comb to see why that happened.
Oh, definitely, but at the same time, it just proves to you how much stress, how much load are on these boats when they're in race condition out there, and that's just living proof of it there and then. But as you said, that'll get checked over very, very thoroughly to find out why that did happen.
Yeah, the scrutineers will be swarming that boat. But, the good news, Mickey McArdle is okay, so that's good news. I never like to see a boat heading towards the bank at speed.
Yep.
But obviously, as you said, mate, it did wash off a lot, so he's obviously just bumped into the bank there, which is good news, because you don't want to hit it too hard, because it's never the speed that kills you, mate. It's always the sudden stop at the end.
Exactly. Spot on, mate. What a great way to describe it once again. All right, well, look, now with that, we've done the draw for the Adelaide 100. Thank you, guys. Well done. Always doing great work. We will now go off
except I
air.
didn't win.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
That was.
We just work hard, mate, all weekend. Right, now we will go off air for a short period of time. And look, we've got some more paperwork. This has come in again. Things are forever changing upstairs here, folks. Don't go away, whatever you do this part of the afternoon, because, of course, the big one, the Darwin Gold Cup, is not too far away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I tell you what, there might be a little drama here. This is the final heat of the Trojan for the series, and we've got Craig Lewis with a boat that doesn't look like it wants to fire up at the moment. It is running.
No, it definitely is. He's just shut it down.
It's got a problem.
That was running. He's refired it again.
It's only between him and the Workhorse to win the Trojan and to turn it up. If he stops here and can't get to the race and Workhorse doesn't finish, Turn It Up sitting in the pits wins the Trojan.
Not even in the race and can win it if that happens. But hang on a minute. Nah, he's getting the thing to go down there now.
Oh,
I reckon he had us there for a while, Bishop. Man,
just to add a bit of drama to
You're
the
not wrong about
situation.
that. That was a real drama situation there at the time.
All right, so it is Image at Tough Enough, Wife's Anxiety, Workhorse, and BNR. They are the boats, but the only boats that can win the Trojan in this race are Craig Lewis in Image and Michael Newton in Workhorse. Whoever comes in front, they'll still have to do the calculations. I'm not going to be able to tell you at the end of the race. We're going to have to wait for the numbers to come in. But whoever wins out of Image and Workhorse is most likely going to be the winner of the Trojan for this season.
Okay, well, obviously it's all on points and whatever happens with that there, yeah, all right?
Yep.
Okay, interesting stuff, and it's going to be hard. Obviously, you won't be able to tell us until you hear it from the powers to be, so to speak.
Yep. I mean, the ultimate scenario is if, for example, if Craig Lewis wins, he won the last one as well, and if Nudo came last or didn't finish, well, then we know that Lewis will have won.
That'll give him enough gain to stay ahead and take all the points. Well,
if it's Workhorse, then Image, or Workhorse first and Image last, Workhorse first and Image second, that's going to be... Oh, the numbers are going to be that tight, mate. We'll have to wait for the officials.
Now, that makes it real interesting, so all depending on where they end up in the results at the end of this race coming up, ladies and gentlemen.
And the Patterson boys are hoping they both break down.
Well, exactly. They're in the pits thing. They'll be smiling and grinning like, two of these don't make it through and break down, we win. So they've still got a chance from the outside looking in.
They have, mate. There is still a chance for Turn It Up to be the winner, even though it's not out there. And that proves what a great season the Turn It Up and the Patterson boys have had. The fact that they could potentially still win not doing the last race. Here we go, mate.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The race that's deciding the Trojan here this afternoon. Rightio, the General Lee has got them all straightened out. We look at the white flag on board the boat. The race is on. Take it away, Bishop.
Final race of the Trojan Series for 2023, and we're away. And the fastest man on the track is James Clark in the Tough It Up as they head down into turn number 1 into the sun there. Spray, boats, stuff going on everywhere. Oh, we've had a spin out down to the bottom corner. I'm not sure. Two of them have gone around. Let's pick it up. James Clark, Workhorse, Newton, Midry. That means Lewis is out the back door and he's stopped.
He's in trouble. He's in big trouble. Man, oh man, that's going to decide a few things right here and now.
Michael Newton is in the box seat in second place now as he comes down the back straight. Will they pull a red flag? I don't know. There's too much going on for me. My head's going to explode.
Absolutely. He's riding the race line out there at the same time. Man, let's keep an eye on this. One turns tight, one goes wide. Next go around here. Man, oh man. Something like James Clark pushing the boat hard on the lead in this race.
James Clark doing an unbelievable job. Midry down the outside of Newton, but Newton's the man of the moment. He just needs to bring this boat home, and he will probably win the Trojan Trophy for 2023 as they fly down the back street, side by side. Newton and Midry going at it, hammer and Tom, and out in front, James Clark absolutely braiding them at the moment.
Big time. James Clark is giving it everything. We go back to second and third. That's where the race is right now. One going extremely wide. Clarkie on the inland end. Take it away there, Bishop.
Yellow flag, one left to go. James Clark as he finds way. But Michael Newton, he's the man of the moment as he gets hard onto the cabs and tips it into the port turn to the top end of this beautiful Adelaide box. He's got half a lap to go to try and win this Trojan Trophy for 2023. Nuno pushes hard. James Clark's absolutely smashed him in this one as they come down. Something's popping.
Yeah, I heard that too. I reckon it might be wife's anxiety. I'm not real sure about that. But there comes James Clark, ladies and gentlemen. He takes the race himself.
James Clark takes the win
Well done, and Britain Lethbridge in through. But the workhorse, ladies and gentlemen, we believe would be the winner. And there comes Wife's Anxiety coming in through now with Thomas Schuler behind the wheel. What a great race with the Trojan, ladies and gentlemen. But what do you reckon about there? Once again, I can sit with Davo. What do you reckon? I'm pretty sure what you said. Workhorse, Michael Newton should be, with points, the winner of the Trojan this year.
I'm not going to call it, but mate, I think the numbers will have to add up. We've got Craig Lewis. He's come to a stop. He hasn't finished. Obviously, turn it up, not out there. And Newton has come through with a second place. I think that's going to be enough, but we'll have to wait on the judges' call on that one. But whichever way it goes, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the trophy, the Trojan Trophy competitors, because the 6 litre boys have put on an amazing series, an amazing display all year, and it came down to the wire. Give it up, please, for James Clark as he comes through. Jimmy Clark takes the win in the final heat.
Absolutely, well done, and what a way to do it. Clarkie, young James Clark, and man, he was on fire. Was he going hard around that course, mate? He said, I don't care what's going to happen, I'm going to win this race, and he did it that way in style.
Yes, mate, he'll be an absolute red-hot contender for next year's Trojan Trophy. There's no question about that. Now he's got a real taste for it, and he knows he's red-hot competitive with these guys.
Yeah, no, definitely, and what a great call coming out from my good friend out here once again, Dave Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, working hard in the commentary box and the microphone this weekend once again, and of course, GP Hydro live streaming, working real hard this weekend. Well done, guys.
Fantastic racing, mate. We love to see that. So that is the Trojan done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We will try and get the numbers for you as they come to hand.
Rightio, I believe at the moment we're looking at 2 more papers on our desk, and we'll get a clarification of what's coming up next on the water for the next race. And folks, whatever you do, now is not the time to leave the grounds. It's 3:39 p.m. and the water is about to rock and roll for the 2023 Darwin Gold Cup. Not too far away at all, Bish.
I always say to people, never leave the boat races early, because that's when the action happens, mate. Stick around, folks.
Okay, well, folks, and of course, Bishop, we're not too far away now. The final for the Darwin Gold Cup is about to come up next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. All right, be aware of that. Not too far away at all, but while we're waiting to get that organised, yes, Bishop?
Mickey, you hungry?
I've been hungry all day, but at the same time, they've given us some beautiful lunch here. We can't complain.
Oh, don't tell.
Can't complain one bit.
My camera crew's absolutely dirty that I got one and they didn't. But
all right, you worked the hardest. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
I'll probably hear that all the way home. Half price food at the canteen, ladies and gentlemen. Half price. Get down there, bombard them, but probably wait till after this, because this is the race of the day that we've all been waiting for. The Darwin Cup for 2023, ladies and gentlemen. The competitors that we have out of pole position will be Craig Beetle Bailey. Out of 2, Simon Troy. Out of 3, in Unleashed, Brett Shepherd. Up out of lane 4. Darren Robinson out of 5 in the Wild Child, and wrecked with Tate Ramsey out of 6. This is going to be an absolute corker.
This is going to be a cracker and a half. You're not wrong, Bisho. There are some brilliant boats in this. Who will be the winner of the 2023 Darwin Gold Cup? We're about to find out in the next few minutes as they go out on the inland end, milling, getting themselves organised with the General Lee. Been a long time coming. We've had some great results here this weekend for the other major races, but this is the pinnacle to finish off the weekend with the Darwin Gold Cup.
Love the way Beetle Bailey goes about it, mate. Just cruising past the crowd, giving everybody a wave. He's a man of the people, our Craig Bailey. He's on pole. He's going to be hard to beat here, mate.
You're not wrong about that. When you had him up here a bit earlier on this afternoon and you interviewed him and you were talking about lap times, he didn't give away too much to you. I could pick him. He was saying a few odds and ends out here.
He said to me, I said to him, you know what lap time you had to do? He said, I've been out, you know. And I'm like, mate, I know you've been out.
Exactly right, because have a look. Fastest guy he must have been, because lane 1, it's him. And I knew he was up here watching very, very quietly and checking it out. He's a cagey man, he's a professional, and very, very good at what he does. So he's from 1, TRG Transport, Craig Bailey, and he will be really hard to beat.
Really hard to beat. Simon Troy. Now, unfortunately, so that's an interesting one, mate. It was a double banger for him.
Yep.
Boat actually had a gearbox failure, which in turn gave it a big rev and led to an engine failure, which really disappointing for those guys, because that thing was an absolute firecracker.
It was real good.
Mate, it was quicker than Bailey's boat.
There's
no problem.
He was.
Unfortunately, they've gone back to a secondary engine and gearbox, which, credit to the team, they actually had in stock and ready to go, but they're not quite as quick. Simon, a very, very professional operator. He's going to rely on tactics. He needs to try and hold out Unleashed, Immortal, Wild Child and Reckless, 4 of the best blown boats in the country on his outside.
What a great mix. So out there once again, as you were saying, with the 2 first runners, Mainline Dyno and of course TRG Transport, with Simon Troy and Craig Bailey, of course in that order, up against the blower machines here for the Darwin Gold Cup, ladies and gentlemen. Rightio.
You know what, mate?
Tell me, Bish.
I reckon if Tate Ramsey can run a really wide line around the first corner, maintain momentum, keep it tidy and get the power down, he'll run outside down here and he can put that boat up into... Look, he's not going to beat Bailey through the first corner, clearly. But if he can be in a 3rd or a 4th as he comes out, he might be a show here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're setting up for the Darwin Gold Cup for 2023. This is the big one. This is the one all these guys want to win. Get your backsides, trackside. Cast your eyes onto the course. Here we go. Michael Ages, we've got a white flag flying high.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Darwin Gold Cup, it's on. Bishop, take it away, my friend.
Craig Bailey, have a look at the pace on him all as they all fly down. Brett Shepherd has a hard run down into turn number 1. Keep your eye on this. Bailey will try and run the tight line. He does. Shepherd having the run. Ramsey on the outside, as we said. Shepherd comes through. He bursts into the lead. Let's go.
Absolutely. Brett Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, he's leading away from Craig Bailey. Shepherd puts a nose right up in the air. He powers on down the back main straight. Third and 4th, but he goes back to the back of the course.
Well, John, all sorts of problems, but have a look at Shepherd. He's absolutely got the big between his feet. This is what Craig Bailey does. He bears him down. He runs him down. He's back now, but he hasn't got long to do it. And Shepherd looks fast.
Oh, yeah. You know what that is. Shepherd running real fast, ladies and gentlemen. Craig Bailey, he's going to throw in the edit. He's going to go around that corner super quick. still on a mission earlier at the same time.
Bailey still trying to go with him. Have a look at this three-way battle going on for third at the moment. Simon Troy on the outside. Mark Dowsey trying to hold off a hard charging Tate Ramsey, who's made it up the inside.
Absolutely reckless, giving it everything he's got. He doesn't want to be rear of field. Right now, we go back to the leader, Brett Shepherd.
1 lap to go. Yellow flags out. No one looks like they're going to knock off Shepherd here at the moment. Bailey comes through. The real race is for third place.
Absolutely. You're not wrong. They're bouncing out of the rear of field. Let's go back to the leader. Brett Shepherd once again. Tate Bailey trying to keep his place with him at the same time.
Look at Ramsey up in the third. Stolen run from him. But it's all the unleashed machine. Brett Shepherd down into the bottom turn for the final time. This is going to be a massive win here for Shepherd. He hasn't had a great weekend, but it's all coming together for him now. Ladies and gentlemen, Brett Shepherd unleashed wins the Darwin for 2023.
Absolutely, Brett Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen. Craig Bailey up in second prize here this afternoon. But what a great win coming out. Here we go. Ramsey coming up in red flash.
What a drive from Tate Ramsey from the outside. Simon Troy into fourth place.
Wow. And of course, rear of field still coming up to collect the checkered flag once again out here, Bish. I'll tell you what a race.
And out the back door, Mark Dowsey, unfortunately, and we lost Darren Robinson in the mix.
I don't even know where he was or where he is right now, but well, Brett Shepherd, well done, my good friend in Unleashed. Did he unleash a drive and a heap of horsepower, Bish? What a way to take out the 2023 Darwin Gold Cup here at Adelaide.
Absolutely stunning, mate. He was disappointed about the Marj Watson, but he's put a Darwin in the trophy cabinet up against Craig Bailey, who just couldn't get there in the end.
Absolutely, what a great win. That was the second drive from the start to finish.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, please wave your hands to the program. Brett Shepherd,
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the way he brings that boat in and just pulls it in and lands it right beside the finish line area here down towards the pits. I'm sure they'll give him the checkered flag.
You'll get the checkered flag here, mate.
Yeah.
He'll come and do a victory lap. And,
well deserved
we
victory
might
lap.
even see a cool bunny hop or two.
Absolutely, I'm sure he'll be stoked as we see, of course, John Thomas out here. He's the man of the day. Thumbs up. He's happy with the race. Well done. The officer of the day.
Fantastic. Representing the Melbourne Runabout Speedboat Club in Melton, Victoria, Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. Does an awesome job. Please give it up for Craig Bailey, a storming second place. Well done, Beetle Bailey. You are a superstar.
Absolutely, Craig. Well done, my good friend.
Fighting for the outboards, doing a great job as always.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. And the real bonds of the guy, professional 100%. Great to see him out here. But it's Brett Shepherd. It's his time to shine out here this afternoon.
I did have to laugh, mate. Craig Bailey went up to Brett after the Marj final, and he said, Brett, you drove like crap.
Well, obviously, Brett made up for it this time round, I can tell you, Craigie boy.
I reckon, though, we have a bit of a laugh about that one after this. What a great effort. Two super professional guys, two fast boats.
Yep.
Hey, let's not forget the rest of the field. I mean, you know, Tate Ramsey from the outside into third. That was amazing in garbage water.
Yep.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Brett Shepherd, winner of the Darwin Gold Cup for 2023.
Oh, I love the way both hands in the air, one holding the flag, the other, of course, now going back onto the steering wheel. He's going up to the VIP end first up. What a way to do it, Brett Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen. He brings the boat around. Let's have a look at him. Let's make some noise, Adelaide. Absolutely. Oh, and leaps the boat out of the water. I love it. I love the way he does it. He goes around for another turn. Check it out, Bizzo.
Winner of the Darwin, Brett Shepherd. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. What a superstar. What a drive. What a boat. What a team. Boat only got finished on Thursday night this week after being repaired from major damage at Raymond Terrace, and they come out and win a Darwin. Fantastic stuff.
Absolutely. Well done to you, Brett Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to do this event once again for 2023. You've got your finger pointed the general direction. What's going on, Bishop?
Well, Laurie's up here, mate, and I'm hoping he knows who won the Trojan. He does. He's giving me the nod. Here we go. We're going to get you mic'd up, mate. We'll keep the people in suspense while we do. There we go. I'm going to leave it to you, mate. Who won the Trojan for 2023, please?
For the third time, Michael Newton in Workhorse.
Michael Newton in the Workhorse. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Winner of the Trojan Series for 2023. What a series, mate. It came down to the wire.
Oh, it certainly did. Yeah, and this is how close it was. Connor Patterson in Turn It Up. Didn't get to start today, didn't make any points. He ended up finishing second overall by 2 points from Craig Lewis and Image.
Oh, my goodness. There you go. Craig, who stopped today. So Craig will be we're not even going to go near him this afternoon, but disappointing, mate. Well done on an amazing series. We love it when those series come down to the wire. There's so much goes into it. They're won and lost in the workshops. You've got to be there at the end, and I think Michael showed that here this weekend.
Oh, for sure. You know, you've got to turn up to every round, race every heat, and finish every heat. That's the most important thing, so consistency pays off. And, you know, this year, congratulations to Michael Allen Newton.
And the other sensation for me this weekend, James Clark. I reckon he'll be one to watch next season.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't get to Raymond Terrace or to Yarra, but they would have been right up there, sort of thing too. So just a quick one. I'd like to thank our series sponsor, and everybody knows who that is, Dave Clark from the Tough Enough Race team. Also, Scott Patterson from the Turn It Up team has been a great supporter of ours, and Jared Smith from Topco. So without sponsors, as we all know, things just don't happen. So thank you very much to them guys.
Thanks, mate. Thanks so much for coming up and running us through the scenario. It made it so much easier for us as commentators as well to know exactly where everybody was, and made it really exciting. So thanks and well done on a great series.
Thank you, guys.
Good on you, mate. Well done. So the Trojan Series, won by Mickey Newton. The Darwin won by Brett Shepherd, and I'm going for a lie down.
Well, that puts it to rest because we were trying to work out who was going to take the Trojan. Thanks to Laurie for coming up and giving us the results. We've put it to rest. We know who's won it, and well done. But look how close it was, what Laurie was saying.
Yeah, incredibly close racing, and that's what you want, and that's what six-litre racing is all about. You know, it's just tight. It's almost like stock class racing. They're not stock, but, you know, they're all making similar horsepower. They're all got their boats dialed in so beautifully well, and lots of different winners over the series. And to come down to the wire over, you know, 4 boats like it did was a credit to the team and the championship, and a credit to the Trojan Series. So well done.
Yeah, spot on with that also. Folks, I believe we might have another race coming up. The non-qualifiers still coming our way on a lovely Sunday afternoon out here. We'll get that clarified, but what a way to run at the 2023 Darwin Gold Cup. It was magic.
It was magic, mate. Let's take a short break, and we'll be back with what we believe might be the final race of the day, but stick around because this non-qualifier race, Ryan Stunnell, Tough Enough, Destiny, and BNR, Brett and Idri. So
that'll be a good race anyway.
Should be a good little race to stick around for, folks, just to finish the day off nicely. Don't forget, half-price food at the canteen.
Yeah, half price. Get the munchies out now, folks. Run to the canteen. Half price at all the food that's left. Obviously, we don't want to throw it away. Half price. Munch out. Even save you getting some dinner from home, most probably. Go and enjoy yourselves. Whatever you do, don't go away.
Righty, where am I? Test 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're on. I'm on. There you go. I didn't think I was on there, mate.
No, definitely on now, mate. We're definitely on. And folks, we better change once again. We're going to go right now into the 85, 95 mile per hour bracket. We're going to give these guys 3 runners another run out on the water. What do you reckon about that, Bish, hey?
Yes, mate. Josh Sawyer driving the Demon.
Okay.
Yeah. Tommy's at home on the couch. He said, I'm doing a good job driving that boat from the couch at home, Bish, hey?
All right.
So,
well,
Joshy Sawyer.
Right now. And from 2, Predator with Andrew Donahue. And from 3, Titan with the young Zach Satterley coming out. So in the later afternoon out here. In fact, we take a look at it around about 4:11 p.m. at the moment. And we'll get that race underway. Straight after that, the non-qualifiers to round off the 2023 Winter Spectacular Boat Racing out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Mate, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. We're really enjoying it. We've still got 2 races to go, 2 quality races to go. As I say, probably a good thing, mate, just dropping in behind those clouds. It does make it a little bit dark through here, though.
Oh, it certainly does, but a lot easier for the drivers with no glare coming off the water at all. And thanks to the guys and girls that have hung around out here for this evening. If you happen to be leaving, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out for the 2023 episode this weekend. Please be safe on the way home for the guys and girls that are leaving. Remember the old motto, if you do drink and drive, you are a bloody idiot. We've told you fair and square from here, so be careful on the way home. Enjoy. And for the guys and girls that are staying behind, stick around for 2 more good races out here to finish off a fine weekend.
Been a ripple weekend. It's going to be 2 cracking races here, and these are our 85 mile an hour category. Demon on 1, Predator out of 2, Titan out of 3, but although it looks like it's the other way around, Andrew Donahue looks like he's decided to drop to the outside there, Michael, but Joshy Sawyer has the hard and fast run, and this boat, mate, has got faster and faster all weekend. They'll be ecstatic with how this boat's going.
Absolutely, and well done to them, might add also. They've improved all the way through the entire weekend, and they're coming at us right now, right in the front main straight, pouring on the power, up to 95 miles per hour.
Donahue running that wide line in the Predator, but it's all Josh Sawyer as he fires up into the top turn. Titan into second place and with Zach Slattery, and then Andrew Donahue just closing him in a little bit as they go up into that turn number 2 for the second time, mate. Donahue runs out wide line but loses a little bit of ground.
I tell you what, at one stage there, it was right behind him. I would have wished he would have made it a second position by the end of the race. It would have been good for him.
Yeah, it would have, mate. Look, he's out there just test and tune in that boat. He hasn't got his own category to run here this weekend.
Yeah.
So he's running this 85 plus. He is a little bit outgunned here. Boat probably is capable of 85, but doesn't get there at 7.38 on the outboard speed. That's a 1.6 litre 4 AGE engine.
Absolutely, what a great way to describe what goes on out here on this fabulous racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. We go back to these guys out here once again. Josh Sawyer leading the way in the 85, 95 mile per hour bracket at the moment. And of course, young Zach Satterley doing quite a good job out there with Andrew Donahue in Predator at rear of field at the moment.
Okay, so Joshy goes down into the bottom turn in the Demon. You know, when I was a kid growing up at Lake Eppalock, the Demon was the coolest boat at the club it was. And great to see, not this boat obviously, but both called Demon out in front. Doing a great job. 1 lap to go for Josh now.
Absolutely, and Josh holding his own, doing very well out here in this 3-boat race. They've spread out pretty evenly, I should say, around the course out here, Bish.
Yeah, Zach Satterley is doing a good job as he just fires the Titan boat down, getting quite spread out now. It's we've got a tunnel boat, we've got a displacement boat, we've got a hydroplane. That's all 3 categories of powerboat racing in Australia right there in this race.
In this race, the 3 different boats, unbelievable, good stuff.
And you know what, Michael, this doesn't happen in any other country in the world. They don't pit different categories against each other the way we do here in Australia.
Only here in Australia. What's wrong with that? Nothing, if you ask me. It's good.
No, it's fantastic. Yeah. Josh Sawyer's going to come through, and I tell you what, this might be his first win, mate. He might be going for a swim in the North Arm.
Well, there it is. He got the chicken flag, and he'd be wrapped in that. Nothing better when you see a chicken flag for a win out here this weekend. Good to see it all happening.
Zach Satterley comes through and gets the job done in the Titan in second place.
Yeah, runner up.
I don't know if you know, mate, but boat racing tradition is when you win your first race, your crew throws you in the drink.
Well, I want to see someone go in the drink, all right?
I'm pretty sure Josh has a low race. I'm pretty sure that's his first win. Donahue comes through in third place. I think Josh's a pretty big unit, though. I hope he's got a big crew to get him in.
Well, you want to rock and roll with him too much if he doesn't want to go in. I'm going to stand back. But the tradition is he should be going in.
That's the tradition, mate. So we need 27 blokes down there.
Yeah, to get him in there. Get him in there.
Absolutely, mate. You know, when I won my first race, which is 10 million years ago, two of the big boys from the outboard club, both were about 140 kilos, come marching towards me. And I said, it's all right, boys, I'll do it myself, and threw myself in the water.
Yeah, I would have done the same thing. I don't need those guys to help me. Unbelievable stuff. Well done. Not a bad race coming out the 85-95 bracket here this afternoon.
Yeah, well done, Josh Sawyer, who I was calling his brother Tom earlier today. Apologies. But no, ripper job there, mate, in the Demon. And he'll be wrapped with that. That was a great run, a great race, and that boat's getting better and better every time it goes out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Zach Satley this afternoon. Well done here, Zach. Good effort out there once again. And obviously we're going to the rear of the field one more time. Well done to those guys out there in Predator. Andrew Donahue. Thanks, Andrew. You've done a wicked job all weekend in the smaller class out here racing this week once again. Good work. Folks, we're going to move on shortly. The last race of the afternoon. The non-qualifiers about to come our way.
Absolutely, mate. Non-qualifiers for the Darwin, and the boats will be Ryan Stunnell, Dave Clark, Blake Ramsey and Brett Nidry. So should be a cracking race, this one.
It'll be a damn good race to watch this one out coming out here. That's going to be a good one to finish off the day out here, and of course the entire weekend. So we'll be cracking to see that one. Here now, stick around and watch the last race of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And that will round off a great weekend out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club once again. What do you reckon out there, Bish?
Mate, I reckon we're going to take a short break, and we will come back with the final race of the day in just a couple of moments. Half price food at the canteen, folks.
You got it.
Well, welcome here at the 2023 Dawn Gold Cup. Has been run one, and it's back-to-back for Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. How good was that?
That was fantastic. Yeah, I think we might have done the extra lap. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I led the whole way. It was great. Right, yeah, and smooth drive is the key.
It's funny you talk about the laps, because I counted 4.5 laps, and we were expecting the checker flag to come out, but the yellow flag came out instead.
Yeah, well, I looked up at the tower and there was 2 flags out, a checkered and a yellow, and I sort of thought, I think I've done 4, and then somebody said he's catching you, and I thought I'd better keep going. So, yeah, but anyway, led for every lap.
Well, considering what happened in January to the boat at Raymond Terrace, until last week, the boat was in idle state. There's nothing. You had the boat, the deck fixed, but the windscreen was not installed yet.
Yeah, no, we only got the back from Rob and Gary last Saturday, put the motor in Sunday, sort of did the final fit Monday night and fired it up Monday night, and sort of did a few things here Friday, and tidied it all up. But yeah, but the engine still seems to be as good as it was last time round. Yeah, it's actually playing the game beautifully, the engine.
For what has happened to you, it's an unbelievable result for you guys. Back to back, as I said, that means you have to come back next season and defend it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. But yeah, at the moment, 2 in a row is great, especially Craig being out there and the other fella. So yeah, it was good to have a couple of good outboards to really see where we're at with it. But yeah, at the moment, it's absolutely humming.
Well, we'll let you get back to your crew. I think it's going to be a big night coming up.
Yeah, we'll have a few tonight after yesterday's little disappointment. So anyway, tonight we're on the piss.
Well done, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
folks. We're coming out with the very last race for the afternoon out here. What do you reckon? I'll tell you what, Davo, it's been a brilliant weekend, but we've got one more banger coming our way. Be a real cracker.
We have, mate. We just watched Ryan Stunnell just head out there in his tunnel boat, and of course the beautiful Avigo machine. It's been a great boat all weekend. Tough enough, Big Clarkey. He's had a massive weekend as well, mate. So very, very excited to see this final race of the day.
Rightio, and the general lead marches them out there to the inland end, and they're getting milling shortly to get them organised and then make them head back this way once again. Well, there's someone I haven't seen for the entire weekend, young Mrs. Lauren Smith. Lauren, I don't think you can hear me at the moment, but great to see Lauren on the... Hi, Lauren, how are you? Good that she's got the hand up, and she was a great racer here too. What do you reckon, eh? You remember her quite well, Bicho?
Loz is a legend, mate. Yeah, had a chat with her last night, actually, and asked her whether she can get back into some boat racing. Apparently, the family requires her too much for her to go and race a boat.
It's all good, but beautiful to have the young lady here, as per usual. Well done. Rightio, let's cast our eyes out there. Yes, they're milling. Oh, they've gone out deep too. Right out. No great dramas there. Last event for the last race for this event this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, as we've cited for you once again. And thank you to our platinum sponsors this weekend, Simons Clark Logistics, Big Dave Clarkey and the family. Thank you. And, of course, Toolkit Depot. Robbie, well done, you guys. You've been behind us all weekend, big time.
Spectacular, mate, spectacular. So many wonderful sponsors, and we've been through them all over the weekend, but just so many people that we have to thank, and we hope that, they've been in the corporate area enjoying maybe a beverage and some fantastic boat racing.
Well, maybe a beverage or three, but, hey, well deserved, and that's what we like to have them here, to show our respect and our thanks for what they've done in return back to our club here. So well done to them.
Fantastic. So we see the boats up in the milling area. The clouds have gone over the sun, so that's a good thing in terms of sun glare, mate. Has made it a little bit dark over the course, so we might need to whack a miner's helmet on some of these.
Well, you're not wrong about that, but it'll make it very comfortable for the drivers in the very last race out here. And I can see right now that the General Lee has pointed his nose in our general direction, which means you'll be bringing in the starters of the last race for the afternoon. Rightio, let's have a look, Bisho. I can tell you now, my good friend, what a great weekend it's been calling these races with you also at the same time. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, mate, had a ball, and certainly some awesome racing. My first visit to the Adelaide Speedboat Club, and hopefully I get asked back, mate, because what a sensational venue. And what sensational racing we've had as well. And this non-qualifiers is pretty impressive. Jared Smith, the president, the Commodore of the Adelaide Speedboat Club, he's on pole position. Craig Storner, Dave Clark, Blake Ramsey and Brett Nidry in that order.
Here they go, ladies and gentlemen, the starter boat is heading our way. We go to the white flag. Let's have a look. It's dropped for the very last time. Here we go, take it away, Bisho.
Blake Ramsey gets the best up, blows all the doors off down the first race. One tries to go with him now as he charges hard into turn number one. And Jared Smith, he sneaks up the inside in true tunnel boat style. Everybody through turn number one nice and clean.
Ramsey, he tries down the horsepower in destiny out here. And of course, Harvey pulls it on also. There's Stephen Ivan Smith. He turns real quick. Have a look at that. Almost puts himself in the lead.
Oh, Jared Smith, have a look at the sneaky little bugger on the inside. Yeah. Beautiful drive from him. Yes, Tate Ramsey charging hard in the Destiny boat. Clark down the outside. And don't worry, Brett Nidry's in there with a chance at the moment as well.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on these guys. This is a crack of a race to finish up the weekend. Have a look at Ramsey. Man, that is working really good.
Blake Ramsey doing an awesome job out in front. But I tell you what, he's got an angry pack chasing him down. Dave Clark on the outside into third spot. Jared Smith still attacking, still having a look. This is an unbelievable drive from the Commodore. Brett Nidry and Dave Clark having a pace as well, mate.
Nidry got really close to Clarkey on that corner out fourth place. And coming up with the rear in the field out there once again, Bish.
Ryan Stuttle rounds out the field. What a drive there from Brett Nidri as well to hold out a hard-charging Dave Clark. Fantastic racing. Blake Ramsey, great job for you, sir. Fantastic drive, but I think for me, Jared Smith, what a drive from him. He snuck up the inside.
Yeah, he was outstanding. He was outstanding in that. He was so good. He came at him so many times.
Yeah, mate, he couldn't, he left nothing on the course. He can't say, I could have won that if I'd have done this, because he did everything he could do.
He did. He threw everything at it. He threw the kitchen sink, you name it. Well done. What a cracker of a race to end off a cracker weekend out here at Adelaide once again. I'll tell you what, Bisho, it was a damn good weekend.
Thanks, Michael. Hey, mate, thanks so much to all our sponsors, all the competitors. They're the ones that make it happen, don't they, mate? We love those guys. Great racing from everybody. All of our wonderful officials, thanks to particularly the guys over from Victoria, like John Thomas, that did a great job. GP Hydro live streaming, of course.
Excellent.
Always doing a great job. This is also going to be on 7 mate in a couple of months as well, mate.
Remember that, folks, 7 mate. You can watch this on 7 mate, as you said.
Jump on board for that, mate. Big thank you to the Adelaide Speedboat Club, mate, particularly for having me, obviously for having you as well.
Absolutely.
They're already onto a good thing with you, mate, and hopefully they're onto a good thing with me as well. But, mate, it's been so much fun working with you. I've had a great time. Love your passion. Love the way you go about it.
You're looking in the mirror, my good friend. Exactly the same back to you, I can tell you now. Folks, this guy is a bonza. He's done plenty of motor racing and the boat racing. You keep it up, and we'll be back here again next year, all right?
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Adelaide Speedboat Club, if you are leaving right now, thank you, and our patronage goes out to you. Please, until we meet you again next time, it is good afternoon and God bless. Bye for now. Thank you.